All right, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I was trying to start the stream and it just wouldn't let me go live. I don't know what the hell happened tonight. There was some like really short, really crazy storm. And I figured, well, something like this might cut the power out, so I decided not to stream right then. And I was like, oh, I'll take a nap, wait for the storm to end, see what happens. And I set my alarm for 7, and I only just woke up. I don't know what happened. My alarm might have gone off and I woke up and then turned it off, but then I just went back to bed and I forgot everything.
In an Uber, God bless that man, we tipped him very well. I bled into his car. I wasn't on Percocets most of the time, just every now and again when I couldn't stand being alive anymore. Can barely wipe my own ass. I bled all over the bed, and I ended up sleeping in a puddle of my blood and serous fluid every night. As I speak to you right now, I have 2 drains, 2 plastic tubes coming out of my lower back. They're inside of me. Before you assume that surgery is a shortcut or the easy way out because dieting is too hard, walk that back. You know, for all the like making fun of the Kardashians and Hollywood people like that to get 10 of
Surgery is easier. And it's always going to be easier. Just because, like, recovery from surgery might hurt more, that doesn't mean it's harder. So the difficulty with dieting isn't just like, dealing with the pain of hunger and cravings and stuff like that. It's that every single day you have to make the choice to actually diet. You have to be consistent. You have to be disciplined while you're fucking hungry and feel like shit and craving foods really badly. Despite food being all around you, you still have to force yourself to say no. That is much more difficult than going into a hospital, getting put to sleep, getting some surgery thing done to you, and then recovering from that, because choice and agency is no longer a problem. You just get the surgery done, so agency isn't involved. So, no, this guy can't follow a diet. He has huge issues with, like, willpower, and the surgery is absolutely an easy way out for him. Sup, dude, how are you? I'm feeling a lot better. I was able to actually get some good sleep. What's up, Lucas? Mata, Seema, what's up? Death of Rabbit, yo. You have to leave right now, Stitching NoFap? Tell everyone at work that Vegan Gains just went live, so you're gonna have to watch Vegan Gains.
these surgeries a year. Some people made of steel, bro. I ain't doing that shit. Hey folks, I just had plastic surgery. Wait, what? It's true, I really just did. I had a procedure that I will get to in a second, more detail, but to take some extra loose skin and fat cells away from my lower back and love handle area. That's why I'm sitting here right now, and I would show you the drains, but it's kind of disgusting. Scott, can I show off the drains, or is that YouTube gonna tell us that's gory or something?
We have the B-roll.
Yeah.
The photos, we can flash some things on
Yeah. Anyway, I have a binder on and all that stuff. So I'll get to the surgery details in a little bit because I want to be super transparent and open with you guys. That's what we do at RP. And I'm going to kind of talk you through the whole journey, including sort of what led me to this and how this went, what this might kind of portend for me in the future, and also talk a little bit about, was this worth it for me? And importantly, could this kind of thing be worth it for you, the viewer and the listener watching and listening along? And also talk a little bit towards the end about kind of what is the morality of getting cosmetic surgery, especially when you're a fitness influencer like me and you're supposed to be able to help people's bodies through like apps and stuff that you sell and make money from. All of a sudden you're back behind a dumpster having someone put a chainsaw to your nutsack. How does that comport? I guarantee you it does. And it's fun. You should try it right now. Chainsaw, nutsack, dumpster. Scott, what are we missing there? Kind of got it all.
Just like a crazy, like, Minority Report style scientist to like
Yes.
operate on you. That's
Yes.
like not sterile conditions.
Non-sterile conditions, former Soviet scientist
Yes,
who
yes.
was disbarred from the Soviet Science Academy. Perfect. That's how actually I got my surgery. So, backstory. Why the hell did I have to get, because I didn't have to get it, why did I choose to get my love handles and lower back skin reduced and fat cells cut out? Couldn't I have just done it through diet and exercise? Well, here's the thing. When I was drug-free for the first 12 years of my lifting career, up until I was about 27 years old, I was reasonably lean-ish through high school, but then in college, I started competing in powerlifting. Everyone knows where this is going at this point. And I was like, you know what? The heavier I get, the stronger I get, and I love being strong. I didn't really have body image stuff, I just didn't care, which was kind of cool psychologically, but I was like, I don't care if I have a gut or I have love handles, I have a puffy face, who gives a shit? I just want to be strong. Very gym cell vibes, and I just kept gaining weight. Now, I would do cutting phases and gain and cut and gain, but I kind of would like assume I was gaining 10 pounds of muscle every phase, and I was cutting, purely, 10 pounds of fat every time, and that's absolutely, it was not the case. I just never really adjusted for the idea of diminishing returns. So I ended up being, by the time I was about age 27, I was a
Burps or UK drill? How about just break up the monotony by having a mix of the two?
drug-free 270 pounds at 5'6", and you almost certainly right now see a picture of me from behind in that sort of situation. And gee whiz, that's a different look. That is probably on the order of about 30%, maybe a little bit higher, low 30% body fat in my very rough estimate. And so if you guys see from this picture, my love handles are egregiously sized. And the trippy thing about it is my freshman year of high school, I wrestled in the 103-pound weight class. I do not have a big frame. And both of my parents, my mom weighs 130 and my dad weighs 150 and my sister weighs 120. And they're all between, my mom's 4'11" and my dad's 5'5", and my sister is like 5'2" or something. So that's being 270 pounds at 5'6" and having love handles to stretch out to there, whereas my hip bones are like one half of the way in. That is a ton of extra fat cells put on, a ton of extra skin gained. And here's the thing with fat cells. This is very, very important to understand, not just for the purpose of this video, but for you guys at home planning your future massing phases and how much to bulk and how heavy to get and so on and so forth. This, guys, the following.
Do you do a lot of cardio? Don't know if you'd consider it a lot, but I do at least 30 minutes a day. So it's either I do the elliptical machine that I have in the basement, or rollerblading, mountain biking. But yeah, it's at least 30 minutes a day. I don't know if you'd necessarily consider that a lot. 30 minutes walking, no. So again, it's the elliptical machine. The one I have is sort of like climbing stairs. Or again, it's 30 minutes of rollerblading or mountain biking.
Is critical. Critical.
Almost done running a 5K. I'm ripped as fuck. I get horny as fuck after a run. Where's my MED to suck my cock? I ain't no narcissist, but you better like me or I'll change my profile picture another 20 fucking times because I'm insecure as fuck.
Well, that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
Because I made a huge mistake. That's why I had to have the surgeries to reverse the mistake. This wasn't just...
Does Mike Israetel ever make a video without inserting a retarded unfunny joke after every other sentence? I hope he has complications with the surgery or chokes on his next meal.
Jeez. I mean, I don't know if I hate him that much. Like, he is a non-vegan, so, like, yeah, he can get fucked, but... yeah, he is annoying. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Mark donated $2, Liberals won 169 seats, NDP got 7, so that means 4 more years of a Lib-NDP coalition. Do you think Pierre Poilievre should step down as leader of the CPC as he lost his own seat, lost the popular vote, failed to prevent the Liberal government? I'm really not sure. Like, the conservative loss was mostly bad luck. I don't know if they could have really done anything to have, I don't know if they could have done anything to have prevented what happened, but there were definitely some mistakes they made in their campaign. They're basically running off of, we're not Trudeau, and then when Trudeau stepped down, and then some other guy was running, that was kind of an issue for them. And they were sort of light, actually very light, on any sort of policy plans they had. They also sort of made friends with Jordan Peterson, trucker convoy people, and that made them look like, you know, Maple MAGA. They're not Maple MAGA, but because of the anti-Trump stuff, that was definitely a huge problem. This is an issue pretty much universally, though, with, like, all conservative governments literally all over the world. They are very light on policy. They're not as sort of intellectual and detail-focused as liberals or left-wingers, and they do a lot of moralizing. So I think they kind of, again, need somebody who's more educated, more sort of detail-oriented to run the party. Poilievre isn't horrible or, like, retarded or unreasonable, but if they want to win, they definitely need to step their game up. Thanks for the donation, though, Mark. Bootycom donate $2, drill to follow soon. Okay, great. I'm looking forward to it.
Hello, I'm Doug, and today
I'm not watching that. Okay, thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
Hey VG, how you doing, dude? BTW, random question, but do you cut your own hair or go to a barber? I'm thinking of starting to cut my own hair because the barbers always manage to fuck it up.
I cut my own hair. Yeah, I can't really be fucked going to a barber. So, cut my own hair. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Do you recommend that vegans supplement creatine? What about collagen? Do you supplement them personally?
Well, I recommend creatine supplements for anybody. Seems to have all benefits, no downsides. Seems to improve cognitive performance. At high doses, it also seems to help with lack of sleep, where if you take high enough doses, your brain literally needs less sleep. So if you have sleep issues, creatine seems to be helpful there. It increases conversion into ATP for your muscles, so your power output is higher for longer durations, leading to more muscle and strength gains. Increases water in the muscle, which again helps with force output, also helps with injury prevention. So I recommend everybody take creatine. Collagen, I don't think it's really that big of a fucking deal, but there are some vegan collagen supplements now, but I don't think it really does much. But I only supplement with creatine. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Check out my short edit I made. Sorry if cringe.
Dude, that scene from Monty Python was the funniest fucking scene from any movie ever.
Weakest falls, money driven, major fraud, breathless body, diamond bones, wanna be it, wanna feel it, rage, power, weakest falls, money driven, major fraud, breathless body, diamond bones, wanna be it.
Well, that was a little cringe, but thanks for the donation, YFNV. Monty Python is funny, you're just a fucking retard.
Lol, Canadian conservatives fucking shit the bed so hard. Conservatives took a
Well, thanks for the donation, I'm fucking bored.
I want to supplement creatine but don't want to take any risk of hair loss.
Creatine does not cause hair loss, and there's actually recently a study that directly analyzed that. They looked to see if creatine affected testosterone, dihydrotestosterone, or hair follicle quality, and they found it affected none of those parameters. So creatine does not cause hair loss. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Booty cum, donate $2, burps on the way.
I'm a big dog beefing puppies. Ran out of breath when I got that nutty. Ran out of breath when I got that Rex. He got away, still got his friend. CAD, he ran off again. Opsy me and start doing legs. I catch up and put it in head. Bro, catch up and put it in next. Back my zombie, Chaos gang. Ops like, why is he here again? It's always bro, and I told him, chill, don't worry, civilians won't get killed. First and fifth were ID drills. Black, I'm just to kill. 4-4 longer, chunky corn. It will leave your body to form.
You know, the British don't, like, actually have a society anymore. It's basically just a bunch of monkeys running around. Yeah, this is all bad.
Fuck the ops, fuck South Kidney, fuck North Kidney, fuck Church Road, fuck Mozart, fuck Norfolk, fuck Southall, fuck Greenford, fuck Bush, yeah? Fuck Junction, fuck Mitcham, fuck KG. Who else is there? Fuck Goulburn. Put him in a spliff, burn. Got shot, fling me the lighter, confirmed.
I mean, what do you expect? They couldn't even drive on the the right side of the road. Their society was doomed from the very beginning. Mike donated $2. Mark Carney has the most insane luck. Won the Liberal leadership race with 85% of the vote. Received party that was projected to lose 75% of their seats. Won the election with both the NDP and Con leaders losing their seats while he won his by 30%. Yeah. Dude, if it wasn't for Trump, like, they just got lucky that Trump was such an insane, unhinged fucking cunt. Like, if it weren't for that, they would have been fucked. Thanks for the donation, Mike. Sadie N-word donated $2. Behold our newest political strategy. Are you sure this will save the white race? The white what? Yeah. Canada is cooked. Where are these, these are all Khalistan? Oh my god. That's a lot of Khalistan wackos in our government. Petgrave won't face charges for his monkey kick on the ice that killed a player. Didn't, was that ever deemed to be an accident? I swear I might have seen that clip. And I couldn't tell if it was an accident or not. Dugan is trans. I mean, when it comes to Russia, their administration only cares about themselves, and they don't care about anything. Like, everything they do is completely cynical, so all this, like, race mixing stuff that they're doing, it's just to make sure they don't have some sort of population collapse. Petgrave, hockey, kick. Yeah, dude.
Questions surround the
I'm pretty sure that was just an accident.
ice hockey collision that slashed the throat of Adam Johnson, and whether it was in fact just a freak accident. Ex-NHL player Shawn believes Petgrave was absolutely trying to make contact with his Nottingham Panthers.
Wait, let me see this.
Trying to make contact with his Nottingham Panthers opponent, but did not wake up thinking, I'm gonna murder somebody today. Defenseman Chris Therian said, it looked intentional. It was a kung fu kick. Sheffield Steelers player Petgrave has played in 8 different leagues during his career and has been described by Fox presenters and people online as a dirty player. He was the Elite Ice Hockey League's most penalized player last season and accrued a total of 129 penalty infraction minutes.
It could have been intentional. Some of it looks weird, but who the fuck knows? Like, if you can't actually like, there have been actually a surprising amount of weird hockey injuries where people have kicked their skates into somebody's face or neck. So if there's not any, like, obvious way to prove intent, it kind of makes sense that they wouldn't criminally prosecute. Because unless the guy's going to confess, there's no way to actually, launch a successful prosecution.
Just for pure enhancement, those surgeries would be in like mid-2030s when I get in robot arms or some shit. So what was the mistake that I made? The mistake was to not know physiology.
Why are Sri Lankans, Indians, Pakistanis and Bengalis so dirty and unhygienic? Even the tribal Africans in the jungles of Tanzania have more hygiene. How did their culture become like that? Rape, 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 rape. Pierre had his bossy plundered.
Yeah, he kind of did. Thanks for the donation, Rape. I don't know why India and Pakistan and shit like that. I don't know why it's just so disgusting and filthy. Wouldn't be able to tell you. I guess it just worked out that way. Thanks for the donation money.
What part of physiology did I not know? You have a certain amount of fat cells that by the time that you're a teenager, you have kind of a certain number. And if you gain, in general, up to about 10 to...
Bootycom, donate $2 more on the way.
Welcome to Brixton, I'm in the party with Barbies and drillers. The kickback man on the spinner, I see enough man just run for my niggas. How they talk about dingers, they ain't got dingers, they ain't beat cool not a ding.
This mechanic in Call of Duty is so fucking bullshit. I hate how they never patched the game to get rid of that crap. Oh, gross. Thanks for the donation, jackass.
15 pounds of extra fat, those fat cells just get bigger. And then you lose it and they get smaller. And you gain it back and they get bigger. So 10 to 15 pounds of even pure fat gain, which means something like 15 pounds, maybe to 20 pounds, pushing it, of total tissue gain during a massing phase. Probably more like 15 pounds of total tissue gain during a massing phase. Plus or minus 15 pounds does nothing.
Dude, it's so annoying. I ordered a new weight belt and it was supposed to come in today, and then it just says shipment is on hold. It's like right here. It's in Ottawa, and it just randomly said it's on hold. It was supposed to be delivered today.
Nothing to your fat cells except fill them up and then reduce them, fill them up and then reduce them. However, if you go much more than that on a single gain phase, at some point, your fat cells get so big that the nucleus inside of them, the control center of the cell, think of the analogy here as if the cell is a town, the nucleus is like the post office, the fire department, the police department, the hospital. At some point when the cell gets big enough, it can't control its own exterior, and then it would start to malfunction. And evolution is a very, very well thought out way of how to deal with that because it's been dealing with eukaryotic cells for like billions of years. And just the same way as if a town gets big enough, you can't rely. Scott, can you imagine if Manhattan had the only fire department, hospital, and police station for all boroughs of New York City?
Oh my God.
The boroughs would just be burning the entire time, except for a mile away from the police station, fire station, hospital. And also, they're not rescuing anyone because there's not enough workers to get out there. So at some point, your fat cells recognize that their cellular domain is too big and their nuclear domain, the amount of volume the nucleus inside can control. And they go, okay, well, we're still gaining. They go through mitosis, which means they split, and the nucleus splits, the cell splits, and now you have two moderately sized fat cells, the equivalent volume of the huge fat cell they just came from, but now there's two of them.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure when weight gain initially happens, your fat cells first divide and then they get larger. And then once they reach a certain size, then they divide again. But I'm pretty sure when weight gain occurs, the first thing your fat cells do is multiply. They don't just expand first. Bootycom donate $2. I always get you with the baby vids. Also, everyone subscribe to Versified or No Unstop Burps. Or Non-Stop Burps, sorry. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom. Hey, Gum Gum. Oh my god, Gum Gum is so handsome.
And then as you gain weight, those cells get big, big, big. And then if you gain much more weight, another 15 or 20 pounds, they split in half. Now you have 4 moderately sized cells, and so on and so forth. Here's the real kicker, why this is a big deal. If you gain up to, let's say, 15 pounds of body fat in many cases, your cells get bigger, then they get smaller again. Once you lose it, they get bigger and smaller again. You never multiply the total number of fat cells. You always have the same number of fat cells, which means the amount of hormonal signaling that comes out of those fat cells when they're smaller to tell you, hey.
Again, I'm not entirely sure if that's true because I'm pretty sure the first thing fat cells do when there's extra energy is they multiply.
Eat more, we're starving, we're hungry, is quite low because there's just not that many cells. If you get such big cells that they split into 2 cells and then they get bigger, let's say they never split again, they get bigger. You used to have 1 fat cell, now you have 2 fat cells for every 1 fat cell you have. When those new fat cells get bigger, you're like feeling real full, eating is really tough, whatever. Let's say you come back down and you go all the way back down 30 pounds in body weight, not even 15, to where your new 2 fat cells are teeny tiny. Here's the problem. 2 nuclei, 2 fat cells worth of hormonal screaming into the bloodstream is double the eat more food hunger drive. It's double the spend less energy and have less physical activity energy for your cardio towards the end of your diet. It is double diet fatigue. Double the probability that you're going to rebound back to being big. Once the cells split, they want to be full. Fat cells want to be full of fat. Not gigantic and almost bursting, but nice and moderately sized. So because I had gained so
I'm not really sure if this is entirely true. Isn't this all like sort of just mechanistic theory? Because I don't think they've ever actually been able to test this in human beings. Like, there's so many anecdotal examples of people like Chris Jones who gain ridiculous amounts of weight. Like, he got fat, you know, when he was going on those bulks. And he had no trouble losing weight and getting very, very lean. And he's also been able to maintain his body weight at a relatively low body fat percentage. I don't think he's doing these like huge bulks and cuts anymore. And all of the people I've heard who've like gained a lot of weight, lost weight and shit, and then have tried to maintain lower body weight, like I hear them say, oh yeah, my hunger drive is greater now, but these are the same people gave this like, mechanistic explanation of, well, now I have more total fat cells and shit. So this is likely just placebo. I've just anecdotally, I don't know of anyone who's gained a ton of weight and then cut down to a healthy body weight and then anecdotally has said, for some reason, after I've lost all that weight and I'm back to my normal weight, I'm way hungrier than I used to be before. Like, I've never heard that. Could just be like, a genetic thing where some people don't have that. I gained a lot of weight recently and then lost it all. Like, I probably lost over 80 pounds at this point. Don't have ridiculous hunger, don't have an issue maintaining the lower body fat that I have right now. My mom used to be pretty fat, and she ended up losing a ton of weight, and she's been very lean for a long, long time now. And again, she does not have issues with hunger or anything. So this probably isn't really a thing. Like, maybe there's a minor effect, but I don't think it's actually a thing. Because I've just never heard of anyone fucking claim I'm hungrier more now that I've lost weight versus when I was normal weight before.
So much unchecked body weight. I had so much cellular multiplication that, especially just because of my genetics, a huge fraction of my body fat was stored in my love handles and in.
It has been confirmed Ethan will attempt felony rape on Hassan Piker Friday. Predictions for how the rape will unfold? Do you think Frank Tufano has been raped?
Hassan versus Ethan Klein this Friday, 12:30, both channels tentatively. Well, we'll see how that goes. I don't know. Hassan is not a good debater, but I don't think Ethan is particularly good either. So I don't know how that's going to go. Like, Ethan's definitely more in the right. Hassan's a huge liar. And Ethan can certainly prove Hassan's lying pretty easily, so pretty sure Ethan's going to make Hassan look pretty bad. Thanks for the donation, though, Rape.
In my lower back.
So, he says this, by the way, but then he always gains a fuck ton of weight in the off season. Like, the idea that all of this loose skin and shit came from that bulk he did like 15 years ago or something, or maybe even longer ago. Like the issue is, if you gain a ton of weight, lose it, gain a ton of weight, lose it, gain a ton of weight, lose it, you're way more likely to have like loose skin compared to if you only gained weight and lost it once. So I don't know if it's reasonable to attribute some of the looser skin here to just that one time he gained weight and lost weight, when he's been yo-yo dieting like fucking crazy for years now.
The number of fat cells in my love handles and lower back had accreted to such a huge size by the time I was 270 that by the time I got back down to being super lean and being DEXA confirmed, 6% body fat and all that stuff, and I posted all that on Instagram, glute striations, the whole thing, I still had two things. An enormous number of fat cells in there, which actually, if I have too much hydration, they fill up with fluid and then it looks just like...
Oh my God. Yeah, buddy, fat... No. Oh, my love handles store water. That's why I have love handles. Has nothing to do with me not being able to stick to a reasonable diet. It's all water. Sure. Didn't that... Who was that fucking lying fat bitch who had the vlog channel? Who said the same thing? Oh, I'm not getting fatter. I'm just storing water. Like, he's literally using the same cope some fat bitch, like, vlogger made.
Like a fat love handle, except if you wiggle it, it's not as dense, it's just shaky, but from a visual perspective, it looks just like it's full of fat. And also, the skin has the same idea as once you stretch the skin cells multiply, and they don't really resort back. So excess fat cells, making everything more difficult about losing weight and managing everything. And then excess skin cells meant that once I lost through diet and exercise and copious uses of drugs, once I lost all of that body fat and got down to a body fat I had never been in my entire life in my late 30s and early 40s, I am in my early 40s, late 30s, I still couldn't get rid of that extra skin, and I had all those goddamn extra fat cells, which I did to myself. And so, for me, there were two problems. One, when I was getting ready to do bodybuilding shows, a lot of my fluid management and peaking processes had to be heavily modified and more complex because at the same time they needed to be full with muscle and nice and veiny, they couldn't be too full because then my love handles would fill up with water. And love handles on a...
Your love handles were not filling up with water. That's not something that happens. You just never dieted lean enough.
Bodybuilding stage are a non-starter. Doesn't matter what you look like. You have love handles. The judges even see them a little bit poking out of your posing suit. You're done. Like, that's it. That ain't it. Visible. Like, you can lose bodybuilding shows, or actually, sorry, loses. Everyone loses except first place. You can do very poorly at a bodybuilding show just because you have a very even, smooth, thin layer of fat. But at least you're muscle shaped all over. You're not like nothing's spilling out. But if you have anything spilling out, I mean, it's lights out, right? It's lights out. That's problem number one. That's not even that big of a problem because, like, whatever. Like, bodybuilding competition I really love. I'll be doing more of it in the future, but it's not like a big deal. The reason I'm primarily in the fitness space is because I have a passion for helping people look their best and a passion for tinkering with my own body to have me look my best. And the big problem I ran into lately, which I just was done with doing, was every time I would come back to off-season body fats, which could be as low as 8%. I have pictures of me at 8% body fat with distinct...
He is almost certainly not 8% body fat here.
Voluminous spillover love handles.
Like, he's probably pretty lean, but I can almost guarantee you he's not 8%. Like, he's probably relying on some DEXA, like DEXA scan. DEXAs are like, they don't measure your body fat. So for one thing, they were designed to measure bone mineral density. They're accurate with measuring bone mineral density. They cannot, with any real degree of accuracy, actually measure the amount of other tissues you have. So it can't really determine the difference between any soft tissues. You can estimate based on how easily the x-rays penetrate some of these like materials. But you'll get some rough idea, but even the same person taking the same DEXA scan, you're going to get several percent variance. You could take the same DEXA scan over again. One DEXA will say you're 8% body fat, literally the same day. The other DEXA will say you're like 5%. The other DEXA will say you're 10 or 12%. It's all a guess that the machine is making. It only accurately determines bone mineral density. So the only way to really accurately determine full body fat percentage is with MRI. And I don't know why he doesn't do an MRI. Like, it's expensive, but Mike is rich. Like, you could just get a full body MRI. Why would you bother relying on a DEXA knowing it's pretty inaccurate? So it's kind of stupid.
Have you watched the Frank Games yet?
No, we're gonna watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Stretched Butthole. Dude, this is just so fucking stupid and silly. I don't know. I definitely want to make a video critiquing this bullshit because, like, this was just embarrassing. Everything this guy does now is just so embarrassing. He was doing a video where he was, like, following one of Jeff Nippard's workouts from his new workout program. Look how ridiculous this is. So he's doing lateral raises. So again, lateral raises have to be like one of the easiest exercises you can possibly do. Like maybe wrist curls are easier, but the amount of effort and difficulty from doing lateral raises, like it's very low compared to something like a deadlift or squat. You're just not going to be winded from doing lateral raises. And look at this shit. He starts like grunting super hard. No reason to grunt like that. And then he acts like that, like, nearly killed him. Like, look at this.
How could you? Whew. Oh my God. Shiver me timbers. I need a cigarette and an orange juice, you guys. All right, I have 1 to 2 sets.
Like, it's the easiest exercise you could possibly fucking do. And he's like, oh my God, that was so hard. I can't believe it. Like, this guy is just such a manipulative liar. It's either he's lying like fucking crazy, and this is all for show for social media, or he's one of the most out of shape fucking people on the fucking planet. Like, if you took somebody from my 600-pound life and got them to do this, maybe they'd get stressed like that because of, like, just how horribly out of shape they are. But, like, there's no way this guy who does jujitsu could possibly be that out of shape where, you know, he can wrestle with somebody for minutes on end and get through it, but doing lateral raises of all exercises is just so fatiguing. Dodo donated $2. When are we watching Frankie's Free Range? Soon. Just after this video. My work doesn't define me, says man who will spend 90,000 hours of lifetime at office. Yeah. That is a very big gorilla. Can't watch this. RFK Jr., HHS. Yeah, can't watch that. Trump, he had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed. That was Photoshopped. Trump, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. I picked you, but you're not being very nice.
He wasn't a member of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute
well,
over that.
Wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshopped. So let me
That was Photoshopped. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. But I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
Agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry.
Oh my God.
Do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it was Photoshop? Well,
here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine, sir.
Terry,
I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted.
We all saw it. It was clearly just added in Photoshop later.
This is why people no longer believe the news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They weren't
Take a look
there,
at the
but
photograph.
they're there now, right?
No,
but they're there
in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
he's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
Okay?
Well, we'll take a look at that.
It's you do such a disservice.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't you
sir.
just say, yes, he does, and, you know, go on to something else?
Dude, like, I just can't. How is this guy president? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hi VG, glad to see you finally came on today. Where have you been? It's so late.
I've just been having sleep issues, so, you know. Yeah, but I did get some good sleep today. Hopefully tomorrow I can just kind of be more normal. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Didn't Mikhaila tell you to be well respected in the fitness industry? Why is he such a gay retarded faggot now?
I think the steroids and shit he's been taking have literally made him dumber. And I think social media and shit also went to his head. So some people get like weird once they get money and social media fame, and I think that in combination with him just getting dumber has just turned him kind of retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Stretched Butthole.
Lock VG, I understand you hate CBN, but they are right about something for once.
Anti-Semitism has reared its ugly face in, of all places, my home state of Ohio. An Applebee's in Miamisburg was defaced with a swastika and messages like F Jews. CBS Billy Hollowell joins me now. Billy, what was your initial reaction?
My initial reaction was that this is obviously horrific, and you look at these events and you think, how can this still be going on in today's day and age? How can we still be dealing with this? But it reminds
because people are monkeys. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Frank Tufano's family abandoned him? Are you aware of the details? He is definitely a candidate for the good old rope max.
I haven't heard of them, like, abandoning him. I know they kicked him out of the house, but I don't know if it's accurate to describe it as them abandoning him. I mean, he is a fucking asshole, so maybe they did just completely disown and cut ties with him. I don't know if he's completely estranged. But, yeah, sounds like he might rope max. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
But my quads are like striated. I have glute detail. I have veins across my chest.
His quads are not striated.
But I still have love handles.
He does not have veins across his chest.
What the hell? And it doesn't make sense. As a matter of fact, we were doing a video shoot. Scott the Video Guy was there actually with Jesse James West. I'm sure this video will be out probably similar time to this one, where we do a thing with Miami SWAT team. And Greg Doucette was there, and he and I had a chance to hang out in real life. And he looked at my legs and he was like, "Dude, you're shredded." And I was like, "Well, yeah." And then I showed him my love handles. He's like, "That sucks." And I was like, "Yeah, man." So it really is a thing where even.
That sounds like a lie. We saw that video. He was overweight, like clearly fatter. I fucking hate Jesse James West. That guy's just.
These are the world's strongest.
Can these pro-Hamas supporters just admit they just hate Jews at this point? I mean, they're not even trying to hide it anymore.
Well, if they did, you know, the game would be up, right? So. Yeah, they have to pretend as though this isn't about hating Jews. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Like, you can tell just from, like, his stomach here. He's not, like, 10% body fat.
These are the world's strongest fitness influencers.
Like, you can see his stomach bulging out. So, like, what a lot of people, if you have a lot of muscle mass, you can maintain a high degree of muscle tone without being lean. So you can gain more fat, but still have more muscle tone if you have a lot of muscle. And especially when you're on steroids, just because of how it affects, like, your blood volume and everything, you're going to have, like, more visible veins. Your muscles are going to look more defined, even if you're at a higher body fat percentage. Like, Mike either is coping or he doesn't realize, like, he just has higher body fat than he realizes.
Even just off season, 8, 10, 12% body fat, I want to look like someone who can pull off their shirt and they're like, well, like, that person is lean and jacked. Not shredded, but lean and jacked. But if you have love handle.
Dodo donated $2.
Mom and Dad and Big 8 always giving him commands.
Yes. You might want to watch this later if it's not blocked in your country. It is blocked in my country. Recently surfaced 9/11 evidence includes video of Capitol airplane sketch. The RFK Jr. thing I sent was him saying vitamin A and chicken soup are a cure for measles in 2021. Holy shit. That guy is an absolute quack. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Mike donated $2. Is this true?
It's not just an American sightseeing location. There are strange and dark secrets that lie within. Some have even encountered a gateway to a hidden world.
This is not true.
In 1909, the Arizona Gazette published an article about an expedition funded by the Smithsonian. This expedition was led by a man named G.E. Kincaid, and he discovered an ancient underground city within the Grand Canyon. But here is where it gets interesting. This city was filled with artifacts from ancient Egypt, hieroglyphs, statues, and even a pyramid. How did ancient Egyptian relics end up in Arizona over 5,000 years ago? Is it possible that they had access to flight? But it gets even stranger. The Smithsonian seized all the artifacts and shut down any further exploration, which led
This is clearly untrue.
to 90% of the Grand Canyon being restricted till this day.
There's drones. There's planes. I mean...
Canyon is...
I don't know who can believe this stupid shit. Like, buddy... The idea that for no reason whatsoever, you would have hundreds, if not thousands, of geologists, anthropologists, evolutionary biologists, like anybody who's ever studied the Grand Canyon, all being part of some conspiracy theory just so you don't find out that somebody made fucking triangles in the United States? Like, why? So no, that's not true. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
To spill over because I've been so big before and the excess skin and fat cells are there. It's just not the look. It's not the look. So what I'd like to look like in my own personal life currently, eventually, I think years down the road, I have like a really stretchy abdomen. So I have a really big gut. You guys have seen, I'm sure, some of the videos on Instagram that really super went viral where I can like relax my gut and it's this big beer belly and then I tighten it up and it's this huge vacuum. Like there's clearly no fat in there anymore. And
Yes,
What game would be up?
I'm not entirely sure yet, Dodo. We're gonna have to see. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Dexys to say there's 0.1 kilos of intra-abdominal fat. It's just like big gut. My dad has a big gut. My mom has a big gut. Like everyone in the family just has a loose abdominal thing. Eventually, I want to get that tightened up to have a really tiny waist, but not yet. I don't mind the power belly look as long as it's shredded and veiny. The love handle look I cannot tolerate anymore. I never liked it, but now I really don't like it. And so what I'd like to look like is 40-year-old.
If your stomach is bloated and protruding, that's going to be for two reasons. One, you're fat, or two, you are eating way, way, way too much food after, like, you do a bodybuilding competition. You eat yourself to fucking death. And then even when you lean down, your stomach is still kind of going to be distended, and it may be due to not getting rid of some of the android fat that you have. That's like underneath your abdominal wall. And just from that food also expanding like your intestines and shit. Like you can see a lot of IFBB pro bodybuilders with these big distended stomachs, and it's just from eating too much. Like, why doesn't Mike understand this? Like, why would your stomach be protruding? There's no reason for your gut to just blow out like that. So you're either just fat, or you've gotten fat, and then when you rapidly lose weight for a bodybuilding show, some of that android fat is still there.
No, I meant what game would be over. I am referring to these Hamas supporters. What game would be over if they admitted they hate Jews?
Oh, well, again, their whole thing is the only reason we're doing these protests is because we want to, like, save the Palestinians. We're not protesting because we hate Jews. We just want to save the Palestinians. If they just admit they hate Jews, well, then they have no argument. Everyone knows they just hate Jews. So that's the game they're playing. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Richard's frozen sperm whales donate $2. Richard, what was Dr. Avi's rationale for voting Trump, and what's your main gripe with his vote for Trump? Just look at his video about it. I'm not explaining it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Jacked bodybuilder dad look. Got the little round belly with abs on it. That's cool. I got that. But no love handles. A little teeny waist from behind. It's just, I just wanted it. So that's why I said, after I was done competing for the whole YouTube reason last summer, I was like, okay, let me look into surgeons. Let me find what works. Finally found a surgeon. I'm like, okay, I'm doing this. And there are trade-offs to this. Surgery is taking me out of training. I'm 1 week into not training, and I have 5 to 7 weeks more to go. Depending on how things shake out, of no weight training at all, fellas. That's a trade-off. Now, here's the good news. Anyone who's listening, you regain, if you don't lift for 2 months, you regain every single gram of muscle after about a month of lifting again. Worst case, 6 weeks. Not a problem. Also, your joints heal like you would not believe. Scott, when's the last time you took 2 months off of lifting?
When I started, which was like 6 years ago.
Exactly. And so, like, joint wear and tear is a real thing, right? So there's benefits to it too. But man, nobody likes to I'm gonna watch my body, like my muscles gonna like flush off my body. It's gonna be gnarly. Lifting is super fun. It's psychologically super invigorating. I love doing it. I won't be able to do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which I do all the time, for 3 months. There are infection risks with surgery. As I speak to you right now, some of these pictures will confirm that. I have 2 drains, 2 plastic tubes coming out of my lower back. They're inside of me. And I'm wearing, no joke, adult diapers right now so that I can bleed into them as I sleep and walk around. It's so messed up. The pain and everything, I'll get to that in a bit. Major trade-offs for surgery, and scars, of course. But why I did it was because all of that stuff is worth it to me to finally be able to be like an actual person who looks like they do fitness. Those giant love handles, even when you have cross-striated pecs, I've had more or less my entire adult life, and I am done with it. That's the situation. Now let's talk about the process. So I had a surgery consult, got the surgery booked. My wife and I drove over to Chicago to...
I don't think any of this is true, by the way. Like, when he gets lean enough, he doesn't have love handles. His last bodybuilding show, he got pretty lean, like not exactly IFBB pro level lean, but he got pretty damn lean. He didn't have love handles, and you can see his photos from the show. No one was criticizing him for having loose skin. Like, everyone's going to have some skin folds in some areas, but he didn't have loose skin. He didn't have love handles. And every time he does have love handles, he just says, "Oh, it's water, it's water, it's water." Like he just gets fatter. And he may have a propensity for storing some fat in his love handles. And it's usually the case people who are very body obsessed and conscious, they make way big of a deal out of, you know, certain things when nobody else notices. So yeah, he might store some fat in his love handles, like maybe more in other areas, but like nobody notices or really cares. Like he just looks normal, but it's only really bothering him.
What is your opinion on only using kettlebells and bodyweight exercises for weight training? I just want to do at-home workouts, but I do not have the space for equipment.
Why the fuck do I ever get questions about fucking kettlebells? What do you think a kettlebell is? Like, is there just some special thing about that shape that builds more muscle or something? Like, why the fuck does anybody ask me about fucking kettlebells? They're just a weight with a dumb big handle on them. They're not going to build more muscle than any other weight implement. So why? Why do you need kettlebells? What is the interesting thing about kettlebells? Why do you want them? What do they do for you? So if you're limited on fucking space, just get a pair of adjustable dumbbells. All weight weighs the same. A 10-pound kettlebell weighs the same as a 10-pound dumbbell. If you're doing a certain exercise with a kettlebell and a dumbbell that weighs the same amount of weight, you're going to build just as much muscle. Because the weight is what matters. Not the shape of the fucking dumbbell with the handle and, it's round at the bottom. So I don't know what the fuck you think you're going to do with kettlebells that you can't do with dumbbells. In fact, you can do way more exercises with dumbbells than you can with a fucking kettlebell. So just get a pair of adjustable dumbbells. If you want something that is pretty decent but not too expensive, Nuabells are pretty good. If you want something that is much heavier duty, more expensive, but can also go heavier, check out Rep Fitness. They have the, I think it's the Pippin adjustable dumbbells. They're pretty expensive, but they go much heavier. Thanks for the donation, Pyro.
Alpha male plastic surgery with Dr. Douglas Steinbreck. He's great. If you need surgery done, he's going to get it done for you. This is a guy who knows how to cut up human bodies. I'll put it to you that way. And so get there, and here's a funny story. We get to the pre-op room, and they get all the tubes put in and everything, and they walk me over to the operating room, and I'm in like a robe, and they're like, "Hey, like you have to take your robe off, and we have to scrub you down to make you completely what's it called, antiseptic, like free of germs." And I'm like, "All right." And there's like one dude and two ladies in the room.
In my gym, a dumb woman broke a mirror while using a kettlebell. Yeah. I don't know why fucking all the time. Should I get kettlebells? Is there a benefit to using kettlebells? When should you use kettlebells? Do you know of any good kettlebells? Like, fucking shut up about kettlebells. Oh my god. I don't know what, like, there has to be, dude, there has to be, like, some weird fucking YouTube videos or, like, some TikTok algorithm shit where jackasses just end up getting fed all these dumb videos where they see people using kettlebells. And then they're like, oh, that guy who's jacked uses kettlebells. I'll ask Vegan Gains if the kettlebells are good. Oh my god. Shut the fuck up about kettlebells. Kettlebells do not do anything. Most kettlebell exercises are fucking stupid and useless. You can't do as many exercises with a kettlebell versus dumbbells. There's nothing special about kettlebells. Stop asking me about fucking kettlebells. Should I get kettlebells? Do you like kettlebells? Kettlebells, VG. Yeah. Thanks, dude. Why am I getting... Oh, okay. I see.
I'm prepping everything. These are like people my age. And I'm like, you guys just want me with my cock out? And they're like, yeah, we don't give a shit. We see this all the time. And I was like, yeah. And then so I just like, it's a weird experience standing completely naked, having someone rub you down with the Hibiclan stuff in front of a group of everyone. And at this point, I'm like Dr. Mike and shit. People know me on the internet. And I'm just like, to be completely honest with you, that's the TLDR, but like, I actually have zero shame whatsoever. And so if I, like I told them at the pre-op room, I was like, they're like, are you okay with this? We can get you something to cover. Some people are weird. I'm like, I'm like, are you guys bothered with it? They're like, no, we don't care. And I was like, whatever. And I told them, I was like, I could walk up and down the Magnificent Mile in Chicago completely naked if I knew two things. One, I wasn't getting arrested for it. And two, I wasn't going to offend anybody or scare them, right? Which is of course never going to happen because you don't ever want to see me naked. I promise you that. I have 18 ex-girlfriends that can attest to that. So for me, it was not a thing, but a really trippy experience. They laid me down on the table. The anesthesiologist came in, made a few jokes, and I don't remember shit after that. Wake up, I'm in an abdominal binder, which is a huge lifting belt thing with pads in it. And because they had me laying like this during the surgery and my shoulder mobility sucks, the first thing I remember waking up was like, oh, my shoulders. And then my throat is super sore because I'm pretty sure the surgery team just took turns dunking their dicks in it. No, wait, no, that's not it. Maybe that's also it. They have the plastic intubation tubes so that the machine can breathe for you in case you croak during surgery in the whole time. And the plastic tube's like a ribbed tube. It rips parts of your throat out you didn't even know you had. And I've been to Chelsea, New York a few times. I know how that works. There's a whole different level. The most profound acute pain for the first 24 hours after surgery was 100% the throat. I could barely eat or drink anything. Like every swallow was like, oh, it was awful. Right after the surgery, they give you like an hour or two to kind of get yourself together. And then they're sort of like, get the fuck out of here. In that hour, like you go kind of in and out a little bit, but I was like, I have just existential dread. I just don't want.
Stretching can be beneficial, like it will improve mobility. There's a lack of evidence for whether or not it actually decreases injury risk, but anecdotally, a lot of people will tell you after they started stretching, they...
You're a very expensive Google search bar, VG. Bitchy too. Lol sup dude.
Well, I guess so. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification. Yeah, so a lot of people say after they started stretching, they feel like looser and they feel like more comfortable doing certain ranges of motion and stuff. So I don't think stretching is a bad idea.
Want to be anywhere. I'll tell you exactly what the feeling is like. Finish rep number 20 of a mile rep hack squat. How do you feel in the next 5 seconds in your soul after that? You know that feeling of, oh God, just get me out of here, that. But for the next 2 days straight. God, they put me in an Uber. God bless that man. We tipped him very well. I bled into his car. Apparently you just bleed from your ass all the time. Why am I bleeding? Because they put the drains in a literal hole in my lower back. They closed all the other incisions. Wasn't bleeding through my...
Bootycum donated $2.
Hello, this is Mark Wildman of Wildman Athletica. And today we are going to talk about kettlebells versus dumbbells for core contraction. And this is in relation to a video I made a couple of weeks ago about how to get abs when you're old.
Okay, so this guy's a retard.
And the answer is yes, sort of. Let's grab a kettlebell and a dumbbell and then we will visual center, which means that the center of mass is directly in the center. That differs from a kettlebell because the handle is not in the center. So because the center of mass is way out here on the outside of the kettlebell, they have different properties and they force the body to fire in different ways. So gravity is pushing this weight straight down because the center of mass is in the center and not on the outside. Dumbbells are kind of not. You can use dumbbells any way you want, that's the beauty of them, but they don't have the same property. When I'm holding, say, the weight and it's on this side of my body, it's pulling me that way, this side down, this side is contracting to keep me from falling over. But it's pulling me, it's pushing straight down on this. The weight is also pulling this way, away from my body, instead of pushing straight down. The kettlebell, by its very nature and its offset center of mass.
This guy is an actual fucking retard. Like, genuinely, outrageously fucking stupid. like, you understand you do exercises with these weights? So, like, this isn't an exercise, just holding a weight in your arm. So, like, this idea that, oh, kettlebells are special because the weight's off center. Guess what? What happens when you're doing an exercise? The weight will be off center. Like,
will now in front of our body, dumbbell, getting them designed.
yeah, and notice how this guy is
This is
weak, tiny, unfit dipshit.
errors that people make.
Look at this. Like, this faggot doesn't even lift.
Actually get light.
Like, give me a fucking break. So, people are interested in this kettlebell bullshit because they don't want to train hard. It's hard lifting hundreds of pounds with dumbbells or barbells. It's easy swinging a 40-pound kettlebell around. It's that simple.
Incisions, but the drains will take all the blood out and put them into the JP collector bins, but that isn't quite the full story because those holes have to close up a lot first for only the drains to collect your fluid. And before they close up, there's just a giant hole, and like most of the blood and serous fluid, which is the fluid inside between all your organs of your body, that just comes out, man. And it's awful. They didn't tell us pre-op to get like the adult underwear or anything like that. They put some gauze in there and then it fell out like an hour later. And so there's pictures, we'll put them up maybe if YouTube doesn't cancel these things, of me just bleeding. And I bled on everything. Went back to the hotel room because we stayed in a hotel for a while. Just 3 days later, we had the first initial post-operative look-see with the doctor, post-operative appointment, and then we could drive back to the Detroit area in which Crystal, my wife, and I live. And so those 2 days in the Doubletree Hotel in Chicago, Illinois, were like hell, I guess, like a blur. I wasn't on Percocets most of the time, just every now and again when I couldn't stand being alive anymore. Tylenol actually did a really great job of pain control, believe it or not. And the itching in the binder was crazy. The pain was pretty crazy. They tell you basically can only move in like 2 directions because you can't round your back anymore because it'll pull the stitches out or whatever. And so I had to like remain in a weird position. I don't know, Scott, you ever realize that hotel rooms are really bad places to relax? You either sleep there or you're going and doing other stuff.
Yeah, like just chilling in a
just
hotel room
sitting.
is
There's
weird.
nowhere to sit.
Yeah.
It was terrible. I bled all over the bed, and I ended up sleeping in a puddle of my blood and serous fluid every night. And by every night, I mean like I slept half through the day and mostly was awake halfway through the night. It was just all a blur. I didn't poop for 2 days because of the Percocets. Then I started pooping. I wasn't allowed to bear down. Have you guys ever? When's the last time you guys pooped that you weren't allowed to bear down at all? Like the poop's coming out of your butt, usually like and get it out. Nope, you just have to sit there and wait for it. I had one pooplet take like 45 total seconds to transit out of my colon. It was insane. Shit like that. Can barely wipe my own ass. I mean, you had to take the drains and flush them out and collect them in cups. Just like hell. There's just no better way to say it than hell. My appetite was shit. I was trying to get some food in. It just the worst. The worst. I was totally bloated from surgery, so I was weighing like 240. So I can't sleep on my back if I'm 240 because I have sleep apnea, but I wasn't allowed to.
Mike definitely didn't need the surgery. So yeah, he didn't diet long enough for his bodybuilding show, and he couldn't stick to an actual diet. He was eating fucking protein bars and soft taco shells, like pre-contest. So yeah. Pyro donated $3.
It's also so effective time-wise because you can get a spectacular workout in a very short amount of time.
You're correct, Joe. Maybe this is a good time to discuss the benefits of kettlebell.
So apparently kettlebells manipulate the speed of time, and you can get a better workout in faster because kettlebells affect the space-time continuum.
Versus, let's say, barbells or body weight.
Sure.
That's a very good conversation. That's a question people ask often.
Right.
So I would name these as 3 top modalities for people.
Fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Pyro.
To really sleep on my sides. So like it's just giant question marks for that entire thing. Why am I telling you all this? First of all, it's funny. Second of all, it's real. Third of all, before you assume that surgery is a shortcut or the easy way out because dieting is too hard, walk that back. Because if you think, hey, I'll just get the surgery and it'll be easy, I'll just get rid of all this fat, you will get rid of all the fat, but it will not be easy. I'll say just the first 3 days post-surgery alone, the area under the curve of pain and discomfort is easily the size of 4 or 5 12-week-long, very hardcore fat loss phases. Because in a fat loss phase and a fat loss diet, it's tough, but Scott, you know that Zen shit you hit towards the end of a diet especially, where you're like, low on energy, low on motivation, but you feel so like lean and light and free, and you're so process controlled that you're like, I can do this. You know what I mean?
You're just in it. Yeah.
You're just in it. There is no, you're just in it for the shit, fellas. You're like, get me the fuck out. Like, I meditate. I'm like on mindfulness meditation. It took me a lot of presence to be like, I am in a place of discomfort where nothing I tell myself in my head is going to make me feel better. Somehow I have to architect that into being, I'm okay with it. Like, there was times where I'd wake up in the middle of the night, pace back and forth in the hotel room while my wife was sleeping, and just be like, because some combination of itching and pain was driving me insane. Really, really not fun. You know, for all the like making fun of the Kardashians and Hollywood people like that get 10 of these surgeries a year, and people made of steel, bro. I ain't doing that shit. I thought like, oh, maybe 1 or 2 years later I'll get the whole abdominal procedure to make my waist really small. That as soon as day 2 hit, I was like, I'm never doing this shit again. And then day 5, I was like, I might do this shit again in like 5 years, and robots could do it. And the recovery time's a week versus 8 weeks. It's not fun. So, really, really gnarly stuff. Now, for what? Because a lot of people on social media are like, dude, you don't have any lower back fat and you don't have love handles. You're delusional. I wish I was. So we have some pictures for you. The before, then when I was super fat, 270, roughly 235 pounds. I was pretty lean, but you can see the hanging skin. And then this picture that you're going to see here is going to be taken 4 days post-surgery. When we took the binders off for the first time, you can see my waist from behind looks nothing like it's ever looked in my entire life. The early results, tell you what, like before I saw that, I was like, I don't know why the hell I did this to myself.
Well, by the way, he also got liposuction. He didn't mention this in the video, but he also got liposuction along with the skin removal. So this guy's claiming he's somewhere between 8 to 10% body fat. How in the fuck are you going to get liposuction when you're only 8 to 10% body fat? Like, it doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, no shit. If you literally get the fat removed from around your stomach and waist, your waist is going to be thinner because you got rid of the fat that was there. Like, again, this guy can't stick to a diet. More iconic and well-known, SpongeBob or Goku? Probably SpongeBob.
Oh, I made a huge mistake. I didn't really think I made a mistake, but I was like, I don't know about all this. The first time my wife showed me the video of, she recorded of me looking at my waist, I can't see my own waist. I can't even turn my head to look in the mirror enough at this point. I was like, oh my God. By the way, that's the worst my waist is probably going to look for the next year because the acute swelling is really high. Within about 3 or 4 weeks, the acute swelling comes down. And then there's long-term swelling that legitimately takes up to 1 year or more to come down. So another thing for folks looking into surgery, it's not some shit you do 8 weeks before you go on a cruise. It's a year to a year and a half before you really want to make an impact on your physique somehow. This is really traumatizing stuff. I mean, they cut you with basically a chainsaw. If you guys look at this picture here, it looks like I got cut in half. One of the funniest Instagram comments I received about this was, bad magician, question mark. Sawing the lady in half trick was like, this isn't working, and just kick him out, throw him to the street. So the early results were a breath of fresh air because if my waist gets even slimmer and trimmer than this, I mean, we're really doing it. I had a chance to talk to the doctor a few days after the surgery, and I was like, how did it go, by the way? And he was like, dude, because here's the funny thing. I know my body pretty well. Surprise, I'm self-obsessed, and also this is my profession. And I know how much fat and skin I had, and I know that I had surface level fat just beneath the love handles, and then deeper level of subcutaneous fat, even deeper down. And I told him about it right before he started cutting me open, literally before I went to anesthesia. And he was like, you know what? Yeah, that's really a thing. There are 2 types of subcutaneous fat. There's deep and surface level, and a lot of surgeons don't even kind of know or worry about the deep stuff, so they'll just take the surface level out and they won't address the deep stuff. And I was like, doc, you got to get in there. You got to take all that shit out. He's like, okay, got it. Jesus, shut up. I probably annoyed the shit out of the doctor, poor guy. And so my prediction was going to
So, again, how is that fat there if you're 8 to 10% body fat? Like, he has a bloated stomach that's sticking out. Like, he has a lack of...
What is your thoughts on this dumbbell?
Well, that's just stupid. I don't know why you'd do that. But thanks for the donation, Pyro. Like, you can see plainly he's not 8 to 10% body fat. Like, how is that amount of fat there if you're that lean? This is just so silly. So, I guess there wasn't water in there, huh? They didn't remove any water? Like, it's just so stupid. He's like, oh yeah, there's water there. Like, okay, so then why didn't they just remove water? Like, this is so stupid.
Be a lot of stuff that came out of it, and that you're really going to be able to snatch the waist super tight. He was like, okay, we'll do our best. Afterwards, he was like, we were able to snatch it real tight. And I was like, see? And he was like, yeah, you're right. And then later, Crystal asked him how much the tissue weighed. And he was like, we took out approximately 4 pounds of fat and skin. Scott, that's pretty gnarly, huh? That's gnarly. 4 pounds of that shit, fellas. So the early results.
Yeah, dude, again, it wouldn't be possible for you to have that much fucking fat if you're at 8 to 10% body fat. Like, get fucking real, dude. Yeah, they didn't remove 4 pounds of water, did they?
Results are good enough, and the later results are probably going to get even better. And I've talked to folks like Paul Barnett, for example, who's a pro bodybuilder, a good friend of mine. He told me before, because he had a tummy tuck before, which is the literal reflection of what I had. I had the back tuck. He's like, I was like, how lean is it afterwards? He's like, towards the end of the year, or whatever. He's like, this is going to be the leanest part of your body, and because they took out most of the fat cells, it just doesn't really regain fat unless you get enormous again, which is just not going to happen in my case. So I'm looking forward to having a really shredded lower back and obliques, which is going to be really, really awesome.
So, if you have a problem area where you have a propensity to store body fat there, so let's say in Mike's case, it's his love handles, and you remove all that fat, what ends up happening with people who regain weight after these sorts of procedures is they end up storing more body fat somewhere else. So now, because his body can't store fat in his love handles, he may store a ton of fat in his arms or on his chest or on his stomach or on his ass or on his legs or something. So he might end up having like a new problem area, and it might actually result in like more loose skin or something somewhere else, because the fat's got to go somewhere, right? So this guy just gains way too much weight in the off season. Guarantee you this guy's going to get fatter again. And then when that happens, he may not like some of the changes that happen to his physique, because now he might store body fat in like really fucking weird areas that may contribute to like more loose skin. Like if all that fat that was on his like love handles, if that ends up getting stored on his chest and he gets a droopy chest, like that might be more unsightly.
Now, I'm recording this exactly 1 week after surgery. Right now, this is 1 week after surgery. Do not let this fool you. Yes, I'm back to my usual verby self. 5 days ago, I was on the phone with my parents, 2 days after surgery. And they were like, Misha, how are you? And I was like, I'm okay. Every single thing I had to say was like lifting the world's heaviest stone. You get hurt from this procedure. It is not this miracle thing, like Fifth Element style, where they take you apart and put you back together and you feel miraculous right after. It ain't it, man. This is brutal. It's like 1880s type of shit. It is terrible. And right now, I look like I do okay, but after this recording, it won't show you this, but me getting out of a chair, I have to like slowly get up, have my chest up the entire time. I can barely turn over in bed. This is some really wacky shit, you guys. So for me, it's worth it to me, for sure. The love handle thing has been bothering me for too long. But it's not easy. Listen, I would love to say that it's easy, because I'm super pro surgery, which I'll talk about in just a bit. I'd love to say that this is easy and it's great and everyone should get it. It's not easy. I'm not trying to wave my own flag. Oh, boo-hoo, it's so hard. I'm actually impressed by old bitches that get their titties in, because like that shit is traumatizing. Not easy at all, holy crap. Worth it to me for sure, because I have some hangups about my love handles. I just don't want them around anymore. Is it worth it to you? That is only a decision you can make for yourself. Watch as many YouTube videos about people's procedures as you can. Look up a lot of before and after pictures. Potentially talk to folks that have gotten the surgery themselves. There's tons of these people on social media, by the way. They love to talk about it. It's great. Look at both the upside and the downside, and how long the recovery time takes, and the risks, and the financial costs, because this shit costs like thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of dollars. If it's worth it to you on a calm, sobering analysis, it'll probably be one of the best decisions you've ever made. If it's anything less than worth it to you, you might as well.
I'm fucking bored, Tony Chillers. Do you agree with Ben's analysis about the Canadian election? Starts at 101.
Alrighty, folks, lots of news happening in the world. An election.
I can't watch this for too long, dude.
The election result. Mark Carney, who replaced Justin Trudeau, you can call him ugly Justin Trudeau. So basically, if Justin Trudeau is handsome Bernie Sanders, then Mark Carney is ugly Justin Trudeau. His Liberals are now projected to win the Canadian election, according to the Wall Street Journal. They were set to win a fourth term in national elections on Monday. Fourth consecutive term. So, I mean, well done on you guys, Canada. Ooh, boy. You make some choices you're going to have to live with up there. It wasn't clear whether the Liberals would actually win a majority of seats or a smaller share that would require them to win support from other parties to govern. That'd make a very large difference, by the way. If they only have enough seats in the Canadian Parliament that they have to form a coalition with another party, that still leaves them vulnerable to the possibility of some sort of vote of no confidence in the future. If, however, they have a pretty solid majority in the Parliament, then you get 4 years of Mark Carney up in Canada. Carney is the former head of the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England. He is like a World Bank IMF guy. He is very much in line with the sort of Green New Deal, relatively open borders, Justin Trudeau policy. His expected victory, says the Wall Street Journal, is
So that's not true. Liberals cut down their immigration targets. Like, that was when Justin Trudeau was in power, by the way.
Remarkable one for a party headed for defeat at the start of the year. Again, the Conservatives had a more than 20-point lead in January. And a lot of that was because of Justin Trudeau's mismanagement, anger over inflation, high housing costs, immigration, insane social leftism. And then something happened. And the thing that happened, tariffs, and that Trump was wrong on.
Yeah, whatever. Ben's an idiot. Thanks for the donation. I'm fucking bored.
We'll just like get beat the shit out of and bit up by a grizzly bear because you'll get the same amount of recovery and cool pictures of yourself bleeding half to death. But at least you have a few questions. Not as many as I'd expect, actually. On my social media, on my Instagram, because I post all these pictures kind of the day after, the question was something like, it was a bit more of an accusation of like being a fitness influencer who, you know, has RP Hypertrophy app, RP Diet Coach app, a team of coaches. Ostensibly, you're supposed to be helping people reach their best. You know, how can you possibly be such a hypocrite and do plastic surgery? And that is a very good question. That is a very good question because it looks like hypocrisy. It looks like hypocrisy, but isn't. I'm a hypocrite on many, many things. This is not one of them. I'll tell you why. I am for using every single kind of technology, including diet, training, drugs, already use those, surgery, and even in the future, genetic engineering and cyber enhancement to get to whatever you want your body to look and feel and be shaped like and be capable of, because it's your body. I believe that you own your body. You should be able to do anything you want with it as long as you're an informed adult and it doesn't hurt anyone else around you in a literal physical way. So to me, there is no moral distinction between cleaning up your diet, doing some cardio, doing some training, and doing some drugs on top of that, as long as you're not cheating in a federation in which it's, you know, like competing in a drug-free bodybuilding or something like that. And surgery goes right in there along with that. And to me, this is a big part of what I call the aesthetic revolution. It probably started in a big way with the...
Is it almost time to share Frank's videos with your 230 concurrent viewers, which includes dozens of hate watchers, so he can benefit from you reacting to him? I wonder how much business you've generated for him. You don't negatively affect him by reacting.
I feel that I do. At the very least, I know for sure it makes him feel uncomfortable. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
The arrival of Ozempic and tirzepatide. An ability for humans who now more turn on some heavy metal, get the sawdust out. Yeah.
And then hating myself.
All right, well, Mike's stupid, but we already knew that. All right, Frank Tufano Mentz.
You guys know I've been dealing.
Illuminati agent uses corrupt Freemason judge to ruin my life. By the way, every time he says the Illuminati, what he really means is Jews. He's a massive anti-Semite.
With a lot of negative things, and this is probably the most pressing matter. You know, it's hard not to worry when, you know, people are trying to take away your home, your own personal assets, you know, wrongly, you know, with corruption. You know, after everything I've been through, my failed businesses, you know, being financially crippled, like, these people are still coming after me, and it's nothing short of disgusting. So first I'm going to read the order from the judge, which prevents me from explaining this entire backstory. That defendants are enjoined from making public statements referencing that plaintiff copied, plagiarized, stole, or otherwise improperly used defendants.
Oh my god, this is great. So he's talking about the Paul Saladino lawsuit. Frank lied about Paul, claimed he was stealing and copying his content, and then he went above and beyond. He also said that Paul Saladino is a child rapist. He made a website using Paul Saladino's name, which goes against a number of like libel laws, business laws. He essentially used, you know, an intellectual property belonging to Paul to harm his business. Paul Saladino sued him. Frank lost the lawsuit, and I think it was by default judgment. And now they have to settle damages, and I don't think they're going to end up settling out of court. Frank is battling this in court right now. Paul's seeking $2.8 million in damages. So Frank is on the hook for $2.8 million. Paul Saladino requested that it be a jury trial. So the the actual amount that Frank Tufano may have to pay, it could be more, it could be less. It depends on what the jury thinks it should be, and it might not be a jury trial. It could just be a judge, but we'll have to see. So the jury could determine that, okay, only 1.8 million damages were, done. They could determine $5 million worth of damages, but, Paul Saldino's asking for 2.8 million in damages, which is a lot of fucking money. So Frank, if he has to pay that kind of money, he's screwed fucking big time. And he's probably going to have to give up a bunch of his assets and shit, if he has any. Jalen, donate $2. What do you think of the character Kratos? Did his character get better over time? I think God of War 4 and 5, he was simp, especially with that girl who tried to kill him. I don't necessarily think the character direction he went in was bad. Like, it is an older, more mature Kratos who could, like, reflect on his past deeds. I know the original creator of God of War really didn't like where the story went. But I thought God of War 2018 was pure, utter dog shit. The newest one, Ragnarok, was great, though. That was a good game, and the story was pretty good. My only big complaint with that game is that there's so many times where they undermine Kratos' strength. So you'll have to jump like a 10-foot gap, and Kratos can literally lift like just literal mountains. Like, he can lift an infinite amount of weight practically, but he can't jump more than 10 feet. It doesn't make sense. And they included a bunch of environmental puzzles where, oh, I guess I'll swing across this gap. I have to move this lever here so that a thing can swing out. So I can swing across the gap. Like, that was just stupid. But, the game overall was good. I don't think he became a simp. But yeah, the old Kratos, he would have just killed his enemies. I think there could be reasons for that, and they might explore it in other other games that are coming out. He is immortal, he can't die, and he wants to die. And he may be asking, like, trying to find some sort of forgiveness from the gods to let him die or something. Who knows? Thanks for the donation, though, Jalen.
You probably won't comment on this, but Frank really seems to be on the edge. He's addicted to 7-0, vape store heroin, his business is falling apart, his eyes are crooked, everyone is out to get him, his family disowned him. He will likely hurt himself.
Can't say I'm not looking forward to it. Yeah, if he's gone from this plane of existence, the world will be a better place. So that'll be just fine. That's fine by me. Thanks for the donation, Mental Health.
I'm the defendant.
I've only played Prince of Persia on GameCube. I liked that game. Never played any of the sequels.
Or any other third party's work, engages in dishonest practices in connection with his business, trade, or profession, abuses prescription or illegal drugs, improperly or illegally manipulates social media posts or engages in any inappropriate sexual content, ordered, adjudged, and decreed that defendants are directed to forthwith remove and delete all of the defamatory videos on defendants' YouTube.
Dodo donated $2. Do you genuinely get happy seeing Frank crying and upset? Yes. Does that make you actually happy off his suffering and anxiety, or do you just think it's funny? Like, I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. Like, his stupid nonsense makes me laugh and it cheers me up. Do you look forward to Frank suffering more? Yes. Who would you rather see suffer, Frank, Jasmine, or John Venus family? Definitely Frank. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
YouTube channel related to plaintiff as further set forth. So I am not allowed to talk about the plaintiff as far as I know. And if you guys could please share this video, I need as much help as possible. People support my business in the meantime because basically this corrupt secret society, Illuminati agent, whatever group he's a part of, is using his connection to likely Freemason judge to just...
So, Frank clearly committed libel. He accused Paul Saladino of being a child rapist and even made a whole website about it. And then he's saying the Illuminati is out to get me when he clearly broke the law. And Frank didn't even defend himself in court. I don't know what he was doing, but this lawsuit was going on. He never got any legal representation, didn't show up for his court dates. And then he's saying, oh, the Illuminati made it so the judge was corrupt. Like, you didn't get legal representation. You didn't show up for your court dates. Like, that's what happens.
In all seriousness, why should anyone care? He's a horrible person.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Just go after me and ruin my life because this case is completely unjustified. The best way for me to explain this is to read my filing in the Second Circuit Court of Appeals because it sums up everything. So this is the plaintiff versus me, Frank Tufano, and my old business LLC, Frankie's Strange Meat LLC, as defendants. And before I get into anything, guys, this shouldn't be a problem because...
No, Richard, you cannot react to Rape Tufano's public YouTube content. You cannot watch his public crash outs and observe the consequences of his actions unfolding. Rape.
No, I absolutely can. Thanks for the donation, Rape.
You know, the business he's suing went out of business in New York, and we started a new business in Pennsylvania.
So he's lying about this? None of this is true?
And I have no personal assets. I'm broke. You know, I've never been able to pay myself on this business. And as a result of this lawsuit and previous one...
So he's lying. How do you think he afforded that $30,000 plastic surgery he got? He's also living in a house, as you can see. Clearly, he pays himself. If he didn't, then he wouldn't be able to have a house, have a car, like, have anything. He'd be living on the floor of his warehouse. So he's just lying.
Now that the Liberals won a gauge in Canada, have you made up your mind about moving to the States?
Well, there's practically no way I'd be able to move to the States. I don't even think I'd necessarily even want to, especially under like a Trump administration. And it's too early to say whether or not it would be worth leaving Canada because it is a new Liberal administration. I don't know if they're going to ruin the country, but we'll see. Thanks for the donation, Zane. So, Frank's, like, again, also lying. These court documents are public because this lawsuit involves monetary damages. Frank had to actually show his tax documents. His tax documents were subpoenaed. He took in about $5 million in gross revenue last year. Now, he does have expenses and operating costs, so, you know, he has several employees, he has to buy equipment for his business, he's had to, like, pay money for his refrigeration systems and stuff, he had to get, like, HVAC repair, he also has to, like, pay money for the product he's selling. So I don't know what his net income is, but he made $5 million in gross revenue last year. So for him to say, I make no money, like, what do they expect to get out of me? Like, the guy's making $5 million in gross revenue. So he's just full of shit.
Can you read the comments? I want to see if his viewers are supporting him or if they are no. How do you know when Frank uploads? Since you are not subscribed to him, do you check his channel daily, and does he have you blocked, or can you comment in his channel?
I'm definitely blocked on his channel. My comments don't show up. And yeah, I just periodically check to see if he's uploaded anything. Nietzsche, after staring into the abyss for too long. Is the plaintiff Paul Saladino? Yes, he made a video against Paul, and also one of his friends made a website with clown pics of Paul, which is the reason for the lawsuit. Frank basically provoked him and got what he wanted. He didn't get a friend to make the website for him. Oh my god. Yes, it is. The case number confirms this. Oh, dude, he showed the case number. He might be held in contempt of court for this. Illuminati gang stalking you, better call Saul. Man went from dunking on vegans to developing full-blown schizophrenia. Wild, not gonna lie. This is great. He who represents himself in court has a fool for a client. Where the hell is his family? I don't understand why he implied he has no family anymore. I understand there's certain strictness, but he's obviously mentally unwell. I just don't understand how a mother or father could see their own son like this and abandon him, even if there's drama with the business. It's money and debt important than family, of course. It's not my... Frank's a complete cunt. So, like, I don't know what goes on behind the scenes, but it wouldn't surprise me that his family's just done with him because they're like, okay, you're a retard, we can't help you. But, man, even his own audience thinks he's a joke.
If Frankie were accused of being raped by some random girl, was vegan and a cyclist, then Richard here would not be reacting to him. Anything else though, that's fine. Reacting to a guy promoting a meat to your dozens of hate watchers is fine. Why?
Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
I actually lost my job through tortious interference. The whole reason I don't have my family anymore is because these evil people included my family in the lawsuit, which caused a lot of psychological distress to my family, and they treated me very horribly, and I haven't spoken with them since. So normally.
So he's lying about this. He had a lawsuit with his ex-business partner, Adam. Apparently his mother was in some way connected to the business, and they had a court-ordered subpoena to look at some of her emails or something. And then after that, his parents wanted him out of the house because they knew he was doing illegal shit, and then they didn't want to be roped into any of the lawsuit that was going on. So they kicked him out. He was also acting like a complete asshole. He wasn't paying any rent. They were even paying for his car. And he was making videos about how his family's stupid for taking the vaccine. He was treating them like shit because he's one of these fucking insane retards who thinks, like, the vaccine has some sort of microchip inside of it, and there's, like, that vaccine shedding thing where people who are vaccinated spread disease. And he was, like, deliberately trying to avoid them, telling them that they can't use, like, the same, like, pots and pans or something he was using. This is while he's living in his parents' house, not paying any rent, and he's talking shit about them on his YouTube channel and then treating them like crap. And then on top of that, he ended up getting them roped into the lawsuit. And Again, there's probably more shit going on behind the scenes where he treated them like fucking crap and he's just lying about everything.
Normally the judge would dismiss a case if people ruin your life, but not here. So, you know, I really have nothing left, and...
Well, if they do, please don't move to the States, though instead maybe move to some European country, at least one that's decent, instead anything but the States.
I really like the weather in Florida, though. It'd be nice never having to deal with winter. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
These people are still going after me. And this, to briefly sum it up, if you guys don't want to watch this whole thing, the plaintiff's lawyer is going after me and trying to link business income from outside entities to try to prove that I have income, because he couldn't find any bank accounts, he couldn't find any money, because I'm broke, I have no assets, I have $400,000 in credit card debt. These people are morons, and they're still going after me because he spent like $100,000 on his lawyer. This lawyer took him for a...
Yeah, so again, his tax filings were subpoenaed. We know that he brings in $5 million in gross revenue. I don't know what his net income is because the tax documents only showed gross revenue. But regardless, if you wronged somebody and there's damages, then you have to pay them back in reparations.
ride, and he's taking it out on me. So this has been officially filed now that I fired my second lawyer and am defending myself.
Oh my god. Oh, dude, this is so bad. Oh, he's losing. Oh, dude, this is gonna be so horrible. He fired his lawyer and he's gonna represent himself. It's over. It's so over.
So, summary of argument. This case at hand has broken 3 categories of the judicial process. It has not followed the court code of conduct. Legal malpractice has occurred against Frank Tufano by both his own attorney, Jeffrey Davis Esquire, and the plaintiff's attorney, David D. Lind. Honestly, and probably the second attorney that I recently fired because he didn't do anything.
Hopefully Canada opens up the country to more Islamic immigration. We need more Muslim immigration into Canada, especially if they're from Syria, Afghanistan. That way we can increase the GDP. By the way, you said GDP growth has been stagnant. That's false.
There's only been 1% GDP growth year on year, which is the lowest out of any G7 nation. On top of that, inflation has been outpacing GDP growth. So people are just poor. So cost of living has outpaced wage increases. So everyone's just more poor. Thanks for the donation though, Omar.
Oh, please don't move to Florida. Is a racist state run by that Nazi who banned books about the Holocaust itself.
I mean, none of that stuff really affects me personally, so if I move to Florida, the only thing I'd really have to worry about is just, I guess, crazy people. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Anything or help me. And Frank Tufano has also been denied his First and Seventh Amendment rights. Because of this court misconduct, legal malpractice, and rights violation, a default judgment has been granted against Frank Tufano and Frankie's Strange Meat LLC. However,
default judgment was granted because Frank never showed up for any court dates and didn't defend himself in court. CDG donated $2 eating a bowl with like 400 plus grams of oatmeal from Canada I found at Costco. Oh my god, Canadian crops taste so much better than the crappy oatmeal grown in the US. Think Canadian crops don't have the shitty pesticides and crap, plus I have salt and sugar in it. Yeah, none of that is true. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
However, the initial default was never properly served to either defendant. The entire proceedings and basis of the case are on a fraudulent affidavit filed by David D. Lynn Esquire, who is again the plaintiff's attorney, the enemy in this case. Argument. A. Proper service for the initial default judgment was not made. Jeffrey Davis Esquire, who was Frank Tufano's attorney at the start of the case, withdrew on February 8, 2021. Sometime thereafter, plaintiff David D. Lynn Esquire filed a motion for default with the court and claimed to have served it on both defendants. So he claimed that I received a notice of default, which I never did. Frank Tufano had not been made aware of any court proceedings as his lawyer had withdrawn from the case, and he was not served any documentation. Frank Tufano's domicile of residence at the time was in the Bronx, New York. However, no court documents mention that address as a location of service.
That doesn't matter. None of that matters. Like, this is why this guy shouldn't represent himself. Dude, he is so fucked. Dodo donate $2. Frank is pretty resilient. I think he will go homeless and bankrupt before he ends himself. I don't know what it'll take, if anything. Also, VG, maybe you can move to Hawaii and do some raw BBC collabs, fully raw Christina. Florida has hurricanes and Ron DeSantis. I don't know if I'd like Hawaii. Not sure. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I submitted proof of my driver's license. I was on food stamps at the time, which required me to be in the city, which doesn't make sense because I believe this notice of default was served against my parents, which is total court misconduct, totally illegal. David D.
CDG donators, you're disputing that Canada probably has higher food quality standards than the US. A little weird thing to say, especially when you usually hate the US. As far as how food is grown, no, it's exactly the same. Now, when you're talking about processed food products, generally speaking, yes, like the food quality in Canada is better because they can't add like fillers to the food like they can in the US because Canadians won't eat it. So one of the best examples of this is like Hershey chocolate bars. In the US, they add wax to Hershey's chocolate bars because it reduces the cost, and Americans are like just disgusting gluttons who don't taste food. So they'll just eat it anyway. If they sell that same product in Canada, no one will buy it because Canadians think it tastes like crap. So a lot, like when you're talking about processed food products, the food quality is generally better, but it's not because it's like there's like some food safety regulations that exist here. It's because Canadians won't buy it unless it actually tastes good. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. CDG donate tillers, come to Central California so I can talk to you, please. I don't think I'd ever move to California. I'd be fine with visiting, but I don't think I'd ever want to move there. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
What's wrong with Hawaii?
I just don't know much about it. I don't know if I'd actually like living there. I'm sure the weather's good, but I don't know what the people are like. I don't know what some of the laws and regulations are like. Don't know what some of the cities are like, whether or not it's fun to live there or if it's boring. So I don't know. I just don't know enough about it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
After Frank legal raping, let's watch Destiny legal rape. Haven't watched yet, but Destiny goes over a court hearing transcript at timestamp 2348. Is Pixie the raped?
This is why I said
Let's see, 2348. We can watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Rape.
Lynn Esquire's first legal malpractice was knowingly filing the fraudulent affidavit of service for the default judgment, which the court accepted, meaning the district court is not adhering to the proper judicial proceedings and is guilty of misconduct themselves. Immediately upon becoming aware of the default, Frank Tufano rehired Jeffrey Davis to file a motion to vacate the default, which was denied because it did not abide by the court's rule of practice. Now, the way I found out about the default was because that lawyer, Jeffrey Davis, that was screwing me over, notified me of it. But I have filed other cases against this lawyer and everything, but every case I file, the judges don't do anything. They're just colluding against me. I filed dozens and dozens of cases. I filed I filed cases against their lawyer, my lawyer, no one stepping in to help, which is why
I suspect Frank didn't pay his lawyer. I think that's what probably happened. He didn't pay him, and some of what happened had to do with that.
I'm making this video. I've exhausted everything I can do. B. Frank Tufano's First and Seventh Amendment rights have been violated. The whole premise of the case against Frank Tufano is based in slander defamation. However, all statements made by Frank Tufano on his social media channels should have been protected by his First Amendment right to freedom of speech, as all statements made...
Freedom of speech does not protect fucking libel, you idiot. You can't say somebody raped a child and then say, oh, free speech. Dodo Donatillers, do you think Frank will try to take anyone else out before he ends himself? Is he a danger to the public? He doesn't take me as somebody who's particularly violent. Like, if it were Sverige having this kind of mental meltdown, then I'd say yeah. But Frank doesn't really take me as somebody who would do something like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Oh, wait. Also, VG, how come you don't network with other vegan YouTubers anymore? You kind of have your own circle. Ask yourself, Avi, Militant Vegan Trash. Sorry, Militant Vegan Tash. Not the typical community. I don't like most vegan YouTubers, and yeah. Like, if you look at, look at the last time I did a collab with another vegan YouTuber, fucking John Venus. Look how that worked out. And there's so many other, There's so many other people who are also scumbags. Like, there's another Canadian vegan, well, he's not vegan. What's his name? Simnet Nutrition. He's a fake vegan, feeds his cats meat, anti-vaxxer, absolute fucking retarded dickhead. I'd never collab with that piece of shit. And then there's like Brian Turner. I've never had any problems with him specifically, but Brian Turner has done a lot of videos with Simnet Nutrition. So I don't really trust the guy. Like, who else? Like, there's Nimai Delgado. He's dating, what's her name? Bianca Taylor, who's fucking crazy. She's a pro-pally retard. Like, there's practically nobody that I could actually collab with. Like, everyone just is untrustworthy, is an idiot, has problems. So, yeah. There's a small group of people that I'm cool with talking to and stuff, but most other people are just fake vegans, liars, retards, dumb shits. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I just ate such a big bowl of oatmeal with salt and sugar. I'm so full, Richard. My stomach hurts now. Also, California is nice, you gotta give it a chance. At least move to the West Coast then so I can stalk you. I said stalk, not talk, lol. You dyslexic.
I don't think I'm going to move to the West Coast, but thanks for the donation, CDG. Glad you enjoyed your oatmeal. Nicholas donated $2. I just bought 4 kilograms of cheap protein powder and it's disgusting. Don't want to waste it. What can I do to make it taste better? I don't know, dude. Probably just sucks. You could try adding some artificial sweetening to it, but I don't know if that'll actually improve the taste. You might have to just, dig deep and chug it down. Thanks for the donation, Nicholas. Not CDG donated $2. I can already see how it will end. Frank stands before a judge with a fresh pressed, tailored suit and botched nose job to match his eyes and yells at the judge and jury, "I am broke, the Illuminati has you all," and ends up in a straitjacket for life. Yeah, I could see that happening. That'd be funny. Thanks for the donation, not CDG.
Well, in Hawaii there is a beautiful beach with a big city surrounded by a huge tropical rainforest with many exotic bird species. Sadly, many of them are either now endangered or even now extinct because the rainforests are being drowned down so hotels can be bullied.
Alright, well, I guess that's not good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I've lived in Southern California all my life, so I can say for certain, people are very fake and phony here. It's grossly overpriced and overrated. The only thing that you would love about this place is that there is no snow.
Ugh. Yeah. Not having to deal with winter would be fucking fantastic. I'm pretty goddamn antisocial, so I don't think the people being phony would be too much of an issue for me, because I wouldn't bother being around people anyway. There's a lot of problems with California. I think with climate change, it's just going to get worse. So more extreme weather, forest fires, crap like that. I don't think it's a good idea to move to California. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Dodo donated $2. Find it funny you have your own vegan ecosphere entirely separate from the community that you used to network with and be part of. It's like a separate world of vegan YouTubers, and it's mostly just you. It's pretty small, but it's funny. Alright, well thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Made by Frank Tufano, to his knowledge, were either factually correct or his own personal opinion. Frank Tufano was never granted his right to a jury trial. The 7th Amendment ensures that in suits at common law, where the value in controversy exceeds $20, the right to a jury trial will be preserved. Judge Nelson Stephen Roman has made...
He never asked for a jury trial. Like, he's such an idiot. And Paul Saladino actually requested for a jury when it comes to determining damages.
all decisions in this case in favor of the plaintiff. Frank Tufano would prefer a trial of his peers to make any and all decisions in this case matter. This whole case is completely corrupt and ridiculous. And the fact that these people are allowing this, like, I can't do anything. What am I supposed to do? All my lawyers have screwed me over. The judges are screwing me over. The court is screwing me over. Every other court and judge is screwing me over. All I can do is go on social media and try to expose these people and ask for help from you guys. C. Malpractice by both lawyers and violation of court code of conduct. Frank Tufano is not clear when the entity, Frankie's Free Range Meat LLC, was amended into the lawsuit, but it was not included in the initial filing, and Frank Tufano's lawyer on record made no attempt at the time to dispute the addition of the entity. This is misconduct on the end of the court and malpractice by Jeffrey Davis Esquire, as the entity was completely irrelevant to the subject. All right. I actually made an error here. It's supposed to be malpractice by their plaintiff, their lawyer, the plaintiff, David Lynn, as the entity was completely irrelevant to the subject matter at hand and should obviously been denied and omitted. So their lawyer should not have added my business to the lawsuit because it was completely irrelevant. And there's no way the court should have allowed that. The judge should not have allowed him to do that. It's completely irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant because Frank used his business to slander Paul, so he's lying.
Relevant. After several more court motions and Jeffrey Davis Esquire's failure to work in Frank Tufano's interest, Jeffrey Davis withdrew from the case again on April 11th. This was confirmed by a phone call Jeffrey Davis Esquire had made to Frank Tufano, making verbal threats that he would physically injure Frank Tufano. Frank Tufano later found out that Jeffrey Davis Esquire was friends with Frank Tufano's former business partner, who he was in a legal dispute.
CDG donations hit the back of my damn hand after lifting weights slightly, and now my fingers are locking up and shit. This is my jacking hand. How in the fuck am I supposed to masturbate now, nigga? Don't you dare fucking tell me to use the other hand. No, I won't pay. Maybe you could use your foot? Maybe you could get some, like, dude or something to jerk you off. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
With. Therefore, Frank Tufano believes Jeffrey Davis Esquire was purposefully working against his interest to benefit the plaintiff. Yeah, I mean, that lawyer actually called me up and said he was going to kill me and all this crazy.
Thanks for the membership, Lulzy. Appreciate it.
Crazy stuff. Like, it's so ridiculous what these people can get away with. You guys can go leave Google reviews for Jeffrey Davis Esquire if you want to do that, but they'll probably just have them removed. That's probably the biggest culprit in this whole case. That guy screwed me over in the beginning. Literally, I hired him to help me, and then he worked in favor of his secret society buddies to screw me over. And then this was my whole separate issue with my business partner. The court case, Tufano versus American Arbitration.
Could Frank fraud Maxand get diagnosed with schizophrenia? Would that help him get out of the trial?
Probably not. This is a civil case. I don't know if you could use mental health as a defense in a civil case. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Dodo donators, someone has to bait Frank into becoming a sovereign citizen. Also, will you do Fully Rock Christina collab? If you go to Hawaii, at least she promoted a neo-Nazi once, right? But Dr. Avi promotes Trump and you still associate with him, so I don't see a big difference. I wouldn't say he promotes Trump, but there is certainly a big difference between voting for Trump and literally being friends with a fucking Nazi. But no, I would not do a collab with Fully Rock Christina. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Association demonstrates Jeffrey Davis Esquire's bias against Frank Tufano, where he unwillingly consented Frank Tufano to an arbitration, which ultimately...
Would you mind giving me a short summation of what Frank did to get himself into trouble? I'm behind.
He basically slandered Paul Saladino. He was claiming that Paul was stealing his video content. And he also claimed that Paul Saladino was having inappropriate sexual relationships with children in Costa Rica. That's basically what happened. And Paul sued him, Frank lost the lawsuit, and now he's still being stupid. Thanks for the donation, even now.
Ultimately costed him tens of thousands of dollars for his business to fail. Frank Tufano filed this lawsuit against the association and Jeffrey Davis Esquire, where an agreement was made. Regardless of whether Jeffrey Davis Esquire worked in Frank Tufano's interest or not, the initial default judgment documents were never properly served. Therefore, Frank Tufano requests that the default judgment be vacated and the case be restored to offer Frank Tufano a fair judicial process.
That's never going to happen. He lost by default judgment. You can't reverse that and reopen the case. Like, he's such an idiot. Again, he probably fired his lawyer because his lawyer explained this to him and said, you can't do that. And he also realized it would cost money that he probably doesn't really have to have this lawyer. But, like, oh my God, this is so bad. He's going to lose just horribly. Dodo donate to lawyers. One example is the now extinct. Here is the hunting call of the very last specimen of the species. Man, humanity is such garbage. Yes, that's terrible. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Do you hate Frank more than Paul Saladino? No, I hate Paul more.
Yeah, so this lawyer screwed me over, but because he also screwed me over in the other cases, I lost my business in New York, essentially. So everything they were going after, they caused to lose, too. D, further malpractice by David D. Lynn Esquire, the plaintiff's attorney. David D. Lynn Esquire committed further legal malpractice in attempts to create an illusion of Frank Tufano's personal wealth. David D. Lynn Esquire was granted subpoenas by the court to obtain financial records for the entities so that the court may grant judgment. David D. Lynn Esquire used these subpoenas with fraudulent and malicious intent to obtain financial records from outside entities and then attempted to link those outside entities not named in this case matter to Frank Tufano's personal income. It's important to note that Frank Tufano's former business, Frankie's Strange Meat LLC, ceased operation.
His business did not cease operation.
In 2021 when they went out of business. This means
his website is literally still online. It's literally called Frankie's Free Range Meat.
Any financial records obtained past that point could not be linked to the Frankie's Free Range Meat LLC entity as it is not actively conducting business.
Like, he's just lying.
Yeah, you guys know the whole fiasco with my business partner, and we got thrown out of New York, and that's what they're going after. Like, it doesn't make any sense. The organizations Shopify and PayPal did not obey with the entities named on the subpoena, as they sent documentation from other LLCs, which were not directly tied to the business entity in question, Frankie's Strange Meat LLC. The fact that this financial documentation was obtained for the years 2022, 2023, and 2024 means that it cannot possibly be linked to the Frankie's Strange Meat LLC entity. This mixing of entities and discretion was not recognized by either David D. Lynn Esquire or the court, continuing his committal of legal malpractice and further the district court's failure to follow proper judicial proceedings. E. Plaintiff's claim for monetary damages is fabricated. The plaintiff, a wealthy doctor, has funneled almost $100,000 to his lawyer in attempts to harm and destroy Frank Tufano's personal life and business, and has largely succeeded in doing so. Frank Tufano felt he was being copied and his ideas and research were stolen, and Frank Tufano's attempts to defend himself on social media resulted in a malicious and tortious response that was further elevated by intentional acts of legal malpractice and judicial misconduct. As a result of this lawsuit and
why is he saying this? Paul has every right to sue him.
others, Frank Tufano lost his business in New York, was abandoned by his family, and ultimately compelled him to get a medical procedure which has resulted him in now being disabled and unable to...
Oh my god. Like, why is he saying this? It's just irrelevant. Oh my
continue his
god.
former business operations. In the time being, plaintiff has amassed hundreds of times of the amount of followers as Frank Tufano across all social media in the tens of millions. Plaintiff has tens of millions of followers on various pages such as Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, and continues to maliciously harass Frank Tufano, who has never exceeded thousands of followers on any social media platforms. If there was any legitimacy to plaintiff's or David D. Lynn's claims...
By the way, he's saying this when he can look at his subscriber count. He has 101,000 subscribers.
Then Frank Tufano would have some reasonable comparable standing in his social media presence, business assets, or able funds to hire proper legal representation, but none of those are proven to be present. Conclusion. There are multiple acts of legal malpractice, court misconduct, and violation of rights that have occurred in this lawsuit that are grounds for dismissal. Frank Tufano requests that he be given a fair trial and that his side of the argument be heard, whether this means the case has to be backtracked to the initial default filing, or that the case be completely dismissed and the plaintiff may bring a new filing, and both the plaintiff and district court may adhere to the court's code of conduct and correct judicial process. Yeah, I mean, if any judge with half a brain...
Dodo donated $2. What if Fully Raw Christina wanted your Fully Raw BBC in her and she was in town in Ottawa? Would you do it? She is vegan, and do you like tall girls? She is tall. Also, I think she will age badly because she gets tons of sun exposure and doesn't wear sunscreen. No, I don't find her particularly attractive, and for various other reasons, I wouldn't bother. And yeah, she's probably gonna not age great because she gets way too much sun exposure. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Read this, they would just throw everything out because, I mean, if this was, if what's been done to me and what these judges and lawyers have done to me were exposed on any level whatsoever, all of them would be out of business. So the plaintiff's lawyer, David Lynn Esquire, I filed multiple lawsuits against him and Shopify to no avail. I filed a motion to quash. These secret society degenerates, Freemason, Illuminati, whatever group they're a part of, they're just working against me. It doesn't have to really go beyond that. Like, this whole situation and everything, it's really overcomplicated to understand everything, but it's just a bunch of,
You ever watch Seven Deadly Sins, Shangri-La Frontier, Solo Leveling, Mob Psycho 100? I was watching Seven Deadly Sins. It ended up getting pretty boring, so I stopped watching it. Never heard of Shangri-La Frontier, never seen Solo Leveling. Have watched Mob Psycho 100. That one's fantastic. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
The elite people in the club trying to shut me down. That's as simple as this gets. Whatever way they try to justify it, they're just trying to make it look legitimate, which is nothing close to legitimate. All I'm really asking is you guys share this as much as possible and try to support me as much as possible. Because although, as I said initially, I shouldn't be at risk here, they're doing some really fishy stuff. They're doing some really fishy stuff. Who's to say that, the people that work at these banks are secret society members? Anyone in any of these affiliations are secret society members, so they can they're screwing me over. They're not following the rules in the court, so why would they follow the rules after the judgments have been granted, Am I going to trust that a discrepancy, if I have a new LLC, am I going to trust that the secret society member at that bank is going to abide by the court order? And I filed a few more appeals and motion in this case. Like, I filed a motion to vacate the default again. I filed an appeal on the initial vacation of the default. And I also filed a motion to remove the entity from the case in addition to that, which explains things further. Like, there's no reason for this judge. I mean, this is all crooked. So if he does grant him the corrupt and crooked and fraudulent default against me and says they can collect money.
Nigga Mob Psycho is like one of the most booty cheeks anime I've ever seen. Demon Slayer is way better than that shit. Also My Hero Academia is lit as well.
Demon Slayer sucks. Mob Psycho 100 was absolutely brilliant. That was a great anime. And My Hero Academia started off really well, got boring as fuck. Didn't pick it up again, but I heard it got better. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
I explained in one appeal that there's no reason to, because Frankie's Strange Meat LLC went out of business, and more significantly, there's already an active judgment against Frankie's Strange Meat LLC because our last shipping bill for UPS wasn't paid because they damaged, I lost like $20,000 worth of packages, so I never paid the UPS bill. But UPS won a court case and got a default judgment against Frankie's Strange Meat LLC because
Another default judgment. Every single court case he's in, he loses by default judgment. What the fuck is going on? Dude. Oh my. He has to be representing himself in these cases. There's no way he has a lawyer. He wouldn't keep losing by default judgment. Bro. What is he doing? Why did you fire your lawyer? Oh my god, this is so bad.
no one was there. We closed. We were out of business.
What an idiot.
So if they're unable to collect on this closed business, why should the judge grant a judgment against the LLC? And the reason I don't want that is because if this crooked lawyer who has done legal malpractice on multiple fronts has a subpoena for Frankie's Strange Meat LLC, he's going to do what he did in this case. He's going to try to get money from other entities, which is completely illegal. That's like if you win a court case against McDonald's and then use it to collect money from Burger King. That's what this lawyer is trying to do, and I would.
That makes no sense, and no, that's not what they're trying to do. Again, Frank's lying.
Put it past him because they already did it. They already did it. He obtained financial documentation after years we were out of business, so it's all really crooked and corrupt.
Yeah, so he was able to get Frank's tax filings. So, again, if Frankie's Free Range Meat LLC doesn't exist, please explain the tax filings showing you getting $5 million in gross revenue. So he's just a liar. Kid Boo $92. Also, what you think of Avatar: The Last Airbender? If that was anime, it'd be my top 5. I've never seen it. I never liked the look of Avatar. I thought the animation style looked really lame. And the show just seemed boring to me, so I've never seen it. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Stuff, and I don't trust any of this, which is why I'm just trying to get this case thrown out, and I need as much help as possible. So, maybe it's meant to be, and they'll take all my stuff, and then I'll just wander around Beverly Hills handing out flyers and putting every plastic surgeon out of business. Yeah, I've always said the reason I'm doing this is because I genuinely believe I'm here to help people, and I try to improve the lives of.
Oh right, the only reason he's doing this is to help people while taking in $5 million in gross revenue.
As many other people as possible. And, there's so many people that need help, and there's so many evil people in this world that, if I was smart, I would have just thrown in the towel years ago. And it's gotten to the point where I don't really have it in me to do this anymore. So, if you guys can support me in any way possible, mainly exposing these people. It goes to show that the court system and laws and everything are a complete joke. It's all a complete joke. Amendment rights don't matter. Laws don't matter. Judicial proceedings don't matter. Nothing matters. Nothing matters. If you're not in the club, they're going to screw you over. Anytime you do something in life, that's the thing to keep in mind. Always keep that in mind. If you I've learned, and I should just stop going to court and stop wasting my time. There's no reason. There's no reason to get involved in the court system in any capacity whatsoever. The court, I was using social media to try to defend myself and defend my business and my well-being. And then these people use the court system to destroy you.
You know, Frank really didn't need eye surgery. He looked just fine. I often forget how botched his surgery is 'cause it's become normal to me. Frank is the raped.
Yeah, Frank's just outrageously stupid and just makes dumb decision after dumb decision. Thanks for the donation, Rape.
That's all it's for. The court system, I should have said this at the beginning, the court system is simply a tool for secret society members, Freemason, Illuminati, all these secret society groups and organizations. If you haven't seen the movie The Good Shepherd, watch it. The court system is simply a tool for these people to destroy the lives of...
Is caffeine bad for you? Recently been drinking a lot to compensate for sleep. Also you play the Silent Hill 2 remake. It's legit Kino. You my goat as always, bro.
The Silent Hill 2 remake was fucking terrible. That was one of the worst games I've ever played in my fucking life. Caffeine can be good for you. It seems to be a potent antidepressant, seems to prevent type 2 diabetes. The issue is it does negatively impact sleep, so you want to make sure that you don't have caffeine about 9 to 13 hours before you sleep. So you should only really have it in the morning, or maybe early afternoon, depending on when you go to bed. But thanks for the donation, KKVG is my goat. Dodo donate
I find it disgusting you make fun of Frank. You're not the one being targeted. You have no idea what it's like being a target individual, having electromagnetic radiation altering the DNA of your brain. Frank exposed the vax hoax and they don't like it.
No, I think Frank is just suffering from early onset schizophrenia. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan Runner. Dodo donator, him taking in 5 million gross revenue doesn't mean he's making a profit, VG. He also said in his video that he has 400K in credit card debt. I believe it. Often restaurants, for example, will operate in debt for years before going out of business. Well, I understand that. But knowing Frank, chances are he's just stupid. He probably could have made money, but he's just too dumb to make money. So, who knows? In any case, the worse off Frank is, the better. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Frank's eyes were so fucked up before he looked like a transvestite with mascara and tape that pulled them down on the sides. He looked strange. The sad part is, he looks better with his crooked and wobbly eyes.
I don't think so. I noticed, if you look at older videos on his channel, his face changed substantially. I don't know if that's due to just him being, like, getting older, or if it had something to do with, maybe some other cosmetic procedures he had, or, maybe, like, I know he suntanned a lot. It may have negatively impacted his skin and shit like that. Let me see. So yeah, look at his eyes here. This is from 6 years ago versus there. Like, his skin clearly got more wrinkly. He ended up getting, like, more bags under his eyes and stuff. I think it's from, like, sun exposure. Some of this may be, like, natural aging, but, like, even his hair. Like, his hair just looks worse, like, drier and less dense. So, some of this might also have been the carnivore diet too, right? Because, like, the carnivore diet is also shit for you. So he was eating, like, no antioxidants, really low vitamin E, getting a lot of sun exposure. Like, he was probably underweight a lot of the time too. And then his eyes, like, looked more saggy and fucked up. And then you can see when he was younger, he didn't have that. So I think if he just ate better and stopped getting so much sun, he would have just looked better. And he wouldn't have benefited from surgery. Thanks for the donation, though, Frank's eyes.
Frank's eyes were so FKD up before he looked like a transvestite.
Okay, well, you donated that twice. Appreciate the donations, dude.
I really cannot comprehend when people say it's hard to follow a vegan diet. I ate a lot of processed shit today: pizza, pudding, soda, chocolate milk, 2,800 calories, 165 grams protein, 29 grams fiber, 16 grams sat fat. Like, bro, I'm healthy eating processed shit. What's not to love?
Yeah, like, now more than ever, it's super easy to eat a vegan diet. Like, I know some junk food vegans who eat a lot of, like, processed food, but it's vegan. They look better than your average meat eater. Like, they look way younger. So I think there is something to the vegan diet that just ages you better than a normal person. Thanks for the donation, though, Sky.
That must be Frank coping about his eyes looking better with the botched eye rape.
Frank Tufano, carnivore influencer, spent $30K on a largely unknown and not frequently done eye surgery to looks max and fix his prey eyes. It was complete botched, and 1 year later he looks like this. Has gone partially blind and has double vision. Yeah, I mean, like he's so stupid. Just why? He was he was saying his eyes look tired and droopy or something. Like, why don't you just eat better and not suntan? Like, he's just so stupid. Thanks for the donation, retard.
How come you used to say you were allergic to caffeine and couldn't tolerate any amount? Now you drink it all the time.
I never said I was allergic. I said that when I drank caffeine, I'd get psychotic symptoms. And that was the case years ago, but yeah, I ended up not having that problem. So I completely quit caffeine for a few years. And then I think I had like a coffee or something when I was super tired, couldn't sleep, and I needed to like just stay awake. And then I noticed I didn't have any issue with it. So I tried having some caffeine, seemed fine. So yeah, but I used to get psychotic symptoms from caffeine. Thanks for the donation, Ryan Reynolds.
Bro, saying he looked better is like saying this pile of a sheep looks a little less rancid than that pile.
He looked a lot better without having the fucked up retard cross eyes. Thanks for the donation, Ugly Frank. Dodo donated $2. Why was this retard on MasterChef? Oh, yeah. They never aired any of the footage with him in it.
And the judges are even tougher, and we've got one of those chefs who are vying for the white apron. Local contestant Frank Tufano from Westchester is here, and so nice to have you here.
Wow, so you are 26 years old. You're just a baby in this. I mean, you're competing to be the next Master Chef. I mean, how does it feel?
At least in regards to that I had, I guess, was, you know, kind of part of the older and more.
Yeah.
The grill is going to get a really nice brown crust really quick. As kind of making it.
Wait, no. This is the first time they're giving
things from people, but it's only.
Being a fan of us?
Yeah, he's wanted to be an actor in Hollywood and shit. He's one of the worst actors you've ever fucking seen. He was actually in some acting college for a while. It was hilarious. He was in like he was an extra in some gay movie too. I don't know if I can find it just by Googling it. Let me see. Frank Tufano. What was the thing? He had an acting profile. He had some acting profile somewhere that linked to his acting videos. They're so terrible. But yeah, when that didn't work out, he tried to get on reality TV, and that didn't work out either. Are you embarrassed by this? No. Frank made a whole video about that. But no, I'm not embarrassed by that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Pigs donated $2. Holy fuck, this guy is base.
Sponsors terrorism in Kashmir.
Pakistan Zindabad.
India Zindabad. India Zindabad. India Zindabad. Down with Pakistan.
Pakistan.
Kashmir is India.
Kashmir is Pakistani.
No, Pakistan illegally occupies part of Kashmir. The line of control.
You don't occupy Palestine.
India has not occupied Palestine. India's not occupied Palestine. India supports Israel because India is in the side of freedom. India is on the side of freedom. That's why I fly the flag of India. That's why I fly the flag of India. The flag of India, where all cultures should be respected.
Yeah, we heard that one.
And now the dream of India is in tatters because of the terror state Pakistan. Terror state.
You support
Pakistan sent terrorists once again
Can you
into
tell me
Kashmir.
something? Can I ask you a question?
26.
Hey, can I ask you something?
26 innocent people murdered in
Did you support India because Pakistani are Muslims?
I support India.
Because Pakistani are Muslims.
There are more Muslims in India than Pakistan.
No, tell me.
Your daughter killed my dog. Zindabad.
India is going down.
India Zindabad.
Moody.
India Zindabad. India Zindabad. India Zindabad. India Zindabad. We love you, India. We do. India Zindabad. Down. Cricket. None. You've never beaten India in the World Cup. You have never beaten because you choked. You choked in the Champions Trophy. You can't play cricket. India beat Pakistan at cricket. Kashmir is Indian. Kashmir is Indian.
Occupied land by the Indians.
My friend Bob. Oh, you coward. How you doing, bro? Go to your flag in India.
Dude, I love how people just bring up fucking sports.
I'm Indian. I lived there for 6 years. India's Zindabad.
What do you think of India?
India is great. What do I think of?
Go fight in India. Go fight. Go fight.
I fight for Indian Army.
Go.
Pakistan out of Kashmir. Kick them out of Kashmir. Pakistan out of Kashmir. Out of Kashmir. Go Ambani. India is a successful country.
That guy is absolutely based.
Terrorism. Never ever give in to terrorism.
Alright, I'll watch more of that. Thanks for the donation, pigs.
I eat a bunch of processed shit and I would argue I'm thriving. My LDL was 60 last time I went to the doctor, blood pressure 105/70. I just look for low sat, fat, higher fiber processed shit and utilize zero sugar stuff.
Yeah, that's a good strategy, and those are very good numbers. 105/70 is pretty low. Do you ever have issues with fainting? So that is fairly low. But thanks for the donation, Sky. It's really not that hard. CDG donated $2. Do you remember the power outage in Portugal and Spain? I assume you heard about it. Apparently, they barely avoided one in the UK hours earlier. Russian cyber attack. Well, nice try. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Terrorism, and that's why I ally myself with India, where I lived for 6 years. Go the great state of Maharashtra. Maharashtra Zindabad. Maharashtra Zindabad. Maharashtra. Maharashtra. Yeah. Maharashtra is brilliant. Kashmir is India.
Bharat, actually. Not
Bharat, yeah. Go Bharat.
He doesn't know.
So the Indian flag seems to be getting a bit of attention. India.
Hey, remember that? From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Pakistan, Zindabad.
Indian army will defeat Pakistan. Cut off the water to you. The Indus Valley is Indian.
When did you
Go
become Indian?
Go.
There was a way on. Maybe you had
into
I've never actually fainted, but I have gotten super dizzy a good amount of times, especially after heavy lifts. I train MMA and run sweat a lot. I just need to increase my sodium intake, I think.
Yeah, maybe. 105/70 is fairly low. Usually people don't have issues with fainting and shit if it's 120/80, but 105/70, that sounds like you might end up having issues with fainting and dizziness, but you might want to just try and take some electrolyte supplements with your water. Thanks for the donation, Sky.
Kashmir to murder 26 innocent tourists. And this has now brought the region to the brink of war.
What about Britain kill 100 million in India?
What? We did not kill 100 million people in India.
You don't know, yes.
England has blood on its hand in the Indian continent. India is our ally. We're going to get allied with India. And the cricket. India's Zindabad in the cricket. You have never beaten them in the World Cup, and you know it. The only time you ever won the World Cup was when Imran Khan was playing. No, India's Zindabad. India's Zindabad. India. We are so proud. Zindabad, Zindabad, India. India, Pakistan is not. India is a democracy.
Has Frank's net worth been revealed in the court documents?
No, they only looked at his gross revenue from Shopify and PayPal. So, I don't know what his net income or net worth is. Thanks for the donation, James.
Pakistan is not. Down in the last skirmish they had on the border. Pakistan does not want peace in Kashmir. India wants peace in Kashmir. Kashmir is a beautiful people. It's a beautiful country. And when Pakistan send terrorists over into Kashmir, that is deplorable. Pakistan were the country who were harbouring Osama bin Laden. No. Do you really think that Osama bin Laden could hide in downtown Islamabad? Oh, sorry, I've run out of milk. Let's pop down and see the bin Ladens, yeah? Everybody knew that Pakistan was harbouring Osama bin Laden. Down with Pakistan, go with India. Go with the harbouring in.
Yeah, this guy is absolutely based. I don't know how the fuck you could... Like, it seems like the only people who are supporting Pakistan are just retarded Pakistanis or dumbass white college girls who don't like India because they support Israel.
It's nothing to do with his action.
Osama bin Laden was hiding in Pakistan.
He could.
Are you telling me that no one would recognize?
My guy also had cancer, did chemo, and weirdly my heart rate and BP have been way lower ever since, maybe like weekend my heart or some. The doctors told me if I keep having dizzy spells they are going to do like a heart monitor test.
It's possible. If you lost weight from cancer and you never regained that weight, that would also explain it, but yeah, it's possible. Thanks for the donation, Sky.
Frank has new shorts you never watched, you gay ass nig. Also, can we watch?
Yeah, we'll watch the Frank shorts too. Don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Deadpool, too. We'll watch some good mints in just a minute. Thanks for the donation, Deadpool, too.
Recognize Osama bin Laden. He was pretty well recognized.
They're not obliged to hand it to the US. I mean, the US never hands anyone.
Pakistan were harboring bin Laden.
Dude, isn't bin Laden like 6'7" or something? He's like ridiculously tall, very distinct facial features. Like, yeah. And everyone in the neighborhood knew Osama bin Laden was there.
What was wrong with bin Laden? Oh, go on, you tell me. You obviously don't see anything wrong with him. Okay, you know, murdering innocent people in the name of terror. Thank you for that. He murdered innocent people.
When was this?
The 9/11 attacks, which we have not learned from. We have not learned from the 9/11 attacks. That's why we must stand with the people of India.
Everyone says Osama 9/11 was the inside job.
No, you're talking rubbish. You are coming out with conspiracy theories.
It wasn't an inside job, man.
It was not an inside job. It was a terror attack by Osama bin Laden. Yeah? Osama bin Laden, who was hiding out in Pakistan.
Why did he get those people on the plane?
Osama bin Laden, who was living in a house in Pakistan. I think it was Islamabad. Pakistan. Oh, sorry. I've forgotten, you know, I've run out of milk. Let's pop over and see the... What's that? It was actually... Yeah, they see that.
Yeah, that guy's based.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here.
Why isn't the title loading?
What's...
There we go. Warning Kelly Muscle filing phony demonetization claims. Oh, we already watched this. This is a week ago. Thanks for the donation anyway, Deadpool 2.
Non-secret society members and regular people. And perhaps...
Yeah, India and Pakistan are at war now.
Perhaps there is a legitimate use of the court system where the parties are either both secret society members or not secret society members. Whereas if they are secret society members, I guess the person with more connections wins. And if they're not secret society members, the person who spends more money wins. So just remember, guys, when you support me, you're not supporting me. You're just supporting the people that I want to help, and all these people that are that are worse off than us or worse off than me. That's the main thing I focus on is helping people. And if it's gotten to the point where these people have destroyed my life so much where I can't physically live myself, it's completely ridiculous. Like if I'm struggling and I have to worry about my well-being, that's what these people are doing. They're literally destroying my personal life and my well-being and everything I've done. They're destroying that so I can't help people. Everything I've done is selfless. I've given away so much money and tried to help so many people, and they don't want that. They want all the money for themselves so they can continue to have all the power and live lavish, luxurious lives and be comfortable while everyone else suffers.
Well, Frank is always the victim. Dodo donators, if Netanyahu were brown, would we have nearly as many protests against Israel?
You were born as British? Yes.
No. Yeah. If Jews were brown-skinned, nobody would care. Like, look what's going on right now, right? You've got India and Pakistan. Do you see any big protests in universities or anything about it? No. And it's, like, you see some dumb bitches complaining about India, and it's just because they support Israel. That's it. No one actually cares about Pakistan versus India. The only people who really care about it are Pakistanis and Indians. And all these, like, stupid college white girls, the only thing they have to say about it is, well, India supports Israel, so fuck India. And they're not going to waste their time protesting. So, yeah. Also, like, the Syrian civil war, Hezbollah aiding Assad. What else? Like, Yemen, like... all these conflicts, oh yeah, Iran versus Iraq, like, no one ever cares. Because when Browns are fighting the Browns, whatever. If the Jews have anything to do with it, though, everyone freaks out, loses their fucking mind.
What was your name?
Darren.
Now you called Hamza.
Or Darren, Hamza, I don't mind.
Did you have mustache before?
Yeah.
Now you have it.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Are you saying having a beard is Arab culture?
It's, one second.
Did Jesus have a beard?
No, Muhammad did it, and his followers are doing it.
Wouldn't Jesus have been Arab, technically?
Jesus did it. Moses did it. What's the problem?
You see, because we have our own culture. We don't follow his clothing.
Sorry. So me having a beard means I'm an Arab.
It means you are changing gradually.
I'm changing gradually.
Okay.
I've been a Muslim 17 years. I'll be honest with you, I had a goatee.
But I'm saying, is already I can see the changes in you. Why I have to call you Hamza?
You don't.
What's wrong with your British name?
As you like, mate. I don't care.
See?
What point did you just think you made? What did I say?
When you become a Muslim, it's not only your faith you're practicing in God.
What?
It's not only a relationship between God and you.
Right.
There is also a culture. There is also a politics. There is also
this is what I don't
economic
get.
model.
What's the problem with that?
This is what happened.
My family is like but it's so boring. What the heck? What happened, Mama?
Маленькую собачку, кажется, толкают, а затем она визжит от испуга и сходит с ума, прыгая на диван хозяевам. Отказывается слазить оттуда. Что произошло, они понятия не имеют. В следующем видео хозяин дома был...
Oh, whoops, I did the wrong link. You said all paranormal shit is fake, but how do you explain something pulling on animals? Animals not faking unless they attach something to them and waited for them to fall asleep. Buddy.
Девушка и ее муж смотрели...
So, he was trained. My family was like, but it's so boring.
That dog moved on its own. It probably had a bad dream.
Кошкой, как вдруг происходит что-то действительно странное.
Yeah, that one looked more weird.
Происходит что-то действительно странное.
Pretty sure that cat just moved on its own, dude. That's just stupid. That's either fake or just moved weird. Thanks for the donation.
Muslims in France, right, where women are told to strip on the beaches. Yeah. Muslims in France where young girls can't choose to wear a scarf yet they can have sex with a 15-year-old when they're 15. Yeah. This is what I'm saying to you. And I hear all these people going, oh, the Taliban, oh, the women's rights. Where's the rights of the women of France?
I agree with that.
Where's the compassion? Where's the call out? Where's all these feminists?
I agree with that.
Not even seen, mate. So the point here is this. This is double standards. And when double standards occur, this is what happens. You dehumanize the people, that you can do what you like with them. Muslims in France.
Muslims in France are cunts. Yeah, Indians are absolutely based, dude. Pakistan's information minister Atullah Tara holds a speech at 1:30 a.m. local time. Pakistan has incredible evidence that India is planning military aggression in Pakistan within 24-36 hours. Any such acts will be responded to assuredly and decisively.
Intelligence that India intends carrying out military action against Pakistan in the next 24 to 36 hours of involvement.
Yeah, well, no shit. You're committing terror attacks against them. Yeah, India is absolutely fucking based. I am totally on India's side here. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Did you buy a scale?
No, still haven't bought a scale. Thanks for the donation, James.
And the real victims are the animals that have died to enrich Frank.
Yeah. So fuck Frank. I hope he goes bankrupt, massively in debt, is never able to start another business again. And, you know, I could wish for worse things. Him just not being on the planet anymore would be great. Thanks for the donation, James.
When I went to the #1 celebrity eye surgeon, Dr. Taban, and allowed him to do the procedures he recommended to improve my appearance. I trusted his years and years of expertise, his reputation as the #1 eye plastic surgery doctor, and I believed him and let him do the specific surgeries that he recommended to perform on me. If you guys want the full story, you can watch the videos on my YouTube channel that are easily accessible via botchedbytaban.com. And I'm sure after seeing these pictures, you guys can understand why I say this guy should be in prison, let alone practicing medicine, because it is completely disgusting and despicable how he could do this to my face and not care or not try to help me at all, even gaslight and lie and manipulate me to attempt to say that I look fine and I look perfectly okay. And he's still hiring shills in these comments. You can go look on all the recent videos I posted to defend him and try to blame me and say I shouldn't have gotten this or I shouldn't have gotten that. These people are desperate. They're backed into a corner.
Dodo Donators, do you want more Indian immigration to Canada? I mean, I don't see why that's necessarily a good or bad thing. I mean, if we need more immigration, sure. If we don't, then no. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
They don't want the truth and reality of this scam of plastic surgery exposed. So if you guys want to support me, you can please just share the video and share my pages on TikTok and YouTube. And if, as I said, if you do want to read that full story or share your own story, you can go to botchedbytaban.com. Oh, I forgot to add.
Why did he use, like, one of the most retarded looking photos of himself?
Some of you guys are saying you look better now. Yeah, I've already had 10 corrective procedures and I'm still half blind and I still have to get a few more surgeries. So just to address that, for you guys that's saying I look a lot different, yeah, about $100,000 later and 5 times going under anesthesia since, in the span of a year.
So he's saying that he could just blow $100,000 on plastic surgery, but he's broke and has no money. Like, he's clearly just a fucking liar, dude. Well, Frank is stupid, but we already knew that.
I can't.
Has Jasmine shit talked to you online at all? Like, I haven't seen any evidence of her, like, posting anything online. I'm sure she's complained about me to her friends or something.
Be made whole again. I'm f***ed, okay? I need the court. I'm begging the court to please enjoin the defendant, stop the defendant from engaging in this behavior that I'm suing them over. Please, I need you to stop this. It's insanely harmful. So to file a court case against somebody, but then to wait 2 months to file a TRO by surprise is just kind of extraordinary. And then obviously the stuff that's being requested in here is just kind of goofy. So everything about this is just kind of silly, but oh, and then it also sucks because remember, the main law firm that's representing me isn't the Florida one that I need for some of the filings. It's a California law firm. And for some of these things, you have to appear in person. So they file a TRO. The judge is going out of town in like 3 days. So I think the judge schedules an emergency meeting to hear an emergency hearing for the TRO like the next day. So my counsel has to appear by Zoom, okay, long distance, which this judge doesn't like. Because it's a TRO, it's an emergency. You're begging for, like, please do something, like this is really bad. And then this is the transcript of that hearing. For the courtroom deputy, counsel, please state your appearance for the record, starting with the plaintiffs that are present in the courtroom, defendant present in the courtroom, and then the parties on Zoom. Ms. Schlump, I believe that's their lawyer. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joan Peters, Schlump, on behalf of the plaintiff. I think these are all their... wait. These two are theirs, and then these two are my guys. Garcia Perez, good afternoon, Your Honor. Carlos Garcia Perez, on behalf of the plaintiff. And then... oh, yeah, it says it here, yeah. Robert, on behalf of the defendant, and Andrew, on behalf of the defendant. And then other... on behalf of the defendant. Okay. The court asks, oh, this is my, I think, from the Florida law firm, I think, the Miami one. Are you in the Miami office? Ms. Patino says, I am. I'm just not in Miami at the moment. The court, the judge, I don't like Zoom hearings. Everyone can be seated. I only allow counsel that are out of town. I just don't want to give anybody a misimpression about when I allow Zoom hearings. You could be seated, counsel. Mr. Raskoff, thank you, Your Honor. So this case has been pending for a number of months. You looked at me a little cockeyed, ma'am. Didn't you file it a couple months ago? There, Ms. Schlump, February 21st, I believe. Yes. Yes, correct. It's April, so it's been filed. The parties have already met for the joint status report. That was already filed. I've got a scheduling order. The defendants have answered. And now, last night, I get a TRO based on facts that don't appear to be any different from the complaint. So I want to hear, just very briefly, as to why I should entertain the TRO as opposed to just setting it down for a preliminary injunction. So a preliminary injunction is basically the same thing as a TRO, except the preliminary injunction will last for the entire trial. A TRO is just like saying, hey, I need this to stop immediately. A preliminary injunction is saying, hey, I need this behavior to stop until the end of the trial. So a TRO, you can file it, and then that kind of rolls into a preliminary injunction hearing. And then if it's granted...
Dodo donated $2. Thousands are outside the Israeli embassy in order to get work permits in Israel and to replace the Palestinian workers.
גם ככה. עליהם מזלם, אלה ישנו פה כל הלילה. בינתיים אלה יושבים פה, מהירה המונית. עכשיו כבר המשטרה קייבה אותם לשים גדרות, שיהיה מסודר, שלא יהיה פה איזה דריסה המונית. תראה עד איפה זה מגיע, אתה רואה? לא רואים את הקצה הסופי. יש פה...
Dude, that is fucking hilarious. Yeah, based. Israel should hire some Indian workers, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Then the defense is enjoined from that behavior until the case ends. Or if it's denied, then it does, then it's tossed out. Okay, so the judge is saying, why is this being filed as a TRO as opposed to just setting it down for a preliminary injunction hearing, preliminary injunction? Plaintiffs say, well, Your Honor, I do apologize for the delay in getting that motion out. There are a number of reasons why that happened. One, and I hate to go into personal things, but Mr. Garcia was dealing with a cancer issue and going back and forth to Texas. I had pneumonia and I was out straight for more than 2 weeks. So we were really set back. There's just 2 of us working on this case. And so that significantly delayed us. But there's also other reasons, which is that we were trying to gather affidavits from witnesses to bolster our evidence for the TRO and get, you know, witnesses lined up for it. So again, I don't know why you don't have all of this in line before filing your case against me. She was planning it for at least 2 weeks is when DMs leaked between her and Aaron for making that public Substack post. And then it was a month after between that and the complaint to where she waited for that. So I don't know why. I have no idea how they don't have this already, but okay. Unfortunately, what we have encountered, we have a number of women that have come forward to us but have then backed out because they are afraid of retaliation. And that's what they've told us, and so we were not able to get these affidavits. Okay. We went with what we have now, which basically we went from 15 potential witnesses providing evidence down to the 1 witness in addition to the plaintiff. Okay. The court says that doesn't have anything to do with anything. Thank you. Dude, okay. I'm going to be honest, okay? Because as much as people say this, all right, as much as people say shit, I really do worry that I think too much of my knowledge in any particular area. Even though I try to check myself, I worry, like, am I getting lost in the sauce, or am I overestimating my competency or overestimating what I know in some things? Okay, when I read the complaint and then when I read the TRO, I'm like, this looks stupid as fuck. Like, I don't understand why you can bring up so much shit that's not even relevant to any part of, like, what this case. But maybe for civil cases, maybe it's different. Maybe in federal cases, it's different. Maybe for these types of cases, it's different. Maybe there's just some shit that I just don't know. And listening to the judge talk to the other opposing party in this is, oh my God, it just made me feel so much saner. I was like, oh God, okay, thank you. Jesus. But okay. That doesn't have anything to do with anything. This is not a class action. You filed on behalf of 1 woman. The TRO requests that he remove the video of the 1 woman, and then there is a request with respect to whether or not he's doing anything to destroy evidence in this case. I don't know that that's a TRO. I think that's more akin, you can file a motion with respect to that. None of this sounds in a TRO to me. So you can file a motion to compel people to do things. Motions are just like it's like a turn in an RPG or like a board game. Like before you actually go to trial, you know, you take a turn and you ask, can you do this or can you do that, or we're going to do this or we're going to do that. A TRO is like before you've even started the game, you're like, I need this done or shit is going to be, please, we need to do this. I really have to go to the bathroom, whatever, right? So she's saying this doesn't sound like it needs to be part of a temporary restraining order, a TRO, part of a, like this. This sounds like it could be something completely different, right? Obviously, the medical issue, I hope you're doing better. They say, thank you, the court. I hope it's not obviously more than a short delay on a case, but I don't see the emergency nature of the TRO. This seems to me, at best, a preliminary injunction. There's nothing that's happening today that wasn't happening when you filed the suit or even a month before, right? In fact, if anything, like the dates seem to line up sometime at the end of the year, right? I'm in April. I don't see why the request for a TRO is not stale. So I think that, now I don't know specifically what this means, but I think when people say something is stale, what they mean is that if you, what they mean is that like, if you've waited too long to do something, it undermines the key argument for you arguing for the thing. Like imagine if I were to, imagine if I could make an emergency request for oxygen instead of a normal request for oxygen. Imagine I can make an emergency request for oxygen if I'm in like a submarine. And imagine that I go underneath the water and then I file an emergency request for oxygen like 2 months later and I say, we need oxygen, we don't have any oxygen down here. Well, they would look at that and they go, hold on, you've been down there for 2 months and you didn't go down with this is stale. This is not appropriate. Something else is like, this is just not, doesn't make any sense, right? So when you say something's stale, like the time has passed for this to be an appropriate remedy for what you're seeking, because the fact that you've waited so long undermines the entire purpose of the thing. They might go into it later in another motion, but there's like elements for a TRO, and one is showing like the appropriate, like you have to file it in a certain time for it to be appropriate. Let me get a drink of water. Okay, I'm in April, and I don't see why the request for a TRO is not stale. Miss Schlump, I understand your concerns, Your Honor, and that is why we didn't file it as an emergency TRO. I've never heard of that before, but again, I'm not a lawyer, so maybe I don't know what the difference is between an emergency TRO and a TRO period. I thought all TROs were emergency. Maybe that is a real thing, I'm not sure, but I agree that most of the damage has already been done, but the issue is that we keep receiving evidence of destruction of evidence. We are trying to compile enough evidence to file a motion for spoliation because we are very concerned with the fact that all of this evidence is disappearing. So we are hoping to file that very shortly. We're waiting for a specific piece of evidence that we wanted to bring before the court. So yes, I agree with you. This is not an urgent matter for having a TRO immediately, but it is ongoing harm that we would like to stop. So again, and I'm not just saying this, I truly do believe there must be something I'm not understanding, because I don't know, a TRO by my understanding is definitionally immediate. You don't file a TRO and then let it sit for a few weeks. A TRO is by definition immediate. And to say that there's a motion that we could have filed instead, but now we filed a TRO, like you're asking the judge, you're saying we need to make a meeting soon on this. You're imposing.
I'm not going to ban Burger Sleuth yet because he's not spamming and he only left one stupid comment. So, like, if he starts spamming Jesus crap, then yeah.
On the court's time, like, Judge, you have to hear this immediately. This is so important. There has to be a hearing on this. It can't be the district Monday or Tuesday. I'm here Wednesday, but I start a criminal trial on Thursday that's likely to go for a week. And so my intention was to deny your request for a temporary restraining order, but set a preliminary injunction hearing and refer that, though, to the magistrate judge who has got, he doesn't have my trial schedule, so he can hear the preliminary injunction. Your appearance was waived at this, right? My counsel appeared here. He will issue a report and recommendation on the preliminary injunction, which then I would hear any objection, and I will rule on it as soon as possible. But it seems to me that the harm that you're sounding, as best as I can tell, I might be wrong, but to the extent that we're really talking about the spoliation issue, that seems to me more of a spoliation than a preliminary injunction. But I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. We can handle that as a PI, and it might not even be a preliminary injunction. It might just be an issue on spoliation. And I will tell you that even as you've pled it so far, we'll see what the defense says, but if I got sued for distributing the materials about a woman, and I may have done that with other women, then I might say to myself, maybe I shouldn't do that anymore. Let me delete that. Let me take that back. Let me not do these things I'm being alleged that I'm doing, because maybe these are bad things I shouldn't be doing. That may be one of the things that's going on. That's not spoliation. I don't know. So a kind of extra funny thing is I received a...
Dude, this judge does not like Pixie. And as I would have expected, no, like, especially if you're in front of a male judge who's like 50 years old or something, they're just not going to take this seriously. This is just silly and stupid, this whole situation. Like, no fucking adult is gonna be like, oh god, yeah, you poor woman.
A request for a preservation of evidence from them, but I also received a cease and desist telling me to delete stuff as well. So it is funny that without the judge even knowing that she basically picked up that, like, yeah, you can have both of these. But okay. Some of the stuff that's in this motion, I'm not finding on its face what the connection is to this case. I assume you will make that argument to Judge Torres and connect it up how it's connected to this case, because some of that, I don't know, is a spoliation issue even, right? At least how you've pled it so far, or how you've argued it so far. So I called you in for the status because I didn't know if there was something else that was happening with respect to the timing for the TRO. I'm assuming that you've also been talking to counsel because you were together for the joint scheduling report. Correct. And then Andrew says, my lawyer, sorry, Your Honor, we were shocked to hear about this. And then the judge responds, sir, I'm talking to counsel for plaintiff. I will get to you. And then she talks back to Joanne, I think, their counsel. So you were definitely together for the joint scheduling report. They respond, yes and no, we did not discuss a motion for TRO during the joint scheduling. We just discussed scheduling. I would say, Your Honor, that I understand what you're saying about the spoliation, but one of the reasons that we were moving for the TRO is because I do think that the defendant is destroying evidence, and so we were looking for an order asking him to respect the preservation of evidence rules. And we had sent him a letter before the complaint was even filed asking him to preserve evidence. I mean, he has even deleted messages between him and the plaintiff. That, to me, is destruction of evidence that's relevant to this case. The judge says, we're getting way ahead of ourselves, right? She responds, well, so that was one of the reliefs that we were seeking in the motion. We just want, was just that he be ordered to preserve and not delete any further evidence. The judge responds, so I don't even think that's subject to the TRO, and I'll tell you why. You have both a preservation letter, plus a complaint, plus a scheduling order. If the defendant, after having notice of the suit, is destroying evidence, I mean, he's also got lawyers who I am sure are advising him of what he can and can't do. If I were to find, or if Judge Torres finds as part of a discovery issue that he has destroyed evidence, well, there's all sorts of remedies that the court can take to do that. So that has to do with what I was saying earlier, is that they could say, hey, you're deleting shit, like the jury's gonna hold this against you, basically, you know? Yeah. Shouldn't they have already gathered whatever evidence that you were supposedly deleting? They're just screenshots. No, you're not. Yeah, the problem is they don't have anything, but that's always just my opinion. But
yeah, this is just a joke. So basically, they have no evidence, and this is just nonsense.
Whatever. There's all sorts of remedies that the court can take to do that. The order that you're seeking requires him to do nothing more than he's already required to do, because he can't destroy evidence now, right? You can't destroy evidence after you're on notice of the suit and the preservation letter has been sent. So if he is...
Carnivore donated $2. Let me see.
I've been only eating beef since December 2017.
Wow.
Yeah.
Almost 8 years you've only...
This guy's a chiropractor, and he calls himself a doctor, and he's an absolute fraud.
Only eating beef.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And I started at thinking, I'll do this. I know I don't react to beef. I'll do this for 6 weeks and reintroduce some foods and see what's bugging me and causing the autoimmune responses. And I started with...
Like, by the way, it's so weird. Like, nobody ever has issues eating foods like rice or potatoes. Why wouldn't she have gone on, like, a potato-only diet or something, and then slowly added back in foods to see if she reacted to something? Or, like, again, just eating white rice and then slowly added foods back in to see... Like, she's just stupid. She just likes eating red meat. There's nothing else really to it. All the crap she's talking about with her autoimmune issues... It's just nonsense. Like, none of her story ever adds up. Like, she says she got some of her joints replaced, so they're completely resurfaced. And then she said, after switching to the carnivore diet, my joint pain got better. Well, you had your joints resurfaced. Like, as if that wouldn't have affected whether or not you feel pain? It's just stupid.
Olives, and they were like preservative free, really high quality olives, just olives, had a huge immune response. And it was scary enough that after that, I was like, I'm just going to wait. It took about 2 weeks for the arthritis symptoms to go away. It happened really quickly. It took about 6 weeks for me to stop crying in the morning because I was very depressed.
Wow.
I was off of antidepressants, but I was still not stable. And then 5 months later, my lingering anxiety went away. And since then, it's been me spending the last 8 years trying to figure out why my body reacts to everything but beef. But I've popularized the lion diet because there seems to be thousands, tens of thousands of people with autoimmunity or psychiatric disorders that will go into remission only eating meat, which is nuts. Some of those people manage to bring food back and identify exactly what's causing it, but a lot of those really chronically ill people are stuck only eating meat, happy because they're in remission, But
I don't think it's a coincidence that you only see it's like almost universally women who say, I have like some weird autoimmune condition. Rarely ever happens to men. Like, there's a condition called fibromyalgia, and there's actually a lot of controversy around that disease because there's a lot of people who think it doesn't exist. And one of the reasons they think it doesn't exist is because there's actually no objective way to diagnose it. And it's pretty much only women who ever say they have it. So this might be like a woman brain thing where it's just neuroticism and, oh my God, something's wrong with me. Every test I do, it shows there's nothing wrong, but there's definitely something wrong. I know there's something wrong. Test this, test that. Oh, nothing shows up. I know there's something wrong, though. So these people who are saying this crap, like, just given the fact that it's almost all women who say this, I think they're just full of shit. Like, there's nothing wrong with them, and they're just complaining about nothing. Usually the dudes who go on the carnivore diet, they don't really ever talk about autoimmune issues. It's either, oh, well, it's manly, and this is what cavemen eat, and cavemen had higher testosterone. Or they're just lazy fat fucks and they just want to try some stupid diet to lose weight and they like steak or something. But yeah, always with women, oh, I had this condition, that condition, and the doctors always said there's nothing wrong, and we did all these tests and they didn't find anything, but I knew there was something wrong. It's just woman brain nonsense.
But I've been trying to figure out what's causing the probably extreme gut permeability, leading to food sensitivities, leading to autoimmunity and psychiatric.
Just stupid.
All right, supposedly the snake diet guy, Cole Robinson, has been banned from some platform. I'm not even sure what. I keep getting these messages about the snake diet guy, Cole, has been kicked off and saying it's, the fault of some carnivores, perhaps. I have no, honestly, idea. I don't even know really any of the details about it. The last time I spoke with Cole was 6 or 7 years ago. I did a podcast with my friend Zach Bitter. Many years ago, we talked about the snake diet. I know recently he's made some things about calling carnivores retards, I guess. He called me a retard. I don't really care. I mean, I certainly have better things to do than worry about negativity. I've got so much positivity going on in the life with things like Rivero and helping the people, recover from disease and so on and so forth. But what I will say, and I have no idea, none of the details on this, what he might have been banned for, if he truly was banned or whatever the platform it might have been. I am adamantly against censorship. We saw some of this stuff happening during COVID. I had my YouTube channel, for instance, suspended numerous times for...
FitX Fearless is reasonably based. There's only like a few stupid things he does, and probably by far the dumbest shit he promotes are hair transplants. Like, he'll talk to somebody who's like 30 or something, and they might have like a little bit of hair recession. Like, maybe their hair's thinning a little bit. And he's like, bro, you need a hair transplant. You need to go to Turkey, spend $10,000, spend like a year or two of recovery, and then take like finasteride and all this shit that could give you side effects. Because, like, your hair's thinning just a little bit. Like, it's... Like, he is insane when it comes to the hair transplants. And I think some of his own biases heavily influence some of his advice. Like, he clearly really appreciates his own hair. And I think he's paranoid about losing his hair. So then when he sees any dude with, like, just minor hair recession, he's like, yeah, get a hair transplant. because it's something he'd do, but it's not necessarily something that's good to do or useful for that particular person. And like women, it's great having nice looking hair, but women aren't really going to give a shit if you're bald. Like, women are just interested in masculine men, and, like, I mean, you're not gonna look less masculine because you're bald. So, just grow a bit of a beard, shave your head if your hair's receding, and then just move on with your life. So that's stupid. I do like how he advocates for the gym, healthy lifestyle, no drinking, no drugs, stuff like that. I think he is hopping on the influencer coaching bandwagon just because it makes money. Like, he's talking about how he'll help people start their business. There's no fucking way in hell that guy's gonna actually teach you how to get rich. So I think that's pretty shady. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what to think about that because, like, you know, fool and his money are soon departed. But, you know, forgot my namification, don't need $2. It's like a female-specific pick-me disease. Yeah, basically.
What I think are ridiculous reasons, quite honestly. And you know, I again, no idea what he wants. He's very, sort of comes off very aggressive at times and uses very, swears a lot. You know, it doesn't bother me that much, but some people might be offended by it. But beyond that, I think it is silly to silence your critics. I invite criticism.
I don't think FedEx Fearless was rich when he was a kid. I know he's from, like, Nigeria. And he said he was, like, pretty broke and shit when he moved here. He was a really good athlete. He was, like, a sprinter in college. But I didn't really see any evidence that his parents were wealthy. There are some wealthy Nigerians, and he might have been, like, I don't know, middle class in Nigeria, which allowed them to have the money to move to the States in the first place, but I haven't seen any evidence that his parents were actually wealthy by American standards.
Quite honestly, because, you know, the critics sometimes are actually helpful. Sometimes they help you level up your game. You know, for every idiotic idea or view that has been expressed, and maybe for every 100 idiotic views that are expressed, there might be one that's actually pretty damn good. You know, for all these people out there come with all those crazy ideas, most of them never pan out, but occasionally one does. And so when you suppress discussion and you censor stuff, none of that stuff ever comes to fruition. And so, Cole, I hope whatever you've been to do with it, perhaps potentially limiting some people from getting very, very.
Oh yeah, that's just a dumb ramble.
Methylene blue. Heard this thrown around a bunch. I've seen people with the blue tongues. What does that do?
So methylene blue has been used for, actually you can look historically for a really long time. It's been used to treat different types of infections in the body, sometimes urinary tract infections, actually.
Oh, okay.
As far as I understand, the only medical use for methylene blue is treating a specific type of cancer. And it's very rarely ever used as a treatment because it has a high side effect risk. It's very dangerous, and I think it can actually increase the risk of certain other cancers.
And actually, there are studies now showing it actually helps healing and energizing our mitochondria. It actually helps your body create cellular energy. And there's a lot of patients.
Yeah, no, it does not do that.
With chronic infections, even like Lyme.
I think Scientific Snitch did a video on it.
Different viral infections as well, parasites that respond really, really well to methylene blue.
Interesting.
Okay, this guy's a chiropractor. I don't know why you'd listen to a chiropractor about methylene blue. How do you spell it? Methylene blue. Sashi posted something on methylene blue. Let me see. Meat glue. She had something on methylene blue. It's actually quite dangerous. You should not take it. Let me see if I can just...
Methylene blue is one of the most overrated and dangerous supplements you could take. First, if you're diagnosed with methemoglobinemia, are currently being prescribed methylene blue and taking it for your condition, research in humans has consistently demonstrated that the acute benefits of methylene blue outweigh the risks in this particular situation. Although some research has shown some promise for the benefits to outweigh the risk of using methylene blue for some neurodegenerative disorders, we do not know if the benefits of using methylene blue for particularly long periods of time in otherwise healthy individuals outweighs the very real risks of improper dosing, which actively impairs mitochondrial function, staining your skin or eyes, and getting cancer. You see, in the lab, methylene blue can be used to stain DNA for experiments. This isn't an issue in the lab when we are already breaking down the cells and their DNA for examination. But in your living cells and body, methylene blue can cleave your DNA into tiny pieces and photosensitize your DNA to further damage. Now, according to some pretty strong in vivo evidence, relatively mild doses have been found to drastically increase cancer risk. Coupled with the complete lack of long-term human safety and efficacy data, we do not know if it is safe to take this dye for low to moderate doses for long periods of time. Personally, the risk of cancer, specifically pancreatic cancer in this in vivo study, does not outweigh the vague benefit of mitochondrial function, which you can already augment through a healthy diet and lifestyle.
Yeah. So there's Mikhaila Peterson talking to a chiropractor who has no idea of what he's fucking talking about and promoting a potentially dangerous fucking supplement.
Guys taking methylene blue, a lot of people are in the health space now, but I have my concerns. You've seen the blue tongues out there. Did you know that methylene blue actually also turns your brain blue and it can turn your heart blue? I don't know about this, guys. Look, it works by moving electrons down the electron transport chain in your mitochondria. Good for someone that has a block in the mitochondrial electron transport chain, but most of us don't have that. Even if you're not the most metabolically healthy person, this is not the way to fix your mitochondria. A lot of people in the health space are saying that it improves mitochondrial function. Nothing could be further from the truth. If you don't have a frank block in your mitochondrial electron transport chain, methylene blue is actually decreasing the amount of ATP produced in your cells. Lower energy production is bad for humans. That is not a health hack. People think they feel better on methylene blue because it changes serotonin levels in your brain. Methylene blue is an MAOA, a monoamine oxidase A inhibitor. It's a strong one. This means it can cause serotonin syndrome.
Oh. If it's a monoamine oxidase inhibitor, if you have a specific diet, that could actually kill you. Because those drugs, monoamine oxidase inhibitors, they were used initially to treat depression, but you couldn't eat certain foods like fava beans because you could die. So, I don't know... like, if this could actually kill you if you're on a particular type of diet.
If you're taking antidepressants or other compounds that increase serotonin in your body, like 5-HTP, rhodiola, SAMe, or St. John's wort. For most people, methylene blue is worsening your energy production, but you are being misled by the fact that the MAOA inhibition is raising serotonin, making you feel a certain way that is not reflective of increased function in your mitochondria or better energy production. If you are generally healthy, if you don't have genetic defects in your mitochondrial electron transport chain, this is not for you. How should you be metabolically healthy? Eat meat, organs, fruit, raw
Yes, the meat that increases diabetes risk.
Gary, go in the sun and exercise. Send this to somebody you know who takes meth.
Fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Carnivore.
Is in fact destroying evidence, he can't do that. If he doesn't think he's destroying evidence for some reason, well, that will all play out either in a motion for spoliation or maybe in the preliminary injunction. But to issue a temporary restraining order now on some sort of urgent basis, one, I think that it's stale because even that has been going on for some time. That's not something that you found out right now and I need to stop it right now. They replied, right? She says, so I'm going to deny your motion for a TRO. I know I just set it for status, but I don't want to have to set the TRO for Wednesday to tell you what I'm telling you now, because I don't think, I've read your papers, and I think based on your papers, the TRO is stale. But unless I hear an objection from you, not that your objection would necessarily change my mind, but I'm going to let you put the objection on the record if you have one, but I will deny your TRO and set you to go to the judge, to Judge Torres, to have him set the hearing for the preliminary injunction. She responds, we have no objection, Your Honor. All right. And the judge says, all right, now, sir, I can hear from you. And then my lawyer responds, I'm sorry, Your Honor, with the court's ruling right now, I don't think that there is any reason for us to argue any further. I will point out no one is destroying evidence. I will further point out that we had no meet and confer efforts with plaintiff's counsel about this. We were stunned to see not only one, but two motions it looked like for a TRO filed yesterday. And I understand that counsel did say that they didn't file it as an emergency TRO, but by its very nature, TROs are an emergency, seeking emergency relief. This is my understanding. I don't know what an emergency TRO is, but okay. We agree with the court's assessment. Oh, it sounds like he's saying maybe there is an emergency TRO. Maybe there's like a normal TRO, and emergency TRO is like, I need a hearing tonight or tomorrow, maybe is the difference, but. We agree with the court's assessment and have no objection to having this referred to the magistrate for the PI hearing. PI is the preliminary injunction. The court says, so there were two TROs, but I thought the second one essentially amended the first. There wasn't a different recovery. Is that correct? So the other side has also had, for some reason, they have a lot of issues filing paperwork. Like they made, I think their initial discovery request or something, not even that. It was like a declaration saying they filed publicly, which they weren't supposed to do. I think that's hopefully struck from the record. They've been a lot of their filings. It's very annoying, but their lawyer, she says, our administrative assistant did the filings, and I think what happened was she neglected to include Exhibit 3, and so she refiled. So that was it's the exact same thing. There's not two motions. The judge responds, so I'm going to deny 20 because the motion was the same. It was that exhibit that was different. I will deny 20 because 20 was duplicative as in essence of 21. They reply, yes. The court says, and then 21, I'm going to deny the request for the TRO and for the preliminary injunction to Judge Torres, and that's ECF 21. And then I will leave it to Judge Torres to decide what briefing schedule, if any, he wants to give the defense. He might just set it for hearing, or he might give you an opportunity to brief it. I don't know what Judge Torres will do, but I will give it to him on the preliminary injunction. Let me just say, I don't think that there is, I have to check the local rule on this because I can't cite it from memory, although I probably should be able to. I don't think there is an obligation necessarily for them to confer on the TRO. That being said, and I think that's one of the exceptions to conferral, but I think you're going to agree with me on that, counsel. Yes, I do. I definitely confirmed that before I filed. I confirmed, so they checked to make sure they didn't have to tell us before they filed the TRO. Okay. What a slime ball, dude. The judge responds, I don't think that there is a requirement. That being said, this does strike me as something that you could talk about and say, because even from the evidence that plaintiff has shown, it seems like the defendant, at least with these messages to the plaintiff, is suggesting that he would withdraw the video or try to do things with the video to take it out of the public space. That seems like something you might be able to work out, maybe not, I don't know. And if there is an issue with the destruction of evidence, that's something that on a motion for spoliation, you will have to confer. It seems to me that you should be conferring about this, that it makes most sense, and especially if you want a resolution that's quicker, is to talk about it because you will have to set it for PI. There will be a hearing, there will have to be a written report and recommendation, it will have to come to me. I think you should pick up the phone and talk. Their side has been incredibly, I'll say antagonistic. I don't know if these people are all like friends with each other or what, but it's very, very, very irritating communicating with the other legal team on this, but.
Whatever. I mean, it is a little odd, ma'am. I will just say, if you're sitting talking about the schedule and everything, clearly you were already working on the TRO. Probably the defendant didn't love to get that TRO filed, like the day after you were conferring for an hour on the schedule. It doesn't mean you couldn't do it. It's just that it's not great. Can you explain TROs and PIs real quick? I literally explained this like 10 times. She replies, their lawyer says, I didn't. I hear what you're saying, Your Honor. The judge says, it's not a great way to start a case. Their counsel replies, we have had discussions with counsel prior to this, and they were not very productive, so I did not think that discussing this matter with them. I mean, Mr. Bretler just said his client is not destroying evidence. We know the client is destroying evidence. We've seen it. So it's just not the court. The judge says, hold on. When I speak, you have to stop. Sorry, go ahead. Yes, sorry. One, not just because I'm the judge, but two, because my court reporter only writes down what one person says, and I promise it's always what I'm saying if there are two people talking. My point to you is that you can tell them your client is destroying evidence. Of course, they're going to tell you that he's not. I would hope they're going to say that. Now, if you show them evidence of it, they're probably not going to say, yeah, he is destroying evidence, but they might talk to their client and come to some agreement with you about what he can and can't do. It's stupid. I'm not crazy. It's stupid reading this because this is all like very obvious. If you think somebody is destroying evidence, then obviously you would have that conversation, right? They should be calling my counsel and saying, hey, your client is deleting things that we don't think he has the right to be deleting. Can we talk about this? But they just didn't do that at all. Instead, they just ran to court to file a TRO for just an insane random thing. It was like, okay, good meme, I guess. They might talk to their client and come to some agreement with you about what he can and can't do. So, productivity isn't them acquiescing to your allegation, but you might be able to get some resolution of what he can and can't do in this space in terms of what he can do with his emails and what he can do with his chats. I mean, there are so many platforms and things now, I don't even try to keep up with them. Even though I have a teenager, and I think I do keep up with them, I don't because there's something new that comes every day. So whatever platforms he's chatting with people or talking to people on, these things I know are moving targets, but it's always productive to talk. And let me just say one more thing, because it's not day one, because it's not day one because you filed in February, but we're really early on in this litigation that will be before me for God knows how long. You need to confer. They respond, understood. The judge says, and you need to confer a lot. I think good lawyers working in good faith can work a lot of things out. And when you can't, that's my job, and I'm happy to hear disputes. I obviously love it, otherwise I wouldn't want this job, but the dispute is better, and it's easier for the court, and it's fairer for the parties if what's before the court has really been crystallized by conferral. Sorry. So I hear you that these lawyers aren't going to agree with you, probably on much when it comes to the substance, but it does help to crystallize the issues if you at least talk to each other. And it's very difficult when they've been sitting with you for an hour talking about the schedule and you never mentioned the TRO and it gets filed. It doesn't help in terms of the lawyers trusting each other to at least bring issues in good faith. It's a complex case. I understand, it's a sensitive matter for your client. I understand that. But if we want to go forward in a way that's productive going forward, I'm going to encourage you as best you can to talk to the lawyers, keep talking to the defense lawyers, and I'm not telling you to agree with them. I'm just telling you to work in good faith to try to bring things to the court when they have been crystallized and when they have been vetted by both sides. I think that only helps the court, and I think it only helps the parties. So, as I said, for purposes of my ruling, I find that the request for a TRO is stale. There's no urgent issue before the court. It can be handled as a preliminary injunction because of my court schedule and trial schedule. It will be referred to the magistrate judge. I would expect by Monday, his chambers will reach out to you by order or by phone or something, or Tuesday to maybe figure out what those dates are and what the scheduling is. All right, anything else on behalf of the plaintiff? They respond, no, Your Honor. The judge says, on behalf of the defendant, my lawyer says, the only thing, Your Honor, is I will absolutely appear in person at future hearings. The only reason I couldn't is because we only had 18 hours notice of this one. Otherwise, I would have been on an airplane, and I appreciate the court's accommodation. The judge says, look, I missed it because I saw Bilson, and I missed that there was an LA lawyer on it, and I just wanted to have it today because I'm out of the district Monday and Tuesday. I didn't want to wait on a TRO, or I didn't want to on a TRO wait till Wednesday, so we just jumped on a hearing. I know it's Friday afternoon, it's also 5 o'clock. Sorry, maybe traffic, Friday afternoon is rough. I wasn't trying to punish anybody. I just had hearings all day, so this is space out of you. Thank you. There you go. So that was the transcript for the hearing here, which was goofy. So all of this rolls over into a preliminary injunction request, which is then basically making the same request as what was in the TRO. And then I think our filing was due today. So this is our response to the preliminary injunction request. I don't know when they have to have this responded to by, but the court already denied plaintiff's application for a TRO, finding there was no emergency because plaintiff waited too long to file. The court should deny the remaining motion for a preliminary injunction because plaintiff fails to meet the standard for an injunction and there is no conduct to enjoin. Plaintiff is asking the court to order defendant Bonnell to do things he has already done or is under illegal obligation to do. Moreover, plaintiff is engaged in and continues to engage in the same conduct that she asks the court to prevent Bonnell from doing. Plaintiff has intentionally attracted publicity for this case, including by soliciting public donations to cover her legal fees. Now her attempt to enjoin Bonnell while simultaneously engaging in the same conduct she wants him to stop is fundamentally unjust. Am I allowed to bring up conversations that we've had between counsel? Are we allowed to? Am I allowed to? I think I am, right? That's not like I wouldn't be allowed to say that publicly, right? Where's Leon's law? Or Jen? I think it shows up. It's not a huge deal, but like one of the annoying things is that like they're trying to enjoin me from mentioning anything about this publicly. Like they don't want me to be able to talk about it. They want me to take down, like part of their request is for me to take down everything that I've said. They've requested all of that, but they said that they're willing to also take everything down except for they want to leave her Substack up, or not the Substack. They want to leave the request for funds up, the donation thing. And it's like, bro, are you serious? Like, You want to dump everything publicly so that everybody else can make a fucking video about everything and then have all those attacks against me. And then you want to file a TRO and enjoin me from being able to talk about it? Are you fucking serious? Yeah, I don't know, bro. It's just fucking, it's goofy, okay? Jesus. But, the motion fails as a matter of law because plaintiff cannot demonstrate through admissible evidence that she is entitled to the injunctive relief she requests or that such relief is necessary. As a threshold matter, the court lacks subject matter jurisdiction here. Threshold matter means, like, does it meet, like, the claim that I offered to send her Pixie's video? So 2 things. 1, I never sent her anything. 2, I didn't even offer to send her anything. 3, I made a joke about videos that I could send, but if you're reading what I'm saying, well, very explicitly, I'm talking about it's something unrelated. It's a video of me eating somebody out. So it's not the subject of this complaint. That's not anything to do with any of the videos released relating to any of the stuff, but definitely nothing in this complaint, okay? So the declaration, I don't know why they do this. It's just a fucking lie. I mean, that's the reason. But so they claim that that's evidence of me transmitting anything between me and the video that's part of this complaint. It's not. It has nothing to do with this. But that's the only one that's that they've signed an affidavit for. But good one.
So they have no evidence. Yeah, Destiny's probably going to win this lawsuit.
Unrelated video featuring Bonnell, a third party. Plaintiff played a significant role in exacerbating the harm that she allegedly suffered by posting a lengthy public statement and promoting the leaks on her Substack page. In that post, plaintiff falsely accused Bonnell of intentionally distributing pornographic content and using a proxy to widely distribute the video for self-promotional reasons. Nonsense. In reality, Bonnell was the primary target of the leaks. Plaintiff's false accusations and public narrative not only mischaracterized the events, but also amplified the spread of the video, thereby worsening the purported harm the plaintiff attributes to Bonnell. In that Substack post, plaintiff also indicated that she was planning to file a federal lawsuit against Bonnell. She then used her various social media accounts to advertise and promote her narrative. For example, on X and Blue Sky Social, she wrote, "I will be suing Destiny in federal court, here's my story," and provided a link to her Substack. Plaintiff's commentary drew significant attention online and caused innumerable people to search for and download the video. Additionally, plaintiff and her friend, Lauren Dreeben Hayden, created a Give, Send, Go page to raise money to cover plaintiff's legal fees in the lawsuit. The fundraising page also includes a link to plaintiff's Substack post. To date, plaintiff has raised approximately $50,000 of her $130,000 fundraising goal. Plaintiff's public comments and fundraising efforts have led to more interest in the video.
Dude, the people who are donating money to Pixie must be the most pathetic, loser, retarded simps. Just, what are they doing?
In her motion papers, plaintiff directs the court and the public to various websites where the video supposedly can be found. Without even filing her pleadings under seal, plaintiffs identified specific websites on which the video is available for viewing and or download, provided URLs to those sites, and even suggested search terms. And then this is a link to their own motion. It's fucking ridiculous. This goes to the legal standard of granting injunctive relief. So you have to show substantial likelihood of success on the merits. Irreparable injury will be suffered unless the injunction issues. The threatened injury to the movement outweighs whatever damage the proposed injunction may cause the opposing party, and if issued, the injunction would not be adverse to the public interests. So just go see some of the legal standards on that. Argument 1, plaintiff is not entitled to injunctive relief. Plaintiff's inability to establish a substantial probability of success on the merits of her claims is fatal to her motion. A plaintiff's
How does jury in Ryder
probability of success on the merits generally is the most important of the 4 factors the court must consider in issuing injunctive relief. If the movement is unable to establish a likelihood of success on the merits, the court need not consider the remaining conditions prerequisite to injunctive relief. Plaintiff has not and cannot make the requisite showing. So, first part is the court lacks subject matter jurisdiction. Plaintiff alleges the court has subject matter jurisdiction because her claims arise under federal law, namely 15 U.S.C. 6851. Party provides remedies for conduct occurring only as of the effective date of the statute. The court must not give retroactive effect to statutes burdening private rights unless Congress had made clear its intent, obviously. Indeed, a federal district court has held a party cannot be applied retroactively to conduct predating the effective date of October 1st. In this other case, a plaintiff sought to amend her complaint to add a claim under CARDI for conduct allegedly occurring in March and April. In opposition, the defendant asserted that the law didn't go into effect until October 22nd. This is just giving an example of another case. So I was trying to try this. Obviously, it didn't work. You can't do this. Here, Bonnell's full transmission of the video preceded the effective date by nearly 6 months. In plaintiff's complaint, plaintiff alleges, albeit mistakenly, that Bonnell transmitted the video to Rose on or about October 4th, 2022. Plaintiff's mistake is understandable. In a screenshot of the transmission, the date of the communication appears as 10/04/22. However, the data is reflected using the European date format, day, month, year, because Rose was communicating with Bonnell from a European time zone. Notably absent from plaintiff's motion is any admissible evidence that Bonnell transmitted the video after the effective date of the statute, because plaintiff is now aware that the actual date of transmission was in April 2022, nearly 6 months before CARDI took effect. Because the date of transmission precedes the effective date of the statute, there is no federal question and no basis for subject matter jurisdiction. Accordingly, plaintiff cannot establish a likelihood of prevailing on the merits of her claims. The motion must be denied and the lawsuit should be dismissed. The court should not exercise supplemental jurisdiction. This is just going through all the PI stuff. And then some of the other claims, because some of the other counts that they're suing for are like sexual cyber harassment. I don't know how many of the elements, I don't think I mean any of the elements of this. This requires the transmission of sexually explicit material that 1, contains or conveys the personal identification and information of the depicted person, and 2, was transmitted with the intent of causing substantial emotional distress to the depicted person. To prevail on such a claim, a plaintiff must demonstrate that the material was transmitted with explicit intent to harm plaintiff. Further, the material must identify the plaintiff by name, postal or electronic mail address, telephone number, social security number, date of birth, or any unique physical representation. Here, plaintiff has proffered no evidence to demonstrate that Bonell transmitted the video with the specific intent of harming plaintiff. Indeed, the record demonstrates just the opposite. Almost immediately upon learning of the leak, Bonell took steps to protect plaintiff's privacy. If you're ever bored, and it's kind of funny, this is one of the things I've been staying up late, or I was a month or two ago, staying up late reading, is like if you read all of the underlying court cases they cite, these cases are insane. Like most of these Doe cases are like plaintiff broke up with defendant, and then defendant tried to call them 400 times, and plaintiff didn't respond, and then defendant started like emailing or posting publicly like porn videos of them to try to, they're like unhinged. Like the defendants in these cases are legitimately crazy, like schizo people. And it's funny because that's like all the underlying cases they cite, but it's, you know.
Nice try.
Almost immediately upon learning of the leak, Bonell took steps to protect plaintiff's privacy. He engaged a specialized law firm at his own expense, take down demands to numerous websites that hosted the video, and kept plaintiff up to date on his progress. Similarly, under Florida law, a claim for public disclosure of private facts requires the publication by the defendant of private facts that are offensive.
How was your high yesterday? It was good. I got some good relax. Got good relax, and I slept well, so.
Oh. I've seen some dipshit lawyer, penny lawyers on YouTube and Kiwi Farms talking about what it means to publish a video, and some people are like, oh, well, if it's a Google Drive link, then that counts as publishing. No, that's not what publishing means. There's not like a cutesy mean for a word for public. Like, publish is when you make something available at large to the public in like a very obvious way. So publishing something on a newspaper, publishing this on like a public-facing website, you know, something to the effect of this. If you read some of the cases on this, there are things that even I was surprised didn't count as like publication for this public disclosure of private facts. Like one of the cases that they cited for this was a doe who, I think a guy, her ex, like had a video of them banging. They previously exchanged similar content with each other. The potential for distribution of their video, whether intentionally or not, was certainly within the realm of possibility. Plaintiff's purported outrage now is disingenuous at best. Plaintiff cannot establish irreparable harm. That's just going through irreparable harm standards. Citing again what the judge said for the PRO. An imminent risk of dissemination from this intimate visual depictions. Again, like all the underlying cases for this are, the defendants are legitimately unhinged. They're legitimately insane and unhinged people. Jesus. Plaintiff's reliance on Doe versus unknown party is similarly misplaced. In Doe, the court found evidence of defendant's continued campaign to harm plaintiff, including a pattern of practice of retaliating against plaintiff due to an ongoing custody dispute. In Diaz, the defendant, Tekashi69, a well-known rap artist, publicly posted sexually explicit videos of plaintiff on multiple online platforms for commercial and promotional purposes. Evidence demonstrated that the defendant continued to display and market the explicit content to promote sales of his music. The court granted injunctive relief accordingly. Here, there is no continuing conduct, let alone escalating conduct, to be enjoined. Plaintiff has submitted no evidence that Bonell continues to distribute the video. Indeed, he is not. Bonell transmitted the video on just one occasion over 3 years ago. Bonell's never posted the video on an online platform, nor has he threatened to do so. Bonell's taken no steps to exacerbate the harm. In fact, he's done just the opposite. Simply put, there's no ongoing conduct to enjoin, therefore no irreparable harm to prevent. Plaintiff's own publication cannot form the basis for irreparable harm. Plaintiff's claim of irreparable harm is further belied by her own conduct. If a party has acted to permit the outcome which they find unacceptable, we must conclude that such an outcome is not an irreparable injury. If the harm complained of is self-inflicted, it does not qualify as irreparable. The case law is well settled that a preliminary injunction movement does not satisfy the irreparable harm criterion when the alleged harm is self-inflicted. Here, plaintiff exacerbated her own alleged harm for posting online about this lawsuit and her purported claims against Bonell. Plaintiff admitted to him that she was not publicly identifiable in the video, part of her messages, but for plaintiff's own public comments about the leak, she would have, for the most part, remained anonymous. However, on January 20th, plaintiff published a Substack post wherein she publicly identifies herself as the woman depicted in the video. A fact previously unknown to the general public, indicated that she was planning to file a lawsuit against.
Bro. She was seeing dollar signs, okay? This is all this is about. No one even knew she was in these sex tapes. Nobody cared. Then she talked about this publicly because she figured, oh, I could get a payday from Destiny. I can threaten him and get him to send me money. Oh, I could raise money and win in a lawsuit. This is what this is all about. Like, clearly. If this was ever about making sure nobody ever saw these videos, then she wouldn't have publicly talked about it and outed herself. It's just so retarded.
Against Bonell and falsely accused Bonell of widely distributing the video. Plaintiff also created a Give, Send, and Go page to raise money for to cover her legal fees in connection with this lawsuit. Further, plaintiff used her social media accounts to advertise and promote her claims and solicit donations. And in some of her public statements, including in her own motion papers, plaintiff identified specific websites on which the video is available and provided URLs for those sites as well as search terms to find the video. Accordingly, plaintiff has not and cannot establish imminent irreparable harm in the absence of injunctive relief because any harm she allegedly suffered was largely self-inflicted. Requested relief is not necessary or warranted. So request orders 1 and 2, improperly seek to enjoin conduct that's not occurring, so that's stuff that obviously I'm not doing. Never published the video to any. Plaintiff admits that she possesses no evidence of spoliation. But hopefully they deny it, I guess. I don't know how these usually go or what. I guess obviously I'm the respondent here, so I would hope that I would win this thing. I don't know when they have to have it decided by, but for us, if this gets granted, is it over? No, we still have to go through the whole discovery phase. Basically their whole thing is what they're praying is that like I basically sent a whole bunch of like her material to other people and it just hasn't come out yet, and they're hoping that somehow they can like uncover this somewhere, but I haven't done this. They have no evidence of this, so it's just, this is like so the goal is just like try to dig through as much of my shit as possible, and then who knows how much more they want to fucking leak, because they enjoy doing that, I guess, so far. And then once they've found nothing, then hopefully we file for a summary judgment, and then at the very least that prima facie that first complaint dies, or the first cause of action would die because they failed to state a case because they have no evidence of anything that happened within statute range, and then the case would get dismissed because of lack of subject matter jurisdiction, because it would only be in federal court. And then if they want, they can they'd have to refile, I guess, in Florida court, but then they have to drop that federal thing, so it's just for like sexual cyber harassment or something. Like, I feel like them just having it dismissed and not refiling might be the worst outcome. What, for them or for me? I'm okay with getting dismissed. I don't give a fuck. How long do you think this will go on for? I'd have to go back and look. I don't know, federal rules of civil procedure, any bullshit. So I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know if you can file for summary judgment before the discovery phase is over. So we either have to wait for the full discovery phase to end, which I'm sure is on the court schedule somewhere, and then you can file for summary judgment, or if you're allowed to file for summary judgment during the discovery phase. I just don't know what the answer to that is.
Son mulled at Chatter after they called him out for saying $300 shoes are affordable.
Is there a date when the PI is being heard? I don't know if PIs are both parties show up for hearing or what that works, but I mean, the them never refiling means that there's always an open issue about this case that people might still latch onto. I mean, people will anyway, it doesn't matter, so.
Yeah, dude, this Pixie thing is just a fucking joke. It's idiotic that they ever fucking tried to do this. She just wanted money. Like, clearly. That's what that was always all about.
And Ethiopia got a damn good show. All right, I came across this clip on Instagram. And it's Dick Fuentes. He's got a job at Zillow, huh? No, he's in the Zillow office. And the point of view on this video, they got him edited into a Zillow office. And but they took this clip from one of his podcast shows. Yeah, make him look like he's in a Zillow office. Yeah.
Hopefully Jasmine sues you and gets a big fat payday. Your YouTube channel and social media are assets. Jasmine can also rightly claim she owns a piece of them because she posted content on your YouTube channel before. I hope her and Sugar Boy both sue.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's a joke. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
You react.
Do you pay for dates?
See, I'm a firm believer in 50-50, just because of the fact that I believe that if I go on a date and I want to pay for a girl, and then I tell her, hey, listen, like, this is on me, I don't want her to assume that I'm expecting something from her post-date. You know, because if you go on a date with a guy and the guy's just like, no, I'll pay for this. Or, oh, we're going to go get drinks after, I'll pay for that too. It's cool, it's on me, right? I think in your head, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in your head, you're like, okay, he might want something.
Oh my God, he's smart. He's smart. I get.
Yeah, that's the right way to do
Give him
it.
that. He's smart.
That's funny. Shit.
Who's better at communication, men or women?
Women. Women, for sure.
If men are worse at communication, why do so many women expect men to read their body language rather than just be direct?
Oh my God. I don't know.
Are men expected to be mind readers?
Yes.
Is there a difference between what women say that they want in a relationship and what they actually respond to?
Absolutely.
If so, how are women better at communication?
We're not.
But you just said that they were.
I lied.
That's good. Oh, that's funny.
Adesanya had the last laugh with his ex-girlfriend. Despite only dating for a year, Israel Adesanya's ex-girlfriend, Charlotte Palladrill, took Israel to court seeking a share of his wealth as she believes she was a part of his success. But apparently, Charlotte was unable to get anything from Izzy as all of his finances are under his mother's name, meaning that he has a net worth of $0, and since the court agreed that the former couple share their assets with each other, Charlotte was ordered to pay Israel half of her net worth, which equates to $500,000. Israel Adesanya had the last
Dude, they're not even married. How in the fuck? Like, it's crazy. The entitlement women have is just outrageous. They're not even fucking married. She's just living with them, and then after the breakup, you owe me money. I dated you. Like, wow. That's nuts.
Men get with women who are not wealthy. I hate to say broke, but women.
You can
don't-
say broke. You hate to say broke because women don't self-identify as broke. And
That's not what it is.
Because he can't take you where you can't afford to take yourself.
Yeah.
Broke is a mentality to me, and that's why.
All right, your mentality and your bank account is broke. Come on, broke is a mentality. She's trying to play word game. Men do not self-identify as broke. They could be getting got in the club free. Dudes and bought them a drink, roll with their homegirl, and they live with their auntie. But still won't identify themselves as broke.
You rich?
Yep. These women are fucking crazy.
Why are you in my car? I'm just wondering if you can take me to the bar. I'm of age. I'm of age. I'm of age. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry. Oh my god. Get out of it. No! Close the door! Both of you get over here now! Both of you get over here right now. Give me your IDs. What in your mind would make you think that you should get into the back of a cop car? I'm sorry. Give me your ID now. Okay. I'm sorry. Ma'am, I'm sorry. Give me your ID. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's a senior bar call. I didn't mean to. What in your mind makes you think that you should get into a cop car? Because we wanted to ride to the next bar. Do I look like a taxi? No, you don't. I'm sorry. I seriously, I didn't know it was gonna be like this. I'm sorry. Okay. Go ahead and hand me your purse. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead and turn around and face the car. Put your hands up on the side of the car. I sure am. Put your hands up on the car.
So stupid.
Damn.
Okay, that's weird. Thanks for the donation, G. Ben Boy donated $2. I hate everyone and everything, and I only exist in spite of the human race and to cause as much agony and suffering as possible to my adversaries. Well, whatever keeps you going, we all have to find some way to entertain ourselves before we die. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. I have a cat on my arm. It's a really good fuzzy cat, and he's so soft and nice. Retard, donate $2. Here's that Hassan clip. It's a good one.
The Doc Martens one, and these are the only.
Those are literally the collabo Rick Owens?
Yeah. They're sick though. They're super comfy and also relatively affordable. They're like $300.
Wait, so let's back up. You grew up in Turkey?
Yeah.
What's like the vibe there?
Chill.
You think?
I think, yeah.
I was in an econ class in college, freshman year, like 8 a.m. class, and there was like a crew of internationals, and they all
relatively affordable, $300 out of touch. I hate this conversation because for a boot that you can wear forever, $300 is perfectly permissible as a price point. Stop fucking doing this bullshit. Stop doing this fucking bullshit in the chat where you're like, dude, I'm not actually signing off from my mommy's Connecticut McMansion. I'm actually literally living in a fucking pile of trash right now. How dare you say that?
His house is like $1.4 million, by the way.
How dare you demonstrate bourgeois decadence? Okay? Shut the
He also drives a Porsche Taycan, and I think he also had a McLaren at one point.
fuck up.
And
You
a Porsche.
know exactly what I meant there. You can cry about it all day, every day. They're literally Rick Owens boots. Rick Owens boots are normally $2,000 a pop. This is a $300 boot. Aren't boots literally the example of that one fallacy thing?
Dude, Hassan, I don't understand how he has an audience. Like, again, these are all broke-ass, like, teenage kids who want to hear from somebody that, oh yeah, society is fucking you over and rich people are stealing your wealth, when these are all losers who won't even get a job. And then here's Hassan saying, $300 for a pair of boots is cheap. Oh, that's affordable. Like, oh my god. Thanks for the donation, retard.
We'll see who's laughing when she sues you and tries to get you to pay her or hand over your channel. You'll be like Frankie. On your couch crying like a little fucking bitch. She posted live streams and you are married, so she is actually entitled to asset.
She only live streamed on my channel like maybe 3 times. So, no, she's not entitled to any assets on my channel. But, thanks for the donation, 21st. Fight Me, donate $2. Wow, that's a good pupper.
Striking means like, hitting, okay? And martial arts would be like boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai. Do 3 months of any kind of striking, and if you want to be very, very well-rounded, couple that striking with any kind of grappling and groundwork, wrestling and Brazilian jiu-jitsu. You'll be protected all round if you do this. Striking means like, hit.
Okay. Oh, yes. I love how he embarrassed himself in front of all these girls here. Dude, this guy can't even kick over one of these, like, really shitty... They're not even heavy bags. I don't even know what to fucking call them. Yes, definitely a martial arts expert here. There's like no follow through with his kick either.
Trump changed everything in Canada.
I've already seen this video. It's kind of boring. There's not really any point in watching. They just basically talk about the election results. Nothing really going on there. Thanks for the donation though, Fight Me. 21st, donate $2. Women demand money after dating someone, expect that money or assets because they believe they helped that person to gain those assets. Well, Jasmine sure as fuck didn't help me gain any assets, I can tell you that much. Just like how Jasmine thinks she helped make your YouTube channel. I was already big on YouTube before meeting her. Do streaming, she deserves half. I'm hoping she sues you though, yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Retard, donate $2 more Hassan goodies. H3 subreddit made a bingo card for the upcoming Hassan-Ethan debate. Active genocide. He was just a Yemeni teenager. Says he did not watch the content nuke. Yov Gallant, the moderate voice. I cannot moderate everything in my chat. Everything's out of context. Says that is precisely why at least 5 times. Content nuke, content puke. Disavowing everything Bad Empanada does except for the videos on Ethan. Brings up Ila's mandatory service. Rape denial, misrepresenting the UN report. Frogan is being attacked for being Muslim / a hijab. Destiny. I have nothing to do with the PR. Rage quits the call. I'm not a radical. I'm a social democrat. Gaslighting, gets angry and hits the table. Ethan is crashing out on his Insta stories. Whitewashing of Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. Ethan harasses pro-Palestinian CCs, therefore he is pro-genocide. Denies favoritism at Twitch. Ethan is suing Noah and H3 Snark to silence critics. Denies the existence of the Hispanic housekeeper. Accusations of brigading content cop. Dude, almost guaranteed like every one of these is going to be filled out.
Especially in a time when people need good news, like good newspaper coverage, good journalism more than ever, right? But a big part of what I do is to, one, go through the misinformation that is all around the
Didn't some journalists do an analysis of reliability of like independent media outlets, and I think he ranked lower than Alex Jones?
internet and parse through it and then try to explain to you what parts of these misinformation, what kind of narratives are developing online, what kind of narratives are developing in the media, and to show you through real journalism and critical thinking what is actually going on, so you can develop a better better framework, right? And this pisses off a lot of people. What? Who's your manager? I want to hire them. You're doing so well.
What a fucking idiot. San's most normal chatter makes an appearance in his NYT puff piece. Mr. Piker, who fasts daily as part of his fitness routine, usually has his first meal around 2 p.m. I'd fuck this IDF bitch to death and make his mother shove missiles up her ass, pussy-ass bitches. Isn't this all part of their crazy ideology of recreating Greater Israel, which includes other countries around that area? So, wow, dude. Yeah, Hassan is a just rabid anti-Semite. Thanks for the donation, retard. Ben Boy donated $2. If you don't cowardly agree with women's blatant double standards, you're an incel. Yeah, that's what they try to tell you. The trick is to not care what women think. If you just don't care what women think and just do what you gotta do, everything will work out. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Dodo donated $2. What Hamza thinks he's looks like in the gym kicking that bag. Yeah, he thinks that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Retard donated $2. It's the ad font media bias chart. Where was Hassan? Yeah, I think Hassan actually like ranked lower than fucking Alex Jones or some shit. It was crazy. Jimmy Moore's a fucking piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, retard. Women don't need guns, donated $2.
You really never know what your instinct is going to be, but you've been in a situation.
Absolutely. I mean, I looked at that and I'm like, woof. But when it happens, I was in a shop with a girlfriend of mine, and she was buying something, and I was looking around in the shop, and we didn't think anything of it, and then there was somebody that shouted, "He's in your bag, he's in your bag," and I turned, and there was this man who had been outside the shop with like an accordion. Is that what it's called? Yeah. He's with an accordion, but unbeknown to us, the accordion can open and you put stuff in it. Wow. That's what he was doing. Yeah. So we're in the shop. My friend's being served by the assistant, and another lady said, "He's in your bag, he's in your bag." I didn't even think. I just turned around, I saw his hoodie, grabbed him by the hoodie, grabbed him back in the shop, and me and my friend were there, and so the security guard came. But you can't be like, "You can't do this, you can't do this, stop stealing, stop stealing." And he had all this stuff in his accordion. Look out for the men with the accordion. Not all accordions.
Not all men with accordions.
Yeah, but that's just raw instinct, isn't it? But that was raw instinct. But when it comes to my children, I always say to them, drop it and go, drop it and run.
See, it's interesting
absolutely.
Of course, the police advice is to, that you're more valuable than any valuables that can be replaced. And we have spoken to the Met Police, and they've absolutely reiterated that, saying look for a way to get out of there, put distance between yourself and the other person. And also they remind you that, in the worst situation, yes, you're entitled to defend yourself, but you will have to account for how you defend yourself. There have been a few kind of notable cases of that.
Yeah.
But you're saying your advice to your kids is not to do
as I do. Definitely don't do as I do. Well, don't. What would you tell your Kelly?
Yeah, well,
the younger, of course.
Yeah, my children are 7 and 5, Regan and Kaori, and they were being looked after by their grandmother, my mother-in-law, and they went to the park. It was a lovely day, and they were on their bikes, and Nan was on foot, and they both went off in different directions and got separated. Now, I've always drummed into my children what to do in a case of emergency, but you never know what's going to happen in that situation. So they got separated, and for quite some time. And Regan firstly had a meltdown. He's 7. He had a meltdown and cried, but then pulled himself together and said, "Right now, I know what we need to do. We need to find a safe adult." And that's the first thing that came to his mind. But he didn't just approach anybody in the park, because I've taught him to be wary of that. And he watched this lady, and he watched her for quite a while, just watched her behaviour and saw what she was doing, and he saw that she had a little boy on his bike, so he was like, "Oh, look," and she'd watched her behaviour for all the time, and I was just really proud of him.
In control of myself slightly. But anyway, there was a guy kind of following me, and I sort of moved over to that side of the road, back forward. He was following me, and I was really pretty terrified. And for some reason, probably my naive Scottish way, I thought, I'll knock on somebody's door. It's a residential street, and say, "Look, I'm really scared." So I knocked on this door. I could see they had lights on. They were watching telly or something, and they wouldn't come to the door. And
were you screaming? Were you asking?
Yeah, I was saying, help! I think there's somebody out here, whatever. And I was aware that they were aware of me, but they wouldn't come to the door. And so it kind of really was a big thing for me, because I'd always thought I can rely on somebody in that situation.
It's so funny how women always say they're in danger, but they're the least likely to buy a firearm. They're just full of shit.
Will you play some of this new song off of the EP I just released on my channel?
I can't say it's the type of music that I enjoy. Like, it's good for what it is, I guess, but it's not my type of thing. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
This woman was on her way to see a band playing when she was attacked, but the predator messed with the wrong woman.
I just said, you're just going to have to shoot me because I'm not going to get in the car with you.
Cherokee Broderson says the drama began when a total stranger sidled up to her and obnoxiously asked her for a date. She tried to ignore him, and that set him off.
He held the gun up to my chest and he said, "Get in the car, bitch."
When she refused, he fired into the air. A fierce struggle erupted. Broderson spoke to Les Trent.
You were not going to get into that car.
No, because I knew it would just all be over. I mean, it was just going to get way worse.
And women still won't carry guns. They're the biggest anti-gun advocates.
Not without a fight. A young woman won't...
Dude, it's just so ridiculous.
...back down as a knife-wielding robber goes after her. The footage is terrifying. 23-year-old Concepcion Escalante was working at her family's car insurance business. She was all alone.
He grabbed my hair, the top of my head.
So he grabbed your
On my chest, I have the knife.
Oh my gosh. Concepcion is violently pulled by her hair. She's thrown into a wall. She will not give a knife.
Well, good thing she didn't have a gun. Imagine how dangerous the situation would be for the robber. We should just make sure criminals can do whatever they want. That's stupid.
Well, dramatic video shows the moment before a deadly attack at a wildlife park in China. Now, some viewers may find this totally
This was great. They deserved
arguing
it.
with her husband, and then look at that. A tiger grabs her, dragging
Literally
her away.
snatched
her
her.
husband and her mother run after her.
Dude, that tiger just fucking snatched her.
She survived, but then her mother was killed. The couple's child.
Yeah, get on that tiger. Thanks for the donation. Women don't need guns. 21st, $22. If she does sue, you at least make a Frankie-style video on your couch complaining about it and blame the Illuminati as parody, sure. She may not have really helped you make money, but in her brain she believes otherwise. She believes she's entitled. Oh yeah, I'm sure she does. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Please answer each separately, Richard. Did you lose muscle doing a 50% caloric deficit? How long have you been cutting? How are you gaining strength during such an aggressive cut? Are you going to take HGH?
No, didn't lose muscle. If anything, I gained muscle. I was dieting until like late October, early November, something like that. Then I took a break and then I started dieting again. I can't remember when that was. That might have been in like January, maybe. Yeah, either January, early February, something like that. And how am I gaining strength on such an aggressive diet? I'm eating enough. So, I'm eating just enough. Am I going to take HGH? I might. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Animal Liberation donated $2. Okay, we already reacted to that. Thanks for the donation again, dude. Appreciate it. Retard donated $2. Are we still in a pandemic? Well, sort of. Like, COVID hasn't gone away. It's probably going to be a seasonal thing, sort of like flu from now on. Thanks for the donation, retard. Animal Liberation donated $2. How about this one?
Stench of fear, wounds and scars, cut the fences, trash the building, empty the cages, free the children, sabotage, take them on. Join us now or it'll take too long. Those crying, those dying, and death is waiting, consuming blindly, you failed the test. They're not just products or experiments. No. What do we want? Animal liberation. When do we want it now?
Yeah, can't say I like that kind of music. It kind of reminds me of some, like, British punk rock. It's just not my thing. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Empire is thinking about how COVID happened and it changed our entire society. Now,
just to be clear, you're the fucking problem. This videos like this and all the people, all these terrible people in the comments being like, oh my God, COVID. Yeah, we all just moved on. Da, da, da. You're the problem. Okay? You guys are literally pushing denialism. We are definitionally still in a pandemic. The World Health Organization reiterated again, just last year, the pandemic has not ended. Not even remotely. It never ended. Into far-right fascist denial, taking no mitigation.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, retard. 21st $22 if Jasmine sues you, are you going to stop holding back, talking shit about her? Will you finally make a tell-all video? Don't even think she has to sue. It's just part of the divorce process. I'm sure she already planned this. That's why she isn't texting you. Oh, she's texting me. Clearly never had a plan. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Yeah. So at the point of view, you're my real estate agent. And this clip is funny. And it makes it even funnier when it comes from a white person. Right.
And I will tell you this as plainly as possible. I don't want to live around black people. I just don't. It would be irresponsible if I had a wife and kids to live near black people. It just would be. And that's not to say that every black person is violent. It's not to say that every black person is the same way. But we watch the news. We read the papers. When you drive downtown in Chicago, you know.
Retard, donate $2. Retard.
So it was reported this morning that Amazon will soon display a little number next to the price of each product that shows how much the Trump tariffs are adding to the cost of each product. So isn't that a perfect crystal clear demonstration that it's the American consumer and not China who is going to have to pay for these policies?
I will take this since I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also...
Inflation is not the same thing as a tariff. Like, what? Dude, this White House press secretary is just a fucking lying bitch. I can't stand her. 21st, $22, she's still texting you, lol, N-word, tell me right fucking now. What's she texting you about? Thought she last texted you like 2-3 months ago. Asking for money for the animals, what's going on with her now? Also, you didn't answer if you'd make a video. I'd rather not talk about it, dude. There's just no point. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Add that it's not a surprise because, as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another reason why Americans should buy American. It's another reason why we are onshoring critical supply chains here at home to shore up our own critical supply chain and boost our own manufacturing here.
Is Jeff Bezos still a Trump supporter?
Look, I will not speak to the president's relationships with Jeff Bezos, but I will tell you that this is certainly a hostile and political action by Amazon. And Secretary, if you have anything to add.
Yeah. So they're completely and utterly incompetent. They made this whole spiel about how tariffs will save everybody money, and then now Amazon's showing, no, they're going to make everything more expensive for you. They're just lying, freaking out, acting like babies. Again, Americans voted for this.
Oh, who you got to look out for and worry about when you're thinking about whether you're going to get carjacked, when you're worried about catching a stray bullet, when you're worried about who's going to pull up on the side of the road and literally shove a rifle in your face and steal your iPhone or shoot you point blank, execution style, in Lincoln Park. We know who's doing it. I don't want to live.
Tell me, you retarded piece of fucking shit. Why did she text you? Did she ask for more money? Did she apologize? Did she say she wanted to get back together? Answer my questions. Stop dodging, you brain-dead inbred piece of fucking shit.
I'm not gonna say. You can just, ponder on your own. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Live near them. I don't want to be near them. They make me nervous.
Gummy. Oh.
That's a survival
What
instinct.
are you doing, Gum Gum?
Man, I had this figured out when I was like 10 years old. Yeah. I hated going to the... Because I remember we had a friend, his name was Leonard Finney. Right. He said, hey, man, hey, Keith and Kevin, why don't y'all want to go play basketball in the West End? The West End was the black side of town. Yeah, I said, man, it's too many over there. I said that at 10 years old. Yeah. Well, we had trauma we was coming from. That was because of trauma. What trauma? All right, so we grew up in a poor white neighborhood. Remember, I think we was in like 6th grade. Remember, we was going to basketball practice. The guy on the basketball team with us pulled a gun on us.
Yeah.
And robbed us.
Right.
I didn't like going to that side of town because it seems like Domino's Pizza would not deliver to the west end side of town of Martinsville, Virginia, because they was always getting robbed. People was beating them over here with baseball bats, taking the money, taking the pizza.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even deliver on the black side of town.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I mean, everything Nick said, man, it's true. Well, it'd be stupid for a white person with a family, have kids, to live in a black neighborhood. That is crazy. I mean, I suppose there's some good.
There's good black neighborhoods and bad black neighborhoods, just like how there's good white neighborhoods, bad white neighborhoods. There's good Asian neighborhoods, bad Asian neighborhoods. Has nothing to do with specifically them being black. It's just, yeah, if you go to a shitty poor area, you're gonna have more problems.
Black neighborhoods, you know. Yeah. Where? Good urban neighborhood. Huh? I'm not talking about the rich blacks that live in mansions. I mean, that goes without saying. I'm talking about a normal black neighborhood. No. Of course not. We don't live in a black neighborhood. I've never lived in a black neighborhood. My daddy never lived in a black neighborhood. I lived in a black neighborhood when I was in the Marine Corps in San Diego. Yeah, and how did that turn out?
What?
Let me tell y'all a story. I was in the east side of San Diego. I have to get up 4 o'clock in the morning to go to work. MCRD San Diego. I came out to my lime green Geo Metro stick shift with a bullet hole in the side of it. And I would get in that car. As soon as I drive maybe 10 feet up to the stop sign to make a right so I can make a left onto the freeway, there was a prostitute standing right there.
Yeah.
A black one. You couldn't even see her. All you seen was eyes and teeth, and she was smiling at me. Drug dealers all over
The Hodge twins are the only conservatives I genuinely enjoy listening to.
They can get pretty fucking annoying when they get too political. Like, yeah, their social commentary is funny, but when they get too political and start talking about how, like, the Trump tariffs are a good idea, like, that's stupid.
This is a base tweet Trump made back in 2013 before a version of the woke mind virus got a hold of him and became a supporter of monkeys just to get their votes. 1360.
Sadly, the overwhelming amount of violent crime in our major cities is committed by blacks, Hispanics. Tough subject must be discussed. I think that's true. I'd have to look into the data, but the problem is when people talk about this shit, racists like immediately bombard the conversation, and then they start talking about how, oh yeah, black people have the warrior gene and they're more prone to violence and shit like that. Thanks for the donation though, Niggers. And thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Retired donate $2, watch and give a like. Bad Empanada ordered mass disliking.
One of the worst YouTubers tried to sue me. I completely destroyed him. Here's how it happened. Now, Bad Empanada is a particularly sick and disgusting Greek. A Greek Australian Hamas supporter living in Buenos Aires. He boasts hundreds of thousands of followers in his...
I didn't even realize he was Greek. What? Why the fuck? If he's Greek, why the fuck does he care about Palestine? What?
Recently been promoted by the single largest...
I thought he was like Middle Eastern or something.
Online political streamer.
He even has like the fucking crazy Middle Eastern pubic beard. Like, what the fuck?
Hassan Pakir. This is despite the fact that he has explicitly called for the mass murder of all Israelis, as well as terrorist attacks against Jewish civilians across the world. This man is responsible for a reign of terror against hundreds of people online. A campaign that has now escalated to the point where human skulls have been sent to the address of famous YouTuber Ethan Klein. Bad Empanada has encouraged this terrifying harassment campaign while boasting about calling child protection services on Ethan simply because his wife is Israeli. In my personal case, Bad Empanada doxed my family members before posting my address and phone number to his followers and literally encouraging them to kill me. Somehow he thought this was a good idea prior to engaging a random no-win, no-fee, Better Call Saul law firm in Australia to try to sue me for defamation of character. This was a huge mistake on his part because I work for one of the best barristers in Australia, Anthony Morris KC, the youngest person appointed silk in the entire Commonwealth in the 20th century, and he's previously represented clients ranging from Australian Prime Ministers to Oasis's Noel Gallagher. Anthony Morris KC sent a letter back to his law firm, basically explaining that it was categorically impossible for Bad Empanada to be defamed by anybody on the planet because his reputation was already so deservedly horrible. We added a letter containing hundreds of his screenshots, and his law firm dropped him as a client almost straight away. Now, Bad Empanada loves to threaten people with defamation proceedings. This is actually one of his all-time favorite harassment tactics, and he's used this against dozens of people to try silence their criticism of him. He's now trying to do this against Ethan Klein. Now, because Bad Empanada is so insane, I've decided to open source Anthony Morris's legal letter to him. It shows that Bad Empanada has no reputation to be defamed. Remember, when Anthony Morris KC sent this to his law firm, they dropped him as a client immediately. Let's start from the beginning, January 2024. Here's his letter. Dear Mr. Pavlu, our client, George Ganitis, defamation, concerns notice. Very fucking official, very serious, guys. We act for Mr. George Ganitis. Watch out. Our client is a prominent Australian social media personality, known for his YouTube videos containing commentary on various political and social issues. Our client first began posting YouTube videos and now has a subscriber base of over 121,000 people. He is also reasonably popular on Twitter with approximately 30,000 followers. Our client received the Don Gibb Royal Historical Society of Victoria Prize in Australian History in 2019. Holy fuck, guys, watch out. And his videos and writings have been published widely online, including by the literary journal Overland, the online magazine Counterpunch, and independent media outlet Ansainik Fon. Wow, fucking huge. We know that you are also a prominent Australian social media personality, well said, followed by approximately 5,000 people on YouTube and 79,000 people on X. Going to defamatory imputation. It is our client's position that by virtue of the offending publications, he has been defamed by you. Watch out. The offending publications carry or likely carry the following defamatory imputations against our client. A, that he has committed one or more crimes warranting arrest. B, that he holds or has held illegal or improper material on his hard drive. C, that he has committed one or more crimes warranting deportation. D, that he is involved with the brutal guerrilla group The Shining Path. E, that he is a rapist. Well said. F, that he is a murderer. Well said. G, that he is a terrorist. Yup. I, that he is a predator. J, that he's in favour of rape. To date, you have failed to apologise publicly or otherwise. Yup, that'd be right. For publishing the offending publications or publish any retraction or correction of the defamatory imputations. Yes, again, that would be right because they're all true. Pursuant to section 14.2 of the Act, we are instructed to demand and hereby demand that within 28 days of the date you were served with this concerns notice, you will make a suitable offer to make amends to our client, which includes the following. And this part's brilliant, guys. Really, we really need to emphasise this. A suitably worded apology to our client. First, approve.
Gum. Oh, that's a good gum. Look at my gum, everybody. He's your really sweet, soft, fuzzy kitty. Oh, I love my gum. That's a good baby, you know that? Yeah, you're such a good baby. Oh my goodness, look at Gum. He's so nice.
Approved by a client. B, an agreement that you will refrain from repeating, circulating, or publishing the offending publications. Again, watch out, guys. C, an agreement that you will, within 48 hours of acceptance of this offer, to remove all videos, posts, comments, and other publications about Mr. Empanada.
Warrior Gene. Lol. I'm Norwegian. We sailed over to the British Isles to rape, rob, burn down villages and to collect slaves. Talking about warrior genes, we who are the whitest in the world sure has a brutal history. We are supposed to be the good race?
Well, yeah, I mean, dude, there is such a long European history of warfare, genocides against, like, whites against whites, whites against blacks, whites against Arabs, like, and then, like, everyone just, like, and fairly recently too, like the Native American genocide. There's such a slavery, lynchings, like, everyone just forgets that, and then they're like, oh yeah, black people are inherently violent. Has nothing to do with different weird social and economic circumstances that have occurred. But thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon.
Including the offending publication that you have published online in relation to our client or its products. E, I love how it's just literally a template because what fucking products does Bad Empanada offer, mate? E, an offer to pay our client compensation for loss suffered. And F, an offer to pay our client's costs in respect of the preparation and service of this notice in the sum of $4,238.72. Holy fuck. If you fail to properly respond to this notice and address our client's concerns within the time frame stipulated above, we will take instructions to commence court proceedings against you pursuant to the Act, i.e. upon the expiry of 28 days of receipt of this notice without further notice. Now, friends, it's been 16 months since I received that terrifying, scary letter. I have yet to be taken to court by Bad Empanada. He's yet to commence defamation proceedings against me. Why might that be? Well, unfortunately for him, I had Anthony Morris KC step in to represent me pro bono for free because he agrees with my cause. First, I want to just quickly note my response. Dear Sir, Madam, Mr. Pavlu is currently out of office until the 32nd of February. We will endeavour to respond at the earliest convenience. Best regards, wishes, Alexander Matthew Tim Lee Phillips, the 24th. XVI, personal assistant to Mr. Pavlou. Feast day of St. David Galvan Bermudez, martyr of the Mexican Revolution. Quote, what greater glory is there than to die saving a soul? St. David on his way to minister to the wounded in a firefight. How beautiful. That was a great message, I think. I think they would have enjoyed receiving that. Now we come to Anthony Morris's letter in reply, which is one of the best letters I've ever read in my entire life. Re Drew Pavlou and George Gonanis. I represent Mr. Drew Pavlou and he has asked me to respond to your letter of 30 January 2024, purporting to be a concerns notice pursuant to Section 12A of the Defamation Act 2005, Queensland. Mr. Pavlou has provided me with detailed instructions regarding the assertions contained in your letter. However, I find it is unnecessary to engage with all the details contained in a lengthy and somewhat repetitive item of correspondence. That is because Mr. Pavlou has no intention of making amends, either in the manner demanded in your letter or at all. If your client chooses to institute proceedings for defamation, Mr. Pavlou will defend those proceedings and will also counterclaim on the ground canvassed below. No reputation capable of being harmed. Despite the rodomontade contained in your letter under the subheadings background and serious harm, Mr. Pavlou is satisfied that your client enjoys no reputation in Queensland which is capable of being injured by the identified publication. Your letter mentions that your client received the John Gibb Royal Historical Society of Victoria Prize in Australian History in 2019. This prize is largely unknown in Queensland, and any weight which may be given to it as enhancing your client's reputation would depend on the selection criteria for this prize, as well as evidence of its reputational value. More significant.
We are all one race. The human race. And the human race is scum and should all be purged.
I'm sure it'll happen eventually. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Significantly, your letter states that your client is willing to provide sworn evidence. Our client is gratified to receive this assurance as he intends to defend any proceedings on the basis.
Every race has done violent stuff. Genghis Khan, anyone? African warlords? The Aztecs doing human sacrifice? Greco-Persian wars? British colonies. It's a human problem, not a race thing. So annoying that people have to make it about race. It's human nature.
Well, dude, just look at the Japanese during World War II. Absolute fucking crazy unhinged savages. Like conducting inhuman experiments, raping and torturing people. There's evidence that Japanese people committed cannibalism on POWs. And then look at Japanese society now. They're considered like very non-violent, passive, non-aggressive people. Like, it's like these racists are just stupid. They're all stupid. And again, they just try to make up bullshit against races they don't like. But thanks for the donation, CDG.
Basis that any reputation which your client may enjoy and any harm which that reputation may have suffered must be viewed in the light of your client's remarks as published to a substantial following on social media. Needless to say, your client will be thoroughly cross-examined on these matters at trial, without at this stage foreshadowing all of the topics which Mr. Pavlou will plead by way of defense. I attach a bundle of posts made by your client under the pseudonym Bannon Empanada. I note that your letter under reply contains explicit admissions that your client is the person behind that name. Collectively, these posts are capable of supporting conclusions that your client, 1, has expressed his open support for prescribed terrorist organizations including Al-Qaeda, Hamas, and Hezbollah. 2, is an anti-Semite who has called for the mass murder of millions of Jews across the world and who regularly dehumanizes and mocks people of the Jewish faith. 3, regularly defends, makes light of, or mocks horrific atrocities like the Uyghur genocide, the Holodomor, the Russian raising of Mariupol, the Bosnian genocide, and the terrorist mass murder campaign carried out by the Shining Path in Peru. 4, has called on his followers to carry out indiscriminate terror attacks against American and Israeli civilians and has called for the killing of both Israeli and American servicemen and veterans, often in an extremely gruesome fashion. 5, has called on his followers to assassinate the President of the United States of America as well as numerous other elected American officials. 6, has joked about Hamas raping or assaulting Israeli women and girls and has thereby condoned the use by Hamas of rape as a weapon of war. 7, has joked about Hamas molesting or assaulting Israeli infants and children and has thereby condoned such molestation and assault and their use as a weapon of war.
Jeez.
8, has regularly threatened to kill online critics of Hamas as well as other political commentators on YouTube and Twitch. 9, has committed or alternatively has been identified by authorities in Argentina as a person who has committed one or more crimes warranting arrest. 10, has committed
Japanese raped and murdered hundreds of thousands Chinese civilians during World War II for no reason. It's even called the rape of Nanjing. Japanese still have never apologized to Chinese and swept under rug.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. So, yeah, I mean, it's like during some of this going on, it's very easy for racists to say, oh, well, clearly that race of people are inherently violent, right? But then when you see how these societies change over time, it's like, okay, well, they probably weren't. So, yeah, it's very hard to actually provide any evidence whatsoever that certain races have a higher propensity for violence. Haven't seen any evidence of that. There's practically zero evidence that there's any real inherent genetic disadvantage when it comes to, like, intelligence. And racists are just stupid. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
This race commentary reminds me of that debate you did with that black supremacist dude who hated white people, lol.
Oh yeah, that guy was a fucking scumbag. I can't stand that dude. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Or alternatively has been identified by authorities in Argentina as a person who has committed 1 or more crimes warranting deportation. 11, holds or has held illegal or improper material on his hard drive. 12, regularly threatens to post the names and addresses of his online critics as a tactic to silence and intimidate people whose political views are different from his own. 13, has sent death threats to Mr. Pavlou and has openly bragged about commencing illegitimate and unmeritorious defamation proceedings against him as a brazen cash grab. 14, has falsely referred to Mr. Pavlou as a rapist and a pedo and thereby defamed him and openly admitted to having regularly invented such false allegations as smears against those whom he opposes politically. 15, has a long history of publicly endorsing child abuse, rape, mass murder and genocide through his posts, thereby demonstrating that he is a deeply amoral and antisocial individual who poses a very real danger to society. Very well said, Mr. Morris KC. Going on. There are no fake posts, despite the assertion which you have made on instructions. Mr. Pavlou has not and would not create forged or confected posts, whether in the name of your client or in the name of anyone else. All other considerations aside, your client has more than sufficiently demonstrated his true character by posts which he has made without Mr. Pavlou's having to create additional examples. Well said. Why would I have to invent new tweets to attack Bad Empanada when these tweets already exist?
I think it's the culture that creates the tendency to violence. Racism is for idiots.
Yeah. Like, given that you've seen horrible warfare, tribalism.
I'm a part of a Norwegian national minority called Forest Finns. Because our culture was different, we were stripped naked, taken photos of, they measured our skulls and castrated us so we would not reproduce. Gypsies and Sami were treated similarly.
Well, that's pretty fucked. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon. Yeah, given, like, every single race on the planet has practiced, like, tribal genocide, just mass rapes, slavery, all this crap, like, there's really no evidence whatsoever that certain races are more prone to violence. It's just ridiculous. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
In any event, if your client seriously intends to conduct such a case, Mr. Pavlou would invite him to preserve his hard drive in its current condition and have it sealed and notarized so that it may be subjected to proper forensic examination when he comes to Australia for the purpose of testifying at the trial. And this is the best part. Tony used this letter as a kind of Uno reverse card to advance my own counterclaim against Mr. Ganitis. As previously mentioned, should your client choose to institute proceedings, Mr. Pavlou will be counterclaiming for the harm caused to him by your client's publications, falsely accusing him of being a rapist and a pedo. For the purpose of Section 12A of the Act, this letter constitutes a concern notice on behalf of Mr. Pavlou. Moving on, the harm that the person considers to be serious harm to the person's reputation caused or likely to be caused by the publication of the matter in question, extreme harm to Mr. Pavlou's reputation having regard to the size of your client's online readership, your client's standing as the winner of a prize in history as an author. That's so good. And just to really Uno reverse card them, Tony uses the claims about Bad Empanada's amazing reputation to say, well, actually, that makes his defamation of Drew Pavlou very serious indeed. 4. The harm that the person considers to be serious harm to the person's reputation caused or likely to be caused by the publication of the matter in question, extreme harm to Mr. Pavlou's reputation having regard to A. the size of your client's online readership, B. your client's standing as the winner of a prize in history and as an author published in various hard copy and online publications. Mr. Pavlou's position as a prominent Australian social media personality expressly admitted in paragraph 7 of your letter, and also as a former candidate for election to the Australian Senate, a political activist, a prize-winning student at the University of Queensland, and a person who has been widely profiled and respected Australian international publications. And D. the principal also expressly acknowledged in your letter that it has long been held by the Australian court that to be called a pedophile is one of the worst possible things that could be said about someone if it were untrue. Yours sincerely, Anthony J. H. Morris, KC. What a letter. What a beautiful letter. Now, 2 weeks after sending that letter, Tony Morris followed up with his lawyers, and that's when we determined that Bad Empanada had completely capitulated. Re Drew Pavlou and George Ganitis. I refer to my letter of 23rd February 2024, to which I have received no response. Given that a fortnight has passed since you received that letter, I should imagine that you have had sufficient time to take any necessary instructions. Can you please advise A. whether Mr. Ganitis has any response to the concerns notice given on behalf of Mr. Pavlou, B. whether Mr. Ganitis intends to institute defamation proceedings as foreshadowed in your letter of 30 January 2024, and C. if not, whether you have instruction to accept service of defamation proceedings to be instituted by Mr. Pavlou against Mr. Ganitis. Yours sincerely, Anthony J. H. Morris, KC. Now, that was the end of it. They never replied. They dropped him as a client and we never heard from them again. Now, in conclusion, I published this legal exchange and this debunking in the hope that it may be of some use to anybody terrorized by Bad Empanada in the future. This guy's legitimately a moral, political, and spiritual terrorist, and he thinks that he has total impunity because he lives in Argentina where the civil court system is broken. Remember, terrorists only have power if you give them power over you. Never capitulate to his terrorist tactics. Hold strong, call his bluff, and he will fold like he folded above. Thank you so much. Most blessed wishes, Alexander Matthew Timley, Phillips XVI, personal assistant Mr. Pavlou, April 23rd, 2025, the feast day of Holy Glory.
Not only did the white Norwegian government treat minorities bad, Norway and Sweden has had more wars against each other than any other 2 countries in history. Yeah, the peaceful Aryan race my ass.
Yeah. Again, it's just racist retards who like to act like they're superior. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon.
The place? Oh man, that was a horrible side of town, but that's why I lived for like a good part of a year. Yeah. Why'd you do that? Oh, that's because of that crazy ex-wife of yours. I was married to a black chick. I was trying to get back to my roots. It'd be broad daylight. I'm just going down El Cajon Boulevard to go home. Yeah. I lived off of I was 53 43rd Street.
Oh, whenever a street's like a numbered street, like 42nd, 22nd Street, oh, that's a black neighborhood.
Yeah, right. It'd be the middle of the day, and there's just women standing on the side of the street selling themselves.
Yeah.
In broad daylight. Yeah. They had a lot of good ones out there, too.
Dumbass donated $2. Dad, why do dogs look so different? Because of their breed, son. Why are some so big, so small? Their genes, of course. Why are some clever and not others? Purely economic factors. Uh-huh. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
You caught that one, didn't you? I remember this guy was visiting my house. I went and picked him up and took him to my house, my apartment. And we was driving down the road, right? And he said, man, look at all these prostitutes on the street, right? I said, yeah, they're everywhere. And I was driving, and then one of them was like, hey, flagging me down. And he was like, who was that? She acted like she knew you. And he was just sitting there looking at me like this. Yeah, I was a Democrat back then.
Man, you know what, Keith? You don't have to tell everybody everything you did.
Yeah, but I was 19 years old.
I know.
Man.
I know, but it's okay not to tell people.
No, I like being an open book. I came a long way. No, but Nick Fuentes, I mean, he's saying a lot of stuff. Everybody knows this, but it's for whatever reason, it's wrong to say it.
Yeah, the thing is this. Black people say the same thing.
Well, the issue is Nick Fuentes is trying to create the idea that black people are inherently inferior. He's not actually, honestly, intellectually engaging with the subject.
It's Nick Fuentes is saying. But they only like to label white people as being, oh, man, you racist for saying that. No, it's obvious. I mean, it's true. Black people say that. I've always felt that way. As soon as I got some money, I got the hell out of black neighborhood.
I mean, I go in a black neighborhood, I'm nervous.
Yeah, those FBI statistics could be a lifesaver.
I remember I was a private.
They've made a show. Shut up. They've made a show around black culture. It's on Annie. It's called The First 48.
Annie.
That is about black folks.
Well, there's some white people in there doing some crazy stuff too.
Yeah, but those white folks think they're black.
They act like that.
They act just like they black.
Well, they act ghetto. It's not that they're acting black, they're acting ghetto. I had to correct you on that one.
Yeah, that was wrong for me to say that. But it's so synonymous now, it's okay to say it as black culture.
Yeah.
Because every time you come across somebody babyless, man, you only assimilate to one demographic of people.
Right.
The way they dress, the way they act, the way they talk, the way they carry themselves.
German composer Richard Wagner, who made the recognizable Ride of the Valkyries tune, was the artist who inspired Hitler to take over Germany. He even befriended Wagner's daughter-in-law, who later sent Hitler the paper needed to write Mein Kampf in prison.
What? I don't know if, was Wagner, like, a Nazi or anything, or did Hitler just like him? And, I mean, saying that a musical composition could inspire you to commit fascism is a bit of a reach. Like, maybe the song made him feel good or something about what he was doing, but it's not like there's anything about the composition that said anything about Nazism or fascism. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I don't know. Takes a lot of bravery and courage.
Yeah, like, you should be able to say what he said if it's the truth. And it's the truth. If you start cutting people's tongues out of their mouths, not letting people say actual facts, society doesn't progress.
And a lot of good white people is going to get murdered.
Yeah, and whatever is wrong with society cannot be fixed because you're not addressing it.
Right.
You're not allowed to say what is correct and what is wrong. What is bad, what is good.
Yeah. Problem with the black neighborhood is just the culture is just like if there's a drug dealer, the residents of that area will not call the police simply because they say that's considered snitching. That's a culture.
Well, that's not really it.
I don't know, man. That tune is pretty epic and inspiring.
Yeah, but I don't think that's gonna make anybody kill all the Jews. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Yeah, so the no snitching thing, like, that's also partly due to these drug dealers being horrible criminals, and if they ever find out that you snitch, they're gonna go after you and kill you. So a lot of black neighborhoods won't talk to the police because, one, they know a lot of these drug dealers are going to go after them and kill them, and two, the police also famously antagonize black people. So the police have created a situation where nobody wants to talk to them because they're racist as fuck, and they'll target people who have nothing to do with the crime. You can even see this happening to white people. Like, the amount of fucking police videos I've seen where somebody's getting attacked, some white woman calls the police because she's the victim, and then the police, for whatever reason, have a problem with the victim, and then they arrest the victim. So it's not really, like, there's no, like, arbitrary culture of, let's just never talk to the police about anything. Just because, like, no, this is rooted in, like, fear of retaliation. And two, the police have created a situation where nobody can even trust them because they antagonize everyone.
True, but it might make you want to work out, Richard. Can we listen for 2 minutes at least until the main part plays? It's like 100 years old, it's obviously not copyright long.
I'm pretty sure Ride of the Valkyries might actually be copywritten. As crazy as that sounds. It might be. I've had issues with other compositions like this. Yeah, Ride of the Valkyries is sick. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
It's a cultural thing. Like white people,
to black culture, yeah.
Yeah, white people believe in snitching, and black people came up with a name for them. They call them Karyans.
Yeah. It's just two different cultures. Yeah. There's good culture and then there's bad culture. You'll see black people with a good culture, very similar to a white culture, they are very successful. They have absolutely no problems. But the people that's always bitching and complaining, they have this unique culture that's only black people share.
You can find it in one.
Hey, Militant Vegan, what's up? Yeah, so this is where their view fundamentally differs from Nick. Nick's view is that black people are genetically inferior and they're always prone to violence and they have lower IQ. Their opinion is a lot of the problems in these black communities are purely cultural.
White culture, too. You see them progressives like blowing up Teslas and stuff like that? Same kind of people,
That's a different kind of crazy.
Yeah.
They all vote for the same people, though. Ain't that ironic?
Yeah.
How the crazy
Play the song. Yes, Richard Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries is generally considered to be in the public domain and therefore copyright-free. This is because Wagner died in 1883, and the copyright protection period for his works has long expired.
Okay, well, I could play it, but what would be the point? If you want to listen to it, then you can listen to it. I'm not going to waste a couple minutes just listening to something you can listen to on your own.
Wagner was anti-Semitic as hell, but he died long before Nazism. Read paragraph 2.
Huh, did not know that. Thanks for the donation, CDG and retard. Hitler was first introduced to Wagner's work at a very young age. He's only 12, 1901, first attended a performance, captivated. Only a few years later, attended a performance, which moved him. Then company plans for the German people to move forward. Just hero, then saved something. Hitler commented on Albert Speer that was in the Rhines, inspired him, made him believe that he could achieve his goals reuniting Germany. While there's some debate about how much Hitler's philosophy directed the Nazi Party versus how much was simply foil for their policies, seems impossible. Clearly several links between Hitler's reverence for and obsession with Wagner. Use of his imagery, Hitler's obsessed with Wagner's operas, type of music he listened to, could whistle him perfectly. What does any of this have to do with Wagner being an anti-Semitic? Further directed on his path towards Führer, meeting Wagner's son-in-law. Hitler would go on to make Wagner central. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I don't see anything about Wagner himself being an anti-Semite. I'll take your word for it, but... Thanks for the donation, retard.
Whites and the crazy blacks, they all vote the same way. I was going to say something, but you cut me off. It must not be important. That was important. What was I going to say? I think it's funny they take his videos and they just put him in these businesses like he's in a business saying this. Like white people just ranting about black folks. That is so funny. Yeah. Like he's in that Zillow looking for a house. Yeah. And he just starts having a conversation about black folks. Yeah, I want to be in a nice white neighborhood now. I live around them. He's like talking to his realtor about how dangerous it is to live in black neighborhoods. So funny. What I was going to say is I live in a white neighborhood, and that was always my goal when I like moved out and went to the Marine Corps. I was like, man, I want to live with the white folks, right? Yeah. And because I live in a white neighborhood now, no crime, nothing. Southern Highlands, Las Vegas, right? And guess what happened? You guessed it. Some black folks came in into the neighborhood, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, door checking everybody's cars. Yeah. Stealing checkbooks, whatever they can in the car, because nobody likes their cars because it's a good area. Yeah. And we know they were black because they're all on the ring cameras. I mean, there's a problem with black community, with crime and...
You can take a look at the home invasions that are happening in Canada. A lot of the dudes who are doing this are white. So a lot of these people who are breaking into people's houses to get their car keys and shit, a lot of them are white.
I mean, white people commit 6% of crime in America. Did you know that? Well, they make up 70% of the country. It makes sense why they commit 6% of the crime. Yeah. Because they're 60% of America. Same thing in Japan. A majority of people that commit crimes in that area is Japanese people. Well, Chinese people. Japan, Chinese. Okay, yeah. Right? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I just want to make that Japan is Japanese. Yeah. China is Chinese. Yeah. It's got some knees in it. Yeah, like black folks, we only make up less than 13% of the population. We commit a majority of the violent crimes in America. Not majority. It's like 40% of it. No, murders, rapes? Yeah, it's actually 40% of the violent crime. I looked it up. Oh, okay. But from 13% of the 13% of the population committing 40% of the violent crimes? That's like astounding. It's like...
Yeah, but again, most of those crimes are committed against other black people. So it's like gang wars. So, I mean, it's, like, again, somebody like Nick Fuentes will say a statistic like that and say, see, black people are a danger to you, but then these black people are only really ever attacking other black people. So it's not really a huge issue for white people.
Like, the black community is ambitious when it comes to violent crime. Yeah. It's a poor choice of words, but these words have been spoken by Nick Fuentes is nothing new. Black people have been saying it. White people say it. Yeah, everybody knows now, this. If he said something about black people to oppress them, to keep them from seeking the American dream, then you can label it racist. This is just facts right here. Yeah. That's just pattern recognition, and everybody knows this stuff. Yeah. He did not utter not one racist thing. Yeah. Well, if you're black...
Well, no, what he's saying is racist because of the context in which he's talking about it.
No, that source was for Hitler being inspired by Wager. Here's Wagner's first essay on why Jews bad.
Let's see. Okay. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but... Alright. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Real shocker today. Once again, we have a development where somehow, someway, one of the Paul brothers has managed to make themselves look like even more of a tool than they presented as to begin with. It's honestly just kind of getting impressive at this point that they're able to do this so frequently. It's almost as impressive as the announcement I have for you guys at the end of the video, so you know, stick around. Now, Logan Paul being recognized as a pretty bad guy is really nothing new, and you would think with him knowing that, because he definitely knows that, he would maybe, just maybe, try and make somewhat of an active effort to try and clean up his image. However, most of the time it seems like he's only interested in doing the direct opposite. Because it feels like every, 5 or 6 months maybe, Logan Paul gets himself tangled up in something that somehow makes him look even worse than he did before, which, you know, for a few years has seemed impossible. Yet somehow it's not, because recently, parts of his lawsuit against CoffeeZilla have begun to hit the internet, and, well, they don't make Mr. Paul look too good. Now, real quick, if you don't know a whole lot about this lawsuit, I'll try and give you a quick rundown. It's not super important to what we're talking about today, because we're not going to be going through the nitty-gritty details of the lawsuit, but context will help. Basically, the foundation of why this all started is that a few years back, Logan Paul launched an NFT project called CryptoZoo, which basically aimed to be this game where you could buy an NFT egg and hatch it into an animal. You know, some real shitty mobile game type of stuff. Millions of dollars were raised through crypto and NFTs, yet the game never materialized and all of the promises made were never delivered, which inevitably led to a lot of the people who, quote, invested into CryptoZoo losing a lot of money. And
Some African American tried to put the white guilt on me. I'm not American. When we Scandinavians were taking slaves, Africans traveled to Europe to collect white slaves. So what are they trying to say?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon.
it resulted in a lot of criticism and a lot of backlash for Logan. One of the biggest and most notable pieces of criticism coming from the YouTuber CoffeeZilla, who did a 3-part expose basically, running through all of the details as to why he believed CryptoZoo to be a scam that Logan Paul knew about. Now, from my understanding, Logan Paul originally threatened legal action over this 3-part series, but I don't think that went anywhere, and Logan Paul actually ended up apologizing. I don't think he ever said that he knew CryptoZoo was a scam, but more so claimed that he was kind of sabotaged by people in the crypto space that misled him. This is what I believe led to him announcing that there's going to be like a payback program almost, where some of the investors would be receiving some of their money back. And from my understanding, this is what ultimately led to the lawsuit. CoffeeZilla basically claimed that these people weren't getting their money back, and that these plans weren't really plans, and that there was no real intention to get the people who were affected by CryptoZoo any of their money back. This sort of reopened all the accusations of scamming, and seems to be what ultimately led to this lawsuit being filed. This lawsuit is not for the original expose that CoffeeZilla did, probably because of the statute of limitations on defamation, but more so about the recent videos and claims involving the whole payback situation. I believe in March, a judge ruled that the defamation claims were substantial, and that the lawsuit could move forward, and that's where we are today. Obviously, that's not everything, but like I said, we're not really going to be getting into the nitty-gritty details of the lawsuit. I feel like that's all the context you really need to appreciate what we're going to be talking about today, which are a few text messages that Logan Paul sent, which CoffeeZilla included in his motion to transfer and stay, which basically means that CoffeeZilla is asking to move the case to a different court and to essentially pause the lawsuit until they either do move the case or, you know, don't. However, like I said, that's not really what we're going to be focusing on today. We're focusing on these texts that Logan Paul sent that CoffeeZilla included in these proceedings. And oh boy, are they something. These texts make Logan Paul look like the world's dorkiest supervillain, but nonetheless still a supervillain. CoffeeZilla was able to obtain some texts between Logan Paul and friends when they were discussing Logan Paul suing CoffeeZilla. And the way he talks about this is just, well, honestly, very on brand comment. I was gonna say lame or cringy or narcissistic, but really now that I'm thinking about it, this is just sort of how I would expect Logan Paul to talk to his friends, especially about something like this. This all starts off by Logan saying lawyering up, suing this motherfucker into the ground. Then a friend replies, then everything will come out, court docs are public. Logan responds, so everyone will see what happened, for better or for worse. Which, who knows really what that could mean. One of his friends replies, to let others know it's not worth coming at you. There's a price to pay. Logan Paul responds, that's the idea. I see the momentum building because
If you could get a death note in exchange for half your lifespan, would you take it? Yeah, I probably would.
throne is being shook right now, which is a pretty insane thing to say. Can't say for certain what he meant by this, but this really seems like he's implying that if you come at him, he's going to silence you through a lawsuit, because he doesn't want his, quote, throne to be jeopardized. He follows this up by saying need to shut it down. One of his friends says public humiliation is always more effective, and Logan Paul says that he totally agrees. Now, we don't get the full text here. I don't know if this is like directly following up him saying totally agree, but the next thing included is Logan saying just to make his life difficult, and these proceedings here imply that this was meant that he's suing CoffeeZilla just to make his life difficult, not because the lawsuit is actually valid. Now here's where shit starts to get a little bit wacky. Logan Paul then says Zilla will pay one way or another. I will make sure of it. He follows this up with a little bit of that super villain flair I was referring to. He says, I want people who wronged me to suffer while I continue getting wins on their grave. What kind of anime antagonist I'm a badass in my head kind of bullshit is that? Anyways, as you can see, there are still ways for Logan Paul to make himself look even worse. After he did all that bullshit coming out after CoffeeZilla made his videos issuing the apology, I think at one point he even thanked CoffeeZilla for making the videos. To put on that shitty facade after he was called out, all the while behind closed doors he's talking about dancing on graves, suing people just to make their lives difficult. Come on, man. I would say you're better than this, but evidence suggests otherwise. Now, there's no doubt about it. Obviously, these text messages make Logan Paul look really bad, but I'm curious to see how they actually end up being utilized in this case because, like, as shitty as it sounds, you can sue someone just to make their life difficult and still have a legitimate lawsuit, you know? Like, those two things are not mutually exclusive. Usually, you are suing somebody just to make
Well, the lawsuit's clearly bullshit, so, yeah, I mean, that's not gonna look good on him.
Their life difficult, you know what I mean? Like anybody you sue, you are willingly suing. You're not forced into a lawsuit, you do it if you want to. Obviously the sentiment is not great, but nobody's suing somebody to make their life easier, you know what I mean? So while it makes him look really bad, like morally, I don't know how much it's really gonna affect the lawsuits if what he's claiming to be defamation actually turns out to be defamation, which, you know, I don't really know how good of an idea it is to sit here and talk about what we think's gonna happen in a YouTube defamation suit, given what has happened with one of those recently. But honestly, I feel like Logan Paul had the reputation of a crypto scammer before CryptoZoo even came out. There was that whole like dink doink shit and then the Safe Moon stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that anything CoffeeZilla said, even if it was defamatory, damaged Logan Paul's reputation any more than it already.
He lied to me.
Shannon Sharp. Johnny Shreve. Oh yeah, this seems minty.
Son of a cook!
You son of a turd! If Alex went on 20 milligrams of Anavar right now, he would look that much more insane.
And so, you know, it's me, Coach Greg. I'm here with Johnny Shreve, Mr. Tell It Like It Is. And today we're talking about steroids.
Yeah.
And so last I had Aldura on, and Aldura was pro steroids, says everyone needs to do steroids. Everyone should do a dad cycle. Do you know what that is?
No. What's it? What?
If you could download one language to your brain, what language, why? Japanese, just so that I can read like manga and watch anime in the original language, understand it, not have to read subtitles. And I have wanted to visit Japan, so it'd be nice to be able to just speak the language and get around, you know, just fine.
He says it's 500 milligrams of test, maybe 50 milligrams of Anavar, that everyone should experience this at probably around age 18 and on. Every guy should be on steroids. He said, Greg, you're a hypocrite. You wouldn't have been successful without it. There's no way you would trade 10 years of your life to not have what you have right now. And I'm like, bro, I regret taking steroids. And so what do you think of all that?
I argue.
Bullshit. He regrets it.
I probably would say that you probably would have got even more because the natural guys get more, they get more love.
He said all the YouTubers that are successful.
The most successful fitness YouTubers are all on steroids, with a few exceptions. Athlean X, and it's questionable whether he's on steroids or not. So Natty Status questionable. Jeff Nippard. Who's that fucking skinny, weak-ass Filipino guy that I hate? Jeremy Ether? I don't know how the hell he has a big YouTube channel. That guy's a fucking dork. That's it, really? Everyone else, all on steroids.
On steroids. And I sarcastically was like, so Will Tennyson, Jesse James Ness, Jeff Nippard.
Yeah.
And he never said anything. I think he thinks they're all on steroids.
Yeah, even if you think they're on steroids, they're not on steroids. Those are the non-steroid natty guys.
The natty guys actually have more popularity than the enhanced guys. I mean, there's a few that are better, like Chris Bumstead and Sam Sulik. Those guys are on steroids and they're more popular. But the rest
you can't take.
There's some of
Bumstead. You can't take Bumstead. Take a pure influencer. You know what I mean? Compare Jesse James, Will Tennyson,
Brownie.
How do you guys get?
I forgot about them, Will Tennyson, but they don't have the popularity of people like Rich Piana and shit either.
Late to natty.
There's more naturals out there, and there's more chance that somebody's going to watch a natural than an enhanced person because they have more to choose from.
100%. Yeah, definitely don't. Sorry, Dara, I don't. Sorry, Dara, we don't get a lot of things.
And so, would you trade 10 years of your life to be like the Mr. Olympia?
No.
And is it because you now have a child and it's you put it into perspective? Because we both, admittedly,
I speak Japanese and lived in Japan a year. Jealous? Not really. I wouldn't want to live in Japan.
Both abuse steroids.
It's not just she makes it very, very easy for me to seem no, but knowing what I know now, in hindsight, I would, again, I look at guys like Jesse James, Will Tennyson, they've made it further without having to do that. We took the bodybuilding route because we love bodybuilding and competing, but we naturally didn't really need it to get there. We could have just, both of us are very good athletes, have good physiques already anyway, so that would have been something more, bodybuilding's a little niche sport, so not everybody likes bodybuilding understands it, right? So
I would say most people like my physique when I was natural more than I had when I was enhanced. When I show the old photos, they're like, why the hell did you take steroids? Well, most of them don't even think I was natural, but arguably, I would say I look better at, say, 170 pounds than I did 190 pounds. The extra muscle is not needed.
I get, I'm 210-ish right now,
yeah,
as opposed to before, and I get the I don't know if it's a comment. I think it's a good compliment, but it's you look way better and healthier now. I'm like, thanks, but what is it? Would I look like a Neanderthal before or something? But it's I feel like I look and feel obviously definitely feel better. But I think people I've had people just say I like this look better. Then my face was puffy as hell.
I had the same thing, the puffy face. Yeah. I look back at my old photos, I'm like, what's wrong with me? I was shredded, but my face was round. I looked older, I'm aging backwards. I feel like Brian Johnson.
Yeah. Remember I used to be able to draw a line in my shin?
Oh yeah.
And I was like, it's just holding water.
You're just holding water.
Meanwhile, you're probably a couple beats away from a heart attack.
Yeah, very risky. And we didn't even know what we were doing at the time. No. We just thought, we're in it. Yeah. But do you think that steroids alters the brain chemistry like the mind and it kind of makes you not think as clearly?
100%. For sure.
I think it's the same. I think if Dura was, I'm on HRT. Are you even on HRT? Are you on anything?
I am now. 50 milligrams.
50 milligrams. Yeah. Why bother just 50?
Chinese versus Korean versus Japanese women. Which are better looking? I'd say, on average, Japanese women are the best looking. When it comes to Chinese and Korean, I don't know. Could go either way.
The lowest dose that makes you happy?
Oh, it's just for a doctor. My doctor is a buddy of mine and cool. So I was like, I'll start low.
Yeah.
I had, some issues, whatever, and it makes sense to go start lower. My test was at 576 a couple years ago. Did it again, and it was lower.
Oh, okay.
And then,
570 is pretty good. There's this problem nowadays where everyone thinks if they're below 800 or 900 that they're somehow low. 500 sweet.
I recovered to 5. Remember the first time when I came off?
Yeah.
I recovered to. So when I stopped doing it altogether, 2021, I came off and I recovered to 576. And then when I did it again, it drops. And then the man didn't have as much.
50 is enough.
50 is enough, man.
So I have this problem with HRT clinics. I'm sponsored by an HRT clinic, and I know Alex Eubank. I just met him, and they start him on 200 milligrams. Isn't that insane? He was at 1,500 nanograms per deciliter.
That's a pretty high dose for TRT.
Sorry.
It's abusive in my opinion.
You don't need it. I'm on 50 now. Obviously everyone's different, but and then people are like, "There's no way you're on 50."
I believe it.
Well, 50. I'm 210 pounds. I was 205 a couple weeks ago. And I just ate a little more food.
Yeah.
Regardless, the amount of the difference I feel from 50, in recovery, libido, all of that, just 50 that makes does a good enough job. 200. is like
quadruple. You would have put on probably 20 pounds.
100%. Easily. Easily.
Well, Alex put on 12 to 15 pounds, and he's just a young guy.
He looks yoked.
He was, when I walked into the room, and I was like, holy shit. It looked like, automatically I'd be like, this guy's on steroids. But it wasn't steroids, it was just HRT.
His shirt stayed on like maybe 5 seconds.
But man,
he looked like, when he took his shirt off and I was watching, I'm like, this guy is just grew all around. Like he probably put a shaker on his chest.
He was full. He was strong too. And he had a tiny waist, and he was peeled, like obliques, abs, probably 8.5%, 9% body fat.
Yeah.
You don't need much.
He could have got away with 50. Especially
I would say 100, 80 to 100. I find for most people, but
yeah, but like I mean, everyone's be different genetic wise, but not. But like it'll be easier for me if I was like, okay, 50, and if I need to go up, I can go up. Then have to backtrack and go down. It's way easier just to go up and see what works, and then go from there. And then be like, oh, my test is too high. Then your markers go off, and then all of a sudden you got to backtrack and do whatever instead of just like crawl before you walk before you run, kind of thing.
I know that if you start at 100, you can always go up from there. And I say 20. When I I started at 100. I went from 100 to 120 immediately. The difference, 120, 140, huge difference. And then I went my transcend. They said go up to 200. I said let's split the difference. And I went to 170, and my weight shot up 3 or 4 pounds. And I was all bloated and stuff, and I was like, I don't like this look. I like the look peeled. So Alex actually said it calls it looking cleaner. He's like, he's leaner, lighter, and when he lowered the dose from 200 to 150, he actually felt better. I'm like, well, why not lower it again? You might be even better than you were before.
It's the belief that he'll, if he goes down, say 25 or 50, like he might think that he's not gonna be able to achieve what he looks like. I think he 100% can achieve what he looks like right now on 50 milligrams less easily.
Yeah, he said something like, oh, I'm worried, like I want my sex drive to be the same. I want to have the same clarity, the same aggressive kind of like mindset. I'm like,
what's if they're wrong?
I don't think you need 150 or 100. Your sex drive is your sex drive. If you have enough tests, you have enough tests. Like once it's in the range, you should feel good.
Yeah, it's too much. He doesn't need that much. Plus, he like my issue. Yeah, I could not imagine.
Surprised him and Johnny Shreve became friends again.
What's going on, guys?
I lost a lot of.
Let's see.
Citizen toddlers with cancer. I don't know which of those 3 things is the most horrific. And I'm not kidding. There were reports that the Trump administration has now deported at least 3 children, ages 2, 4, and 7, who are U.S. citizens, and at least one of whom was receiving cancer treatment. So by now you know they're trying to render.
What? Dude, this is crazy.
Immigrants off to a foreign gulag in El Salvador without a hearing or a trial. But it looks like they are now trying to send American citizens away next. And I have to admit, before I looked into it, I didn't know what, if anything, could prevent that. I mean, we have private prisons in the U.S., so what, if anything, would prevent the U.S. government from simply offshoring all of our prisons to foreign nations and sending citizens away? Well, thankfully, it turns out a lot. Now, in recent weeks, we've watched the Trump administration whisk people off for indefinite stays in Salvadoran torture prisons with absolutely no due process rights, no hearings, no jury findings, and not even notice of any criminal or immigration violations. And a lot of people have looked at that situation, shrugged, and said they're not worried because the people that the Trump administration is sending off to torture prison are undocumented immigrants, not citizens, and nothing like that could ever happen to a U.S. citizen.
Well, what about Americans he would do? And you talk about me listening to the senator. The senator literally to represent him. It seems to me that these Democrats are
But the thing about abusive government regimes is that they usually start off by persecuting the marginalized people first. They test out some rights violations on immigrants and minorities, and they rarely stop there. And you can tell your misinformed uncle who got his law degree from Twitter University that the U.S. Constitution applies to immigrants as well. And they too are entitled to due process. But eventually abusive regimes move on to persecuting everyone. And following up on that playbook, Trump has now personally indicated that he wants to send, quote, homegrown criminals to Salvadoran torture prisons as well.
We also have homegrown criminals that push people into subways, that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that are absolute monsters. I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country.
President Trump's press secretary has confirmed this aspiration, and he's asked his Attorney General Pam Bondi to study this question.
You now have a death note. Who's the first nigger you ghosting?
Vladimir Putin. Obviously. So yeah, Vladimir Putin. Thanks for the donation, Ryuk.
As well.
We're studying the laws right now. Pam is studying. If we can do that, that's good.
Well, Pam, you can take the weekend off because I've done your homework for you. And I've concluded that this idea violates a couple of constitutional provisions and a whole bunch of laws. Not that I think that will stop you. But first things first, can the Trump administration send Americans away without holding criminal trials? Definitely not. We've already spent several videos going in depth about the Trump administration's non-legal.
If you go to Japan for anime and manga, go anywhere but Tokyo. Unless there is something special in Tokyo you want to do. Anywhere else is cheaper, and even second-hand shops in the countryside is going to have everything you will ever need, really cheap.
I definitely want to visit Tokyo just to visit Tokyo. I've heard Japan is pretty inexpensive right now because the Japanese economy is really shitty. So I wouldn't really be too worried about costs traveling around there. But thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon.
Actions towards immigrants. The short version is that ICE has been picking people up off the streets and off campuses and violating their constitutional rights by whisking them away to detention centers, often without even informing them about the justification for their detention, nor charging them with any crime. In retaliation for his First Amendment protected speech, Khalil Mahmood, a Columbia University protester on a lawful student visa, was picked up by plainclothes police officers in his...
Okay, yeah, like, look, This guy is probably a cancerous dickhead. For one thing, he's protesting for Palestine. That says enough already. But apparently they did find out that this guy had social media posts saying that he wanted to destroy America. That is certainly somebody that you want to deport. As far as like deporting them to an El Salvadorian prison, that's totally different matter. But yeah, he should not be living in the United States.
His campus housing apartment building, and then spirited away to detention centers in New York, then New Jersey, and then finally Louisiana, where the Trump administration did their best to keep him from being able to reach his attorney or his family. Other immigrants like Hilmar Abrego Garcia have been picked up, shuffled around detention centers, and then put on planes, and then sent for indefinite prison terms in an El Salvadorian gulag without ever receiving a hearing or having a chance to get the assistance of an attorney, a violation of both their Fifth Amendment due process rights and their rights under the Immigration and Nationality Act. And even more disturbingly, we learned last week that the Trump administration has deported 3 children who were U.S. citizens. The youngest child, who was only 2 years old and was born in New Orleans, was picked up with her mother when her mother went to her scheduled regular check-in with immigration officials. Despite the fact that the mother showed up dutifully to that appointment, ICE detained her, then deported both her and her daughter to Honduras. The Trump administration claimed that the child's mother wanted the child to be sent away with her, but there was never a hearing to establish this or time for the mother to adequately discuss the issue with the child's father, who says that he did not want the child to be sent to Honduras with her mother. And on April 25th, the judge in the child's case issued a blistering rebuke against the Trump administration, proclaiming, quote, "Of course it is illegal and unconstitutional to detain for deportation or recommend deportation of a U.S. citizen." Judge Terry Dowdy, United States District Court judge for the Western District of Louisiana, said it appeared as though the government had just, quote, "deported a U.S. citizen with no meaningful process." On top of that, 2 more children, 4 and 7 years old, were also deported with their pregnant mother after she was picked up at a regularly scheduled immigration check-in. Both children are citizens, and one of them has cancer and was undergoing treatment. The mother's attorney repeatedly tried to reach her after she was picked up, but ICE blocked her access and put the family on a plane to Honduras.
This is unhinged.
I was watching this DC show called Creature Commandos, and during this one Nazis meeting scene, I think I saw a Blaha cameo.
GI, glad to have a metal fist in the fight for what's right.
Yes, sir.
To this meeting of
Nazis.
Where's Blaha? I can't just watch long-ass clips of a TV show. It's gonna get me a copyright issue. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Within 24 hours of detaining them. Now, it is possible, as the Trump administration suggests, that the parents who are removable may elect to take their minor children with them, but it could create a weird situation where the child could return to the United States whenever they wanted, but the parents could not. But all the more reason to make sure that the parents get the regular process, which looked like it didn't happen in these cases. We'll talk about that more. And as we've discussed before, in the immigration context, immigrants still retain due process rights in the criminal justice system, but in an immigration context, they also are entitled to a parallel specialized system created by the Immigration and Nationality Act, which governs the immigration system and generally requires notice of the government's intended action, opportunity for the immigrant to rebut the evidence, and an opportunity to be represented by counsel. Though the Trump administration has been treating these rights as optional and has been getting schooled by the courts for skirting the usual processes. But it's clear that the administration intends to keep testing the limits and try and get away with whatever it can get away with. Now, there is good reason to believe that the Trump administration has infringed on the constitutional rights of the immigrant detainees, but the protections for citizens are likely even stronger. American citizens are entitled to due process under both the 5th and 14th Amendment. These amendments cover the same rights, but the 5th Amendment due process protections apply to actions by the federal government, and the 14th Amendment due process protections apply to actions by state governments. Now, the 5th Amendment requires that no person should be, quote, deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The 14th Amendment language mirrors this, stating that, quote, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Now, due process includes 2 buckets of things: procedural due process rights and substantive due process rights. Substantive due process focuses on protecting from government infringement on a broad set of fundamental rights, such as the right to marry, the right to privacy, to have a job. Though, full disclosure, substantive due process rights have been curtailed quite a bit by this particular Supreme Court. But procedural due process focuses on specific procedures that the government must follow before taking away someone's liberty or property. And procedural due process is the stuff of Law and Order episodes, the Miranda warnings, trial, evidentiary rules, and the jury system that we're all familiar with. But due process rights can be triggered by a wide variety of life, liberty, and property interests, not just by imprisonment as part of a criminal justice matter. Due process rights apply when the government terminates a benefit or issues a fine or hands down a monetary civil judgment against a person. And there are different standards regarding what constitutes due process in civil and criminal matters. Now, for the purposes of this video, I'm going to focus on the procedural due process rights in criminal matters, because the criminal justice system seems to be what Trump is talking about when he's talking about homegrowns. Now, at a minimum, in criminal matters, people are entitled to notice of the charges against them, an opportunity to be heard, and an impartial tribunal. A party must generally be given an opportunity not only to present evidence, but also know the claims of the opposing party and to respond to them. In the criminal context, due process also typically requires other procedural protections, such as an opportunity for confrontation and cross-examination of witnesses, discovery, and the opportunity to be represented by counsel, which is pretty much exactly the exact opposite of what has been happening so far with Trump's deportation and rendition cases. Trump has publicly accused the detainees of being gang members, terrorists, or human traffickers, but many of the people who are being sent to the Sikhat torture prison in El Salvador were never given an immigration hearing, let alone a full criminal trial with any of the above guaranteed rights. And by imprisoning people, citizens or immigrants, with no due process, the administration is violating their 5th Amendment rights. Now, sending an American citizen off to a Salvadoran torture prison would also likely be a violation of the Non-Detention Act. The Non-Detention Act was enacted to repeal a McCarthy-era statute that allowed the government to detain suspected subversives without due process. The Non-Detention Act requires an act of Congress for the executive to be able to detain a U.S. citizen without process. It states that, quote, no citizen shall be imprisoned or otherwise detained by the United States except pursuant to an act of Congress. But it seems like the Trump administration thinks it's found a way to get around the legal due process requirements anyway. It just has to remove someone from the United States fast enough, and all their rights disappear like magic, because if you whisk someone away fast enough, the judicial system system can't catch up. Now, the Trump administration isn't the first presidential administration to try this one weird trick. After the September 11th attacks, the George W. Bush administration set up offshore sites where accused terrorists were held. Some detainees were held as military combatants in CIA black sites in Europe and the Middle East. Others were held in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. And typically, if someone, citizen or non-citizen, is being improperly detained by the government, the remedy for that is a habeas petition, which is a motion that asks the court to consider the legality of a person's detention. Jurisdiction for this typically lies in the place where the person is being held. Nonetheless, despite the fact that the detainees were being housed offshore, U.S. courts, including the Supreme Court, found that they had habeas corpus rights in U.S. courts. For example, in Rasool versus Bush, a group of Australian and Kuwaiti citizens who were being detained in Guantanamo challenged their detention with a habeas petition. The government argued that the detainees weren't actually within U.S. government control, so U.S. courts did not have jurisdiction. Now, the Bush administration pointed to the fact that the Guantanamo Bay land is not actually owned by the United States. It's leased from Cuba. So therefore, the Bush administration argued Cuba retained ultimate sovereignty over the land, so U.S. courts had no jurisdiction and couldn't hear habeas petitions from the prisoners being held there. But the U.S. Supreme Court disagreed, holding in a 6-3 decision that the degree of control exercised by the United States over the Guantanamo
No, I don't know what happened to Pig's Dream.
base was sufficient to trigger the application of habeas corpus rights. The court also held that the right to habeas corpus is not dependent on citizenship status. And a related case, Hamdi versus Rumsfeld, which discussed the Non-Detention Act, actually did involve a U.S. citizen. Yasir Hamdi was born in Louisiana and was captured in Afghanistan a few months after the September 11, 2001 attacks. The Bush administration first detained him in Guantanamo, then, after realizing he was a citizen, transferred him to a naval brig in Virginia, and later another naval brig in South Carolina. Hamdi's father filed suit on his behalf, arguing that his indefinite detention without trial was a violation of the Non-Detention Act, which again states that no citizen shall be imprisoned or otherwise detained by the United States except pursuant to an act of Congress. The Bush administration countered that the authorization for use of military force, the AUMF, passed after the September 11 attacks, met the Non-Detention Act standard for an act of Congress. And the Supreme Court agreed with the administration that the AUMF qualified as an act of Congress that satisfied the Non-Detention Act, but the court made it clear that Hamdi must be afforded at least some due process rights, and those rights could be somewhat relaxed given the ongoing war in Afghanistan, but even in the context of extreme wartime exigencies, detainees still had at least to be given some amount of due process, specifically the notice of the factual basis for their classification and a fair opportunity to rebut the government's factual assertions before a neutral decision maker. Writing for the court, Justice O'Connor stated, quote, "It is during our most challenging and uncertain moments that our nation's commitment to due process is most severely tested, and it is in those times that we must preserve our commitment at home to the principle."
I know you want to go to Tokyo, but watch my take on it. Watch from 5:51 to 9:10.
Alright, let me see.
We decided to take the Shinkansen back, although we took the bus there. It would still be a little cheaper than taking the Shinkansen both ways. It really reminds me of the Generation 2 Pokemon games with the trains going between the regions. It is a very fast way of traveling. It's like insanely fast. But after this, I feel like there is something more that I want to say about Tokyo. Some things that I think some people may not appreciate as much. Tokyo is a great city. It has its own beauty, its own little culture, and it is very...
Jalen Nightlers, is ghosting abuse? I'm not sure. You can't harm someone by not talking to them.
I think it's time we normalize communicating feelings instead of ghosting someone. To be honest, ghosting is emotional abuse. All you're doing is...
You're just a fucking baby. If somebody doesn't want to talk to you, they don't want to talk to you, move on.
Messing with someone's mind and causing them to...
What I think is crossing the line is when you set up a date with somebody and they say, oh yeah, I'll be there for like, 2 p.m. or something. And then they don't show up and then they don't talk to you ever again. That's fucked. Because they're actually wasting your time. If you message somebody, like if you went on a few dates, you message them, they don't message you back, and then they go completely cold, whatever, move on, they don't want to talk to you. They don't have any responsibility to talk to you.
Overthink. Just communicate. It's that simple.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's not emotional abuse. You're just a fucking baby. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Very unique in many ways to many other places in Japan, and I would put it somewhere on the top 10 of cities to visit in Japan, but it is heavily overestimated. They go to Tokyo for anime, manga, or even for retro games, and similar. But the thing is, if these are the things that you...
Dude, it sucks that they got rid of the fucking Sega building. That sucks.
...want to go to Japan for, then maybe Tokyo isn't the best option for you. Tokyo is in fact very crowded, expensive, and it smells of poop. All other places in Japan are cheaper.
Tokyo smells like shit? That's weird.
Less crowded, and most places don't smell as bad. If your solid reason to go to Japan is to buy stuff related to video games, anime, manga, or similar, there's nothing wrong with that. But I have a much better suggestion for you. Instead of taking the airplane to Tokyo, you should go somewhere totally different in Japan, rent a car, traveling around the countryside and maybe smaller cities. Look for second-hand shops or maybe video game shops, and you can get whatever you want much more cheaper. But I totally get the amount of people who wants to buy this stuff and also be in the big city. But then I have a better suggestion for you than Tokyo. Go to Nagoya. It too is a big city, but it doesn't have much else going for it. So you can find anime, manga and retro games there, but it doesn't have as many like cultural sites or museums or whatever. So there will be way less tourists, and the competition for getting the stuff you want will actually be lower. And also cheaper. But what are some of the things that we did in Tokyo? Because Tokyo is a great city, and it got a lot going on for it. We visited the Ghibli Museum, the Moomin Valley Park, Disneyland, Harry Potter Studio, vegan meetups. We even visited the Norwegian embassy because we absolutely need it. And not to forget all the delicious food we accessed. Like Tokyo is hands down the place that has the absolute most amount and the best vegan food in the country.
Hell yeah.
And many years ago I visited J-World, when that still existed. If you want to go to Japan, then Tokyo is one good suggestion, but I think you should visit Tokyo.
Alright.
Principles for which we fight abroad. So even in a wartime context, which is relevant here because President Trump is claiming this is a foreign invasion, the government can't typically just suspend all due process and detain people, even terrorists, indefinitely without some kind of trial. But what if, in an uncharacteristic show of patience and restraint, the Trump administration actually allows U.S. citizens to be convicted in a criminal trial with due process rights first? Then can it send people off to stay in a Salvadoran torture prison? Now, if you're not the U.S. government and you're kidnapping people and sending them to a foreign country, you're going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've got in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you've got a data breach letter saying that your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. It's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can maximize your recovery. By the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. Click below. Well, actually, this is a practice that was so common in the British sphere of influence that it actually has a name. It's called exile. And historically, exile, sometimes also called transport, was used as a tool to punish convicted criminals. In fact, Great Britain sent an estimated 50 to 120,000 criminals, political prisoners, and prisoners of war to the American colonies in the 1600s and 1700s. For obvious reasons, subjects of the crown weren't happy with this punishment. In fact, one of the grievances the founding fathers listed in the Declaration of Independence was the fact that King George III had, quote, transported us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. Now, there are many reasons why transport was a particularly cruel punishment. It separated criminals from their families and communities, so they could not even have visits. That separation also made it easier for their captors to engage in abusive practices. And though the sentences were often finite, they ended up effectively being life sentences because prisoners could often not afford to pay for a ticket back to their home once the prison terms had ended. But here in the United States, we don't send people abroad to serve prison sentences. At least, not yet. But the government has sent people to prisons that are still within the United States but are unreasonably far from home. In an effort to remedy that and other flaws in the criminal justice system, Congress passed the First Step Act, a bill that aimed to reduce recidivism, allow for inmates to earn sentence reductions, and improve prison conditions. Now, that bill was signed into law in 2018 by President Trump in his first term. And one of the provisions of the First Step Act specifically requires the Bureau of Prisons to house inmates in facilities that are as close to home as possible, preferably within 500 miles. So sending someone to a foreign country, any foreign country, would likely be a violation of the First Step Act, unless the Trump administration can make a strong case for why it can override the requirements in that legislation. But even if the administration can claim that there are security reasons or some other justification for why convicted U.S. citizens cannot be kept close to home in keeping with the First Step Act, there are still serious constitutional problems with sending U.S. criminals to be housed in other countries. Even the Bush administration, which took a famously dim view of civil liberties, knew this, which is why when it realized that Hamdi was a U.S. citizen, it moved him out of Guantanamo and onto a brig in Virginia and then South Carolina. In a 2017 case called Doe versus Mattis, which I'll discuss more in a minute, the D.C. Circuit Court found that, quote, a fundamental attribute of United States citizenship is a right to remain in this country and to return after leaving. That right is implicated when the government seeks to forcibly transfer an American citizen from the United States to a foreign country. In Doe, the D.C. Circuit was considering whether a U.S. citizen could be transferred to a third-party country or potentially be imprisoned there. The court ruled that forcible transfer to another country's custody would violate the fundamental attribute of citizenship. Customs and Border Protection's own website also cites the right to live in the United States as an inherent right of citizenship. CBP's website says, quote, a U.S. citizen's right to remain in the United States cannot be taken away. Now, many experts
Tokyo smells poop for the core reason that there are so many people living there and containing the smell is difficult. Okay.
have argued that because the right to remain in the United States is an inherent right of citizenship, the only way for the Trump administration to force U.S. citizens out of the country, even temporarily, would be to strip those citizens of their citizenship. That would be an extraordinary, unprecedented action. But in the case of temporary confinement in a foreign country's prison, this is largely uncharted waters. And I'm sure the federal government would argue that if they maintain custody and control and merely subcontract out the prison terms of these inmates, that it would still qualify as U.S. soil or still qualify as remaining in the United States temporarily. There's probably a spectrum of custody and control where it would be an open question. Again, these are uncharted territories that I don't think we want to be sailing in. Though spoiler, President Trump says he wants to do that too. But since we live in a timeline filled with extraordinary, unprecedented presidential actions, it's probably worth exploring in greater depth why the government can't just strip someone's citizenship away and force them out of the country. Now, the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution states, quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. The 14th Amendment was enacted after the Civil War to address concerns about the rights of formerly enslaved people. The citizenship clause was included because in Dred Scott versus Sanford, the Supreme Court had held that enslaved people descended from Africans were not American citizens. The citizenship clause grants citizenship to everyone born in the United States, also known as birthright citizenship. And, you guessed it, that provision is also being attacked by the Trump administration in the birthright citizenship executive order and the associated litigation. But courts have read the citizenship clause very broadly and only allowed for the removal of citizenship in very, very narrow circumstances. During World War II, Congress enacted the Nationality Act of 1940, which allowed citizenship to be stripped from anyone who served in a foreign military or government if that person also had citizenship in that foreign country. It also mandated the loss of citizenship for people who deserted or evaded military service during wartime or who voted in a foreign election. But in Nishikawa versus Dulles, the provision calling for revocation of citizenship as a punishment for foreign military service was found to be unenforceable unless the government could prove that the service was voluntary. And the provision stripping citizenship for U.S. military deserters was considered in a case called Detroit versus Dulles. In that case, it involved a natural-born U.S. citizen who was convicted of deserting during World War II. The Supreme Court ruled that stripping someone of their citizenship as a punishment for a crime was a violation of the Eighth Amendment's prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment. Notably, Justice Earl Warren said that revoking citizenship is, quote, a form of punishment more primitive than torture, and it inflicts a total destruction of an individual status in organized society. In Ephraim versus Rusk, the Supreme Court confirmed that a person cannot lose citizenship unless they choose to voluntarily give it up. In that case, the Supreme Court considered the case of Beas Ephraim, who had been born in Poland and naturalized as an American citizen, but had then voted in Israeli elections. The court struck down the provision of the Nationality Act of 1940 that allowed the government to strip citizenship from someone in retaliation for voting in a foreign election. Writing for the court, Justice Hugo Black concluded that, quote, once acquired, this 14th Amendment citizenship was not to be shifted, canceled, or diluted at the will of the federal government, the states, or any other governmental unit. Now, forcing someone out of the territory of the United States against their will would violate a statute that Trump himself signed into law and would infringe on a person's 14th Amendment rights as a citizen to remain in the United States. And it's likely that if President Trump sends them to CECOT specifically, that would add another constitutional violation and break the United States promises as a signatory of the Convention Against Torture. Now, the human rights abuses in CECOT have been well documented in the various lawsuits against the Trump administration, and we've already discussed them in several of our videos about those lawsuits. But I think it's important to recount them briefly again, disturbing as they are, because the details bear directly on the question of whether or not it would be legal to send a U.S. citizen there. Now, credible news reports and independent investigations had documented numerous human rights violations in CECOT, including 153 inmate deaths in a one-year period, many of which could be attributed to torture, beating, strangulation, and lack of medical attention. Autopsies have revealed patterns of cuts, hematomas, sharp object wounds, and signs of strangulation, and survivors of the prison report being subjected to electrocution and untreated infections. The prison has no windows, fans, or air conditioning despite hot, humid, tropical conditions, and prisoners are housed in overcrowded cells and are denied access to reading materials, familial visits, exercise, healthcare, and outdoor time. The United States Department of State issued a lengthy report on President Bukele's human rights violations in 2022, and the Department of State found that, quote, significant human rights issues included credible reports of unlawful or arbitrary killings, forced disappearances, torture and cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment by security forces, harsh and life-threatening prison conditions, arbitrary arrest, and detention. Now, the Salvadoran prison conditions would almost certainly be violations of the Eighth Amendment's prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment. The Eighth Amendment reads, quote, excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. The Supreme Court has ruled that use of excessive force against prisoners violates the Eighth Amendment. For example, in the case of Hudson versus McMillan, the Supreme Court ruled that force could be considered excessive even if the damage inflicted was minor. And from what we've heard about the injuries to prisoners in CECOT, their injuries are not minor. They are often life-threatening or even fatal. A 2024 report found that upon arrival in prison, detainees under the state of exception were, quote, beaten to pressure them to declare which gang they belonged to, and if they refused to say so, they were beaten and tortured more. Some convulsed from the beatings they received, and others died in these practices on the first day of transfer. So it's hard to imagine a clear Eighth Amendment violation. Now, overcrowding and resulting lack of medical care are also violations of the Eighth Amendment's bar against cruel and unusual punishment. In Brown versus Plata, the Supreme Court actually mandated that the state of California reduce its prison population because the overcrowding was so severe. And as a result of the overcrowding in California's prisons, prisoners were unable to get mental or physical health care in a timely fashion, which the court affirmed amounted to an Eighth Amendment violation. Now, credible reports have indicated that prisoners in CECOT live in overcrowded cells and suffer from untreated medical ailments. And according to Dr. Sarah Bishop's declaration in the JGG versus Trump Alien Enemies Act case, quote, an analysis of CECOT's design using satellite footage found that if the prison were to reach full supposed capacity of 40,000, each prisoner would have less than 2 feet of space in shared cells, an amount the authors point out is less than half the space required for transporting mid-sized cattle under EU law. And within that same declaration, Dr. Bishop recounted testimony from a doctor who had worked in the prison and reported that inmates were not provided with medication to treat their pre-existing conditions, and the guards often ignored pleas for help by sick inmates, which sometimes resulted in death. Now, that too would almost certainly be impermissible under the Eighth Amendment. And the United States is also required to abide by the Conventions Against Torture. The Convention Against Torture states that, quote, no state party shall expel, return, or extradite a person to another state where there are substantial grounds for believing that he would be in danger of being subjected to torture. And there are ample grounds for the Trump administration to believe that torture is occurring in CECOT and other Salvadoran prisons. Human Rights Watch submitted a declaration in the JGG case detailing the abuses of Salvadoran prisons, including even the torture of children. And Amnesty International has also concluded that there is, quote, systemic use of torture in Salvadoran prisons. In 2022, our own Department of State found that there were credible reports that government officials engaged in torture. So again, it would be difficult for the Trump administration to claim that there aren't substantial grounds to believe that torture is occurring in Salvadoran prisons under Bukele's leadership. But what if, instead of doubling down on its agreement with Bukele, the administration decides to send American prisoners to some other less torture-filled prison outside the United States? Would that be okay? Well, because of the 14th Amendment issues we've already talked about, this would likely not be allowed either. But there is one circumstance when the U.S. government can send a U.S. citizen to be imprisoned abroad, if there is a valid extradition treaty. In other words, if a U.S. citizen commits a crime in another country and the United States has an extradition treaty with that country, then the U.S. government may extradite its own citizen to that country in order to be tried under the other country's laws and potentially imprisoned there. But even in that instance, a U.S. citizen must first be given a hearing within the U.S. system to determine if there is sufficient factual evidence to support the other country's accusations. In Doe versus Mattis, the D.C. Circuit considered whether the first Trump administration could forcibly transfer an American citizen out out of U.S. military custody in Iraq to a third-party country. The unnamed plaintiff, Doe, was captured in Syrian territory controlled by the Islamic State and was then accused of being an enemy combatant working for the Islamic State. The Trump administration notified him that he was about to be transferred to the custody of a third-party country, and Doe, with the help of the ACLU, challenged this transfer. The D.C. Circuit relied on an earlier Supreme Court case, Valentine versus U.S., to find that even if someone has violated a law abroad, there is, quote, generally no executive discretion to surrender a person to a foreign government unless a statute or treaty confers the power. So unless someone is accused of a crime in a country where we have an extradition treaty and they are given a proper hearing in which a U.S. judge finds those accusations to be credible, the executive cannot simply ship a citizen off to another country, even if that country doesn't host torture prisons. But given the Trump administration's track record here, we don't expect that they're going to let minor things like statutes or the U.S. Constitution stop them. And what about the deported U.S. citizen children? Well, for one, initials VML, the federal court in Louisiana, and remember this is Judge Dowdy, a very, very Trump-friendly judge, and you can tell this by some of the language that's being used in this particular order. He said, quote, before the court is a petition for writ of habeas corpus, an emergency motion for temporary restraining order filed on behalf of VML. VML is ostensibly a 2-year-old United States citizen. On April 24th, 2025, this court received a petition contending that VML was being deported alongside her illegal immigrant mother to Honduras. Of course, it is illegal and unconstitutional to deport, detain for deportation, or recommend deportation of a U.S. citizen, citing several cases affirming that a citizen has the absolute right to enter the United States borders, and citing another case, this court long ago recognized that the nature of our federal union and our constitutional concepts of personal liberty unite to require that all citizens be free to travel throughout the length and breadth of our land uninhibited by statutes, rules, or regulations which unreasonably burden or restrict this movement. The government contends that this is all okay because the mother wishes that the child be deported with her. But the court doesn't know that. Seeking the path of least resistance, the court called counsel for the government at 12:19 p.m. CST so that we could speak with VML's mother and survey her consent and custodial rights. The court was independently aware at the time that the plane, tail number N570TA, was above the Gulf of America. The court was then called back by counsel for the government at 1:06 p.m. CST, informing the court that a call with VML's mother would not be possible because she, and presumably VML, had just been released in Honduras. In the interest of dispelling our strong suspicion that the government just deported a U.S. citizen with no meaningful process, it is ordered that this matter be set for hearing at 9 a.m. on May 16, 2025. So I guess check back in 3 weeks. Now, if you do get renditioned off to a foreign country, the last thing you want, or maybe the second last thing that you want after getting sent to a torture gulag, is get—
Dude, that is fucking crazy. Yeah, the Trump administration is literally just fascist. Destiny's still streaming? No. Alright. Well, it's late. I'm gonna try to get some rest right now. My sleep's been fucked up, so I've been having issues streaming at the normal time. But I'm gonna try to start tomorrow's stream between 6-8 p.m. It's a little late today, started at like 10, but I'll try to stream the usual time tomorrow. I'll do my best. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, really appreciate it. And sweet dreams.